Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now for Pmnc USA Spring 2026 to see who will prevail and who will stand tall over these 3 next following days of gameplay and make it to the PMGO North American Regional Finals. My name is Maxman, her name is Niptura. She's back once again. Niptura, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Max. Nice to have you on the show. I am excited based on how last weekend went. I'm very excited for the next 3 days. I think we got some epic action coming on in. I can't wait to get started. Yeah, let's just get this show on the road. I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, you were doing the, what was it, NA wildcard just a few days ago, right? So now you were already in the NA scene. Every time the planets align perfectly, Niptra, I go over to the NA side of things very rarely, but I'm here this time for the spring season, and I'm very excited because you do have some pretty big name players in these matches for the next 3 days, right, for this weekend, so I'm excited. But you know what? Niptra, I said it, they're fighting for a spot in the PMGO NA regional finals, but also for some good old cash prize. Let's go and check out exactly how much money is on the line for these games. It's going to be 55,000 US dollars, Niptura, which, as we know, is your day rate because you're rich like that. Oh, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
In UC. I mean,
in UC. I mean, if any, the proof is in my car skins. But anyway, yeah, we're going to be having a big old prize pool. You started it, man. Anyway, back on track. Yeah, we've got a big prize pool coming in here, but honestly, there's a lot of teams vying for that money as well. So still very tough competition across 3 regions that are all going to be competing for that. So it is going to be a tough competition. And going into this, right, we only have a few teams that are actually going to be moving forward out of this weekend as well. So it's going to be a really, really tough battle and not that many games coming through for them to actually prove that they can beat everybody else out. As you can see there, it's only the top 5 teams. So out of 16, going down to 5, that's a really tough call.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 from USA, 5 from Mexico, and 5 that you already had, right, Niptro, making it out of the North American wildcard in Alpha 4 Legends, Resilience Esports, NG Pro, and Team Entity. Those 5 teams, 4 teams actually, and that one made it forward into the next stage, and it's going to be actually 6 for Mexico, because my math is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 5. Oh my god, I cannot count today. It's 1 a.m. That's my excuse I'm going to go for. But yes, so we're going to be seeing who's going to be making it, who's going to join the side of the Northern American wildcard side of things for that regional finals that we know, Niptra, right, is the pathway to make it to a 500,000 US dollar prize pool event, which is PMGO Season 1 over in Jakarta. And here are going to be our teams that will be participating and hopefully making it up in that heavily contested top 5 slot. And right now, there are a few names that do stand out here for me, Niptra, mainly Strangers Esport. They do have Voltex. Vatic too. Any teams here or players that stand out to you that are going to be a main focal point for you going over these next 3 days of action?
Honestly, for me, I'm looking at Vatic or Young Kings. Those 2 teams for me. I know some of those players. I've, back like Titan series, right? 2 years ago, I watched them play doing that. So I know I am aware of these players a little bit. So I'm definitely going to be watching them to see how they're going to be performing this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to be looking at Upgrade because 666, they have Baby Tang, but especially they have Kindness. If you guys remember, back in the day, right, it was Nova. They were just dominating the NA scene for a long period of time. It was like Nova and Coops, right? The people that would dominate NA back in the day. And I think Kindness still has that potential, that raw potential to make it to a LAN event. So I'm going to be putting a lot of focus over around him. But yeah, the teams you said, right, Vatic and also Young King Global are looking really strong because they have Valic, also 24K. They have Fate. Those are names that if you've been around the region for a bit, Niptura should be hopefully doing pretty well. And it is 5 slots. So they could all technically make it, but I always expect one upset to happen, and that might be happening this weekend.
Uh-oh. You close your DMs, Max. Close your DMs.
No, bring the pain. I'm waiting. Yes, let's do it.
Okay, got it. No, I think it's going to be a really tough call, right? When you have only a few teams going forward, it always is going to make it really hard just really hard in general. But when you have a lot of really experienced players, as we have here, it's going to make that crunch time all the more exciting, really. I mean, exciting for us, but very nerve-wracking for everybody actually playing here. So it's going to be interesting watching them, how they're going to actually go forward with the map rotation as well, right? Because we've got a slightly different different map rotation than what we're used to seeing. As you see it here, we have 2 Rondos, then Miramars, and then Erangels. Normally, I think a lot of these pro players are used to those 3 Erangels coming up in those rotations, right? But with 2 Rondos, it means a lot more chaos, a lot more action, but so many more points to be gained.
Well, you said nerve-wracking just a few seconds ago, right? I think there's no better word to describe, well, technically it's 2 words, the way to describe this map rotation. Double Rondo is definitely throwing us spanners in the works here, right? It's going to get hectic, especially Neox. We're going to have normally a double Neox hot drop unless they go somewhere else because of the plane path, but you could get so many more extra points on that map, and usually you want to try and favor Erangel, right, Niptra? As you said, that's the one that everyone is kind of used to because you have 3 per day. The fact that you have Rondo twice, if you can get 2 big Rondos on a day, maybe get, I don't know, 20 elimination chicken dinners, you can do that twice, oh boy, you're looking so good. Odds of that happening is very low, but it's possible, technically.
I mean, on Wildcard, we had multiple teams win 2 games a day. It would be 1 Rondo and 1 Erangel most often, or it'd be, you know, a Miramar and an Erangel or something like that. But the Rondos, you were seeing very easily 25, 30-point games. So, you know, you just keep up today and tomorrow, and in the final day, you win 1 of the Rondos. If you're close enough, you could actually just sneak your way into the top 5. So, you know, even down to Sunday, it's not going to be, as long as you can keep close, right? It's not going to be all said and done by the time we get around to day 3.
But, you know, we're talking about Rondo and stuff, what's going to be happening there. Keep in mind, Miramar and Erangel have one thing that Rondo does not have, and that's the loot truck, baby! They don't have it! Oh my god, so much loot over there, it's great. Okay, I do like the loot truck quite a bit. Especially because it can give an MG3, so very cool. But no, yeah. I want to see if the NA teams in Iptra are, well, NA teams, especially USA, right, for this PMNC, are going to try and play around those loot trucks, are going to maybe change their drop locations, maybe try and actually steal loot trucks from other teams. It's pretty good, so I would like to see some teams actually kind of build a meta around that. What do you think?
Well, especially because you were saying that the loot trucks have specific rotations, right? It's not random. They go down specific roads on the map. So as long as you know where those are, you can always target a loot truck. So that's going to be interesting as well, because you've then got a third-party opportunity as well. Is somebody going to camp out where that loot truck comes through and try and get anybody who tries to take it? Or, you know, there's a lot of possibilities there just around that specific rotation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could go and try and steal it before it gets to a specific compound or city and just deny them loot, which is gonna be a possibility for some of these teams to go around. By the way, Nipchura, you were flexing your car skins earlier. If we look into your right side on the stream, which technically would be your left, your buggy doesn't have a skin. What's going on? Are you broke? No more UC, Nipchura, right now? What's going on?
I don't use the buggy very much. I prefer my Lamborghini and my Bentley coupes.
Well, you know, unlike you, I'm part of the cool squad, Niptra. I've got an airdrop right here. I have an MG3 in there, 100%. I'm not even going to try and doubt it. So thank you very much, production, for giving me the airdrop. I need that MG3 to take these wins.
He needs it.
I am an MG3 boy. I love that weapon so much. But no, we're going to get slowly but surely into our very first game, right, which is going to be Rondo, which we're going to have twice. I'm so excited to see how that's going to go down. But I want to ask here, predictions. Right? Do you have one singular team, Nipchura, that you think could be crowned? Of course, you want to be top 5, but who could become the real champions here? Which one?
Over the 3 days?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna go with. Oh, that's a hard one, actually. It could be either of the ones I mentioned earlier, but I think it's gonna be Young Kings because you got 24K, you got Fade, Trick, and Valak all in there. That's a pretty star-studded lineup there, so I'm gonna have to go with them.
Okay, that's a good pick. I'm hesitant between Vatic Esports and Upgrade, but I'm a big fan of Kindness, so I'm going to go for Upgrade on this one. Maybe not looking like the #1 favorite for some people, because as you said, right, Young Kings are looking like the big squad. But I'm good for Upgrade. I think it'll be fun. And last time I saw a team called Upgrade, they did really well, and that was the Uzbekistan team, right, back in PMGO last year.
That was so fun to watch.
Maybe it's a theme. Upgrade team name is going to be a buff for them. So that's going to be my prediction. But make sure, guys, in chat, tell us, which team do you think will be taking home that trophy? And the lion's share of the 55,000 USD prize pool would be good to get. Why are you looking so confused, Nipchura?
I just happened to see somebody in chat go, I'm putting my mortgage on YKG. That is bold. That's going to be the Young Kings Global. So, you know what? There's a lot riding on the line here for some of our chat members here. Young Kings, you better do good.
Guys, don't put your mortgage on this, okay? The thing is genuinely, I see some people being very disappointed when a team doesn't do well. It's a battle royale game in esports, right? It's unpredictable. One bad circle, one bad playing path, and boy, you're screwed. So, be a little bit careful. You could have some really big upsets there, but no. It's all fun and games right now. Some people already telling me, right, in NA to not pick certain teams like Strangers Esports. Apparently, I'm not allowed to pick. Fair enough. I'll try and avoid it as much as possible. I can hear my voice twice. Oh, because I had the stream on my other screen. I was so confused. I was like, wait, can everyone hear that? No, it was just me. Sorry, guys. I had my second monitor. I was like, I'm saying hello to myself. But no, it's going to be exciting. But going into Rondo now, this time around, I want us to try and speculate a little bit, Nitra. What do you think is going to be happening out of the ordinary on this map? Because usually you see Neox drop, right? But are we expecting maybe a double plane path? What are your kind of expectations going into game one?
I think a double plane path is absolutely possible. I mean, obviously it's possible because it's the only map we get double plane paths on, but you know what I mean, right? The big thing, certainly going off of last week, and again, it's not something that means it's going to be here this week, but the actual circles, the zones, were really unpredictable. There was a lot of hard shifts, a lot of uncommon ground that was being shown up on the safe zones, so I think that is really going to give a lot of these teams run for their money, particularly in the first game. The other thing is, because it's the first game, I think, Max, that we're going to see everybody just absolutely go for it. It's the first game, you might as well try your best, right? So definitely a lot of chaos incoming.
Oh, you're selling me the dream right now. I should be covering USA, NA, PUBG Mobile Esports way more often if that's kind of the kind of absolute cinema we're going to witness very soon. But yeah, Neox is going to be the main focal point. We should be seeing those typical 3-1 splits, right? We're going to have 3 players in whichever hot drop situation we're going to be seeing happening on these 2 rondos. And one further down the line, in the terrain of Rondo, going to go for a quick recall. I'm still waiting for the meta at some point, Niptro, to kind of evolve even further. And we're going to see mini hot drops where they send a few players, maybe a duo, to camp out a solo recall player just to kind of cut off the potential recall potential of a full squad, especially later on in a tournament, right, where you could get rid of that player, and if that team gets eliminated in, let's say, Neox or Stadium or wherever they get eliminated, then they get a potential 0-point game on Rondo, which, because it's inflated usually with the points and the recall system, that could really hurt them. So I want to see if that's going to happen in NA. Maybe it's a bit early still, but at some point this year, I think that's going to be a strat we will see come up more and more. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would be a great strat. I think we're already starting to see it a little bit. I'm not sure that it was targeted, but last weekend there were a few solos over on those recalls that had to battle it out to take control of the recall, right, where they actually kind of all went to the same place. I don't know if that was on purpose, but there was a fight for the recall, so it's definitely something that could evolve, especially with those kinds of strats coming into play, where it's like, well, we got here by accident, but actually it worked out really well in our favor. Let's do that on purpose this time. So there's already that seed being sown, I think, over here in NA.
Yeah, it's kind of a game of chess almost when you think about it, right? It's like it's really getting super smart. You wouldn't think about it just adding the recall system, or you get a second life, but the whole meta of Rondo has really devolved in like a hot mess of just constantly evolving kind of playstyles for some of these teams, and I'm loving the madness right now, especially going into Neox, which actually, because we're going into Neox, we're going to go, well, Neox, we're going into Rondo, but Rondo early game, it's Neox, right? Any predictions for game one, Niptra? I know normally I don't do this, right, but we have a bit more time to talk about it, and it's Pmnc, we don't have that much background on the team, so we can have more fun with it, but any predictions for game one?
I think, you know what, Vatic. I think Vatic are going to come out on top when it comes to that Neox factory. But here we go, Max. Rondo number 1, match 1 of the PMNC NA is going to be coming on here in... What? Words. I can't speak. Max, take over. We're going through solo plane path. Here we go.
Game Rondo begin now. There you go. That's how we're doing it. Here we go. Game number 1 of Pmnc USA Spring 2026 is now underway. And we'll see who will be able to take home the trophy after these 18 following matches these next 3 days. Playing path is going to be from the western side, Frontun, over to the eastern edge, northern side of Jadina City. So not too bad. It is going to be in reach of Test Track / Neox Niptro, so we could be seeing that potential hot drop happening. That is a sick parachute, but I know this is game 1, so we should be hyping it up. I've never seen that before.
Neither have I. Is that new? I need it.
I don't think it's new. I want it, but I don't think it's available now. Yeah, that's
Aw.
really cool. But most drops are going to be happening now, northern side of
Oh,
Danqing,
Neox.
and they are going to be stretching into Neox, which is what you should be expected. Though, look at Strangers, right? Strangers BD are going to have a little bit of a crash to the western side. In Yulin, it seems, if I'm not mistaken,
Wait.
typical APG drop location. So we are going to have multiple hot drops happening spread out throughout the entirety of Rondo, which that's going to be fun to see who's going to prevail and get those early game points.
Hold up, Max. Just really quickly there. There are many teams who are not going for a hot drop on Rondo. What's that about?
You don't have to.
I mean, you don't have to, but why wouldn't you if you get a free recall? You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets really hard to recall as you get later into the game, into the mid stages of the game, because a lot of teams are just looking for you now. So the hot drop seems to me like that would be the easiest way to get points. But interesting, we're seeing quite a few of those teams decide not to do that. YKG also opted not to do that, but they still have a hot drop because Team Control have decided to also come to this location. And now we got a little bit of a Balkan? Sorry, I was looking at the team name Falcon. A little bit of a battle on our hands. There we go.
I was going to say he's near a balcony, so maybe that's what you were going with. But
Yeah,
he was near.
that.
He was near. YKG, they already lost Falcon, right? So down to now just a trio. I don't know if they're all... Yeah, they are actually all here, right? Team Control have all of their players in this one, so they get eliminated, Niptro. That's it. Game 1, 0 points.
Oh.
That's actually... he's nading his teammate onto JPK. And now it's time to go for the reverse engage. Do they know, though, that that was actually a knock coming out from the team they're fighting? I don't think so, but here you go. YKG 24K coming out with those 2 early eliminations. Good nade from Trick, and that is game over. Not even making it to the 3-minute mark. That is going to be a team already swept under the rug. Niptura. It's Rondo hot drop, but it's not Neox. But you know what? I kind of liked it. It was cool.
It was nice. A 2 for 2 there. 2 elims each for the players of YKG, and they're top of the leaderboards, as is Upgrade. They've got 2 eliminations on the board so far. But wow, it is really interesting to me because we've already got so many players eliminated that look like either haven't been recalled yet or are just out completely because no one's at a recall. I'm not sure how that's working when it comes to the player statuses on the leaderboard, but there are quite a few players missing, it seems, that just haven't gotten revived yet.
Yeah, you don't have to instant recall the entire time, right? It's just, as long as you get there, doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you don't do it after Circle 5, because then they're deactivated, and that's not great. Yeah, I'm seeing Team Rich right now, and this is the thing about PMNCs. I need to get used to the team tags and names, so I'll get there, slowly over time. But Rich are going to be down to just a solo, so I think they are going to be going for that 3-1 recall split, and hopefully bring back the entire squad. But so many big crashes are indeed going to be occurring early on. So, with the circle settings, I don't know, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Is that the circle already closing? That seems quite slow.
Pretty quick. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, it is closing. I was like, wait, I didn't see
closing,
the blue ticker. It is closing. I was like,
it's closing.
That's very slow. Phase 1. But no, it is going to close up around these teams. As Rain Esport now going to try and make a jump, and that's going to be Mix caught off guard completely. Shotgun in the back. That's going to be the S12K. Again, dominant weapon in this current meta is going to be doing so much work into Neox Hot Drop. And that's Shelby to secure himself that first elimination for himself.
Interesting that we're seeing here as well. I was just about to say, as we look over here, that we have JN and Upgrade. They're actually moving kind of onto the outside of Neox, looking for that outside angle, rather than being all in the thick of it in the main building. It looks like they're trying to move out a little bit. I mean, I suppose it makes sense with the... no, that's the EMP zone that's on top of them here, so... nothing like some scopes and stuff. They can't really use a lot of those scopes, only like a red dot, etc., because the EMP zone is in fact here. But they're probably going to use the shotgun then. They're like, I can't scope. Shotgun to the face. Scope shotgun.
No, actually, it's not that hard to scope without a red dot when you're, short range. But long range, you can get a little bit harder to really hit those shots accurately, especially with a DMR or sniper. Upgrade. The team I picked here at least got himself 2 eliminations for 2 of their players. I believe they're up to 4 total, unless something's changed in the background. But that's going to be an instant recall on some of their members, so not too bad for the time being. Let's go over to Shelby. Yeah, the entire team just kind of swarming this building by building. Fraddy is just completely stuck for Extreme Slayers, and they should be able to find him behind this crate very soon. But he's kind of set up a trap, it seems. He's waiting for them to push out in the open and maybe pick up an easy 1v3. But the moment he takes that shot, we might see an instant punish play coming out of Equinox. But things have definitely slowed down so far. The Neox factory is somewhat over Niptra, but some teams tend to like to go for a little bit of a cheeky third party and kind of wrap up the fight and get some easy points. So far, I've not seen anyone do it, but it could be something that occurs later on down the line.
It could indeed. I was trying to figure out if Equinox only had 3 players, because then Frady could actually try and do exactly this when they tried to get the revive, but it's not the case. But they're going to push out anyway, even though they don't need that recall. They're just going to be moving on through, and Frady can't do anything about it. S12K to the face, just as we said, and that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Equinox up to 7 eliminations. See, this is why I was really surprised that more teams didn't do the hot drop, because what are we? 7 minutes into the game, and 7 eliminations, well ahead of the other teams on this leaderboard. So, to me, it seems odd. It's just odd that more teams have not gone that route, especially in Game 1, right?
I don't hate it, right? Because we do have to keep something in mind, Niptro, just to set the scene properly for PMNC. PMNC is PMNC. I know, guys, talking is my job. I'm very good with words. No, genuinely, PMNC is PMNC. It's a lot of new names, new teams that have possibly, for the most part, never played in a tournament, right? Especially at this scale, an international. Well, no, this is a national that could lead into an international tournament. So there's a lot on the line, and I think that some of it are just going to take it slow. Game 1, day 1, we're not going to risk it. Let's see how this lobby plays. If it's very aggro, we can maybe join the festivities and see if we can get some elims. By the way, big spray down here with the nicely able to dodge it. Can he get in the car and get the hell away from this spot? He does build up some momentum. And it clips. Nice headshot there from 10's Jelly. And that is going to be game over for him unless a recall comes through. But yeah, so I think teams are just kind of putting their foot in the water, checking the temperature before going for a big potential hot drop in the next Rondo matches coming up.
Cloudy has a fantastic position here. Look at this. Upgrade have a great spot in zone. Maybe not in the next zone, but they have a great spot for now. But Cloudy just negates all the leverage they may have in those buildings. I wonder if he's already made shots. We've been looking at other teams, so we haven't seen how that's gone for them. But if they don't know that he's up there, that's going to be really rough. Oh, Max, I am so excited for the next half of this game, because this area where that river is so interesting. I've not yet seen a zone go up there, but it's got sheer cliffs, it's got little cubbies, it's got a little bit of marsh area, it's got a weird bridge, like broken bridge sort of feature on it that players could use as well. This is going to be huge, a huge game coming in here to start us off.
It's going to be interesting because normally on Rondo, when I do see Northern Circle finishes, they tend to shift over to the west a little bit more, or center up, not go to the east. That's definitely kind of unusual when it comes to our typical Rondo circles. So very excited to see how teams are going to play around it. Finial, though, also going to be kind of locked in a bit of a desperate situation with Surprise, though. He's going to go for his own push-up with the S12K, but that's going to get shut down with an S12K play of their own. And that's going to be Equinox down an extra member, unfortunately for them. And they did take a fight earlier, right? So I don't know, is that going to be a player they can recall or not? That one we're not too sure. And you want to make sure on Rondo in particular, you don't take those casualties that you can't recall, because that can really hinder your chances for an actual chicken dinner on these games.
Max, I've just seen something.
Yes?
Golden Eagles. They have a player down. In the Elim feed, it said guard took out that player.
Oh.
Are they at the fortress?
That the shops, yeah.
Yes.
Which are deactivated normally.
They are deactivated, but it's a good
there.
Spot. It's a good spot in this zone, potentially, right? So if you can just get rid of them, or at least get some semblance of control over them, yeah, that would be really interesting. But I don't think so far in all of our Rondo games that we've watched in esports, I don't think we've seen anybody go there legitimately. So that will be interesting to follow, I think.
It's an interesting location, the fortress, because it's surrounded by walls, so it's really hard to defend. Because teams can easily crash up onto you, but when it comes to pushing up the staircases itself, like literally if you have an M79 or a few smokes, you can block complete vision from the team that's defending that location. So, yeah, we'll see. But if you get rid of the agents, as you said, it does become a little bit more playable off the back of that. As we now shift on over to teams next to the water. And it's very fun, Niptro, right? Because we usually, in Rondo, it's known as the map that has the least amount of water compared to the other esports maps.
Right.
the fact that we have this much water in phase 2 is kind of, I'm going to think, setting alarms in the head of these players like, oh, okay, this could get a bit hectic. If it goes east or west, we got to be quick to get close to the water and initiate the transition based on wherever circle 3 or 4 goes later on.
I'm really hoping the next zone goes up to the north. I really, really need to see that. We just don't see that. Yeah, that portion of coast. Ever since I did some research on it and I went running around up there, I've really hoped that a zone was going to go up there because it is really, really interesting. It does look like we are in the south side, though. Potentially, it looks like Zombie Boys and crew do not need to move, so we'll see where that circle has circled up. But this is an interesting position as well here. These two in a bit of a stalemate either side of the road here. It's a good position. It's a good area to try and, you know, farm some elims off of the traffic that's going to come through there. But they're pretty surrounded right now. So if any teams decide, you know, now's their time to go, then it's going to be hard to defend that.
Oh, I love this position from Strangers BD. This is going to be a really good spot. Like these, like what do you call them? These stone pillars, right?
Yeah, really pillars of stone. I was literally going to say that.
People call them mountains. I'm like, this is not a mountain.
This is not a mountain.
No. But like, yeah, these stone pillars are very good. Sometimes if they have an extra elevation at the base to hide cars, because you've got extra elevation, and also it's a really good defensive wall behind you, so you can keep your cars in really good working condition, which is exactly what they're doing. So far, double thumbs up for Strangers BD. And they will be able to make it very nicely and comfortably later on in the game. As Vatic, though, a team that you have mentioned earlier, Niptra, as one of your favorites, is going to be looking to maybe get a bit of damage down onto some squads that are late to their own pivot into the circle. But so far, no casualties taken. Vatic will be playing the western edge moving forward, as the circle did move again. And the island's in play. Over to the east here, Niptra. Golden Eagles are looking pretty good for now. If they have to leave, though, you can see that all those teams to the west of them are just going to destroy them on rotation. So Golden Eagles got to be very cautious of what their late game strategy is really going to look like.
Yeah, especially because that bridge takes you directly into the southern portion of that circle, right? There's no real escape plan up into the north, which is a little less occupied. So that's going to be a really difficult rotation for them. It looks like it might be equally difficult for Rain, actually. They're trying to get into zone on the north side. Upgrade's having a little bit of a third-party look at them as Extreme Slayers are trying to fend them off. It's a really good defensive maneuver here. Winter just trying to take any names he can get, and so far it is working. It might just... Oh, Frady actually goes down with Shadow being 1 HP. Nades are popping off left, right, and center, and Extreme Slayers, I don't think they know how close they came to getting rid of the team, and they might just delay this a little too long.
I also want to keep something in mind is that teams could look to third party this because they're fighting outside of the zone. You do have, I think there's one team over there, Extreme Slayers, could be getting backstabbed, so something to keep in mind. Nade going to do some decent damage actually down to Winter, but he's getting fully surrounded at this point. Mix going forward, decent entry point into the smoke, and that is going to be the end of the line. Extreme Slayers going to be fully eliminated out of this game. Actually, the second team eliminated in this game. Only 2 eliminations for their trouble, and it's fair to say, Niptura, that is not the Rondo game you want to kick off your Pmnc USA adventure.
No, it's not. Ooh.
It still goes over on Golden Eagles. No way.
It does, but look who else is coming in over that bridge. I want to... Can we pan to them? I really want to see how that transition is going. Okay, Golden Eagles is taking advantage of it. So any teams that weren't aware there were teams on that side now absolutely are very aware. But for Golden Eagles, these points are going to be so crucial because it is going to be really difficult to get further into zone than they are right now. So if they can pick up any of these points that are in, you know, any of these players that are in a worse position than them, they're gonna have to take that opportunity because who knows how many points they'll be able to get after this next zone shift.
I mean, they're literally not playing PUBG Mobile. They're playing some kind of off-branded tower defense game right now. That is what they are playing. They got a tower on an island with one bridge passing by. They could get an elimination on that eastern team, so that maybe get some easy eliminations. But the thing is, you're looking at that position. I think they're somewhat aware the team is going to be parked up in that specific spot. So you just gotta be a little bit more careful. Maybe scout ahead of that transition before pulling the trigger on that move. So over to the western side, there's not that much terrain remaining, and we still have 14 teams alive. Going into phase 5, I think we're going to lose quite a few stragglers here, Niptura, that's for sure. As YKG already up to 5. Decent eliminations, good elimination count as they spot a team moving on down. and they will get some nice damage, but unfortunately, no knocks will come out of that trade.
I don't think YKG actually mind. They're really just making sure that, you know, they're farming teams into other teams. They're making sure that their position is safe, and that is really the way to play this game, especially in this zone. You really want to make sure that you have as much space as possible, because 14 teams alive, stage 4 about to go into stage 5, and this terrain makes it so difficult to have any space to yourself. So definitely the way that they want to play this. Gold as well, Golden Eagles. Wow. Ooh, okay, they're actually doing some really good work from here. I don't think we've really seen this position all that much in esports, so it's really interesting to see how it can be played. And you are definitely seeing them, one elimination each, all of them being able to take out, was that ARZ that went out just there? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So really good work coming in from them. Very open on that hillside. Equinox the next to fall, or Shelby at least the next to fall from Equinox, as Strangers have a really good position in zone. Again, a little bit of that open ground. They just have to be careful with these, well, with VTC coming through here.
Yeah, seems like they were a little bit too spread and lost 2 players, so I would say no real valid reason. I wish I could have seen their map feed position, because they're normally in that spot. They should keep everyone alive and really healthy, taking the 5 versus Vatic and Equinox. So here, the nades are going to be just slowly raining on down upon their position, looking to just move around. But look at Vatic's positions and angles in Iptra. They're just completely surrounding Jimmy in that position. He's not spotted out yet, so that could be a little bit of an X factor in that position, as the nades are indeed doing some heavy work. And Jimmy is just hoping he doesn't get spotted. They're going to walk just around him, and he might get an easy elimination. He has to flush it right away if he gets it.
Oh, wow, that came so close there, but now the zone's moving in, then these vehicles are going to go down the hill. Oh, he is very lucky there. But now, interesting, okay, so they're going to be pushing down to the south side. That means Jimmy might be able to be a massive backstab for his team. And it's going horribly wrong. Jimmy coming in again as that third-party angle. Casper now the last one, potentially standing here. No, down he goes. Now it's down to 1. Jimmy has to sacrifice himself here. Volt picks that one up. But my goodness me, Team Equinox able to pick apart Vatic here. They just got, I think, just too little information. They didn't realize how many angles there were really on them, and now they've got to really try and figure out how to come in clutch here, because that zone, 20 seconds on the clock, Max. It's not looking like it's going to be an easy task.
Vatic are so close to each other. I'm scared one nade is just going to squad wipe them. And look at Meng. He's got it cooking in the background. Gets it through. Oh my goodness! Double knock into a flush. Now it's down to Klaus in a 1v2 scenario. Him against Meng and Surprise. Look and speak of the ridge. Actually, decent counter grenade here. I think it was coming out from Stranger's BD on the distance. So here, Vatic. Be careful though, they're both extremely low. He does pull the first aid. But the damage is raining on down. Klaus doing so much work. But the 1v1 connects, and it's Meng to keep it alive. We'll go for the res onto Surprise. He's going to focus his own first aid first, which is the right way to do it. But the blue zone's pushing in Niptra. I don't think he has enough time, and he's getting a bit stressed, but I think he does. I think you should focus on getting your teammate back up. Maybe getting him in the car is the right play, as we go now back over to the northern western side of the circle, and you have here 3 teams fighting each other for this compound control.
And Gold continuing to clean everybody up. They are taking another knock that one of the YKG, Valak went down to them, so they're really wrecking havoc on the rest of these teams here, are trying to find any sort of position on this hillside. It's just way too open on the riverside. Yeah. There goes Trick down now to a nade from Region 8. This hillside is actually being hugely popular. Look how many teams we have on this side, and everybody's getting third party left, right, and center. Upgrade now, having a say in what goes on over here.
Yeah, sorry, I screamed rich because look at the minimap. They're going for a third-party angle onto here, but the thing is, I think they're biting down too much here. More than they can actually chew in this situation. But counter nade of Cloudy could be actually a really easy nade to connect behind that rock. Is it going to be connecting? It does do a little bit of damage, but actually no knock. And now it's going to be Rich completely swarming this mountaintop position, though they're down to just a solo. They did come into this game as a trio, and that's not going to make things easier for you, especially going into a Rondo match. Jat 24K. Here, looking to survive, I would say. Definitely slow things down. You don't want to take this fight anymore. Let them fight and maybe third party it, but this is going to be too much for him to bear. Just find a decent angle. No headshot to connect, as Jack will be moving up deeper and deeper on this hilltop. But one nade, and it will be game over for the Rich squad.
Yeah, Rich definitely bit off more than they could chew here. They just got way too split. They did not play that carefully enough, I think. I think they were maybe trying to go for just the rush approach, right? Not give them time to really defend themselves, but, you know, when you've only got 3 players, it's not going to work the way you want it to work. So YKG now up just down to a solo. Fate goes on down, but still a decent amount of points coming through here. 7 eliminations on the board for them, so that's going to be a decent start to their day. And Zombie Boys, we move over to them now. Been relatively quiet. Only 1 elimination, and that was was actually recently. What's up?
It's going to the island. The circle's
no
going to the
way.
island.
Again?
We got so many Eastern Circle shifts in a row. I'm sorry for interrupting, but this is a crazy turn. Okay, no, the mini map lied to me. The mini map is not in the same location, so it's not my fault. I will not take the blame. But the circle is then going to be shifting slightly away from the island. So now Golden Eagles, sure, they do make it far into the game. Should be making it very easily to top 5, right? That's going to be my kind of expectation. So they got to start thinking about what the next step is going to be for themselves. Though Equinox got 2 of the players in the water, and they're just going to hope to get an easy ticket to maybe even the podium. Couldn't be too bad. The Golden Eagles yet going to start sending some of their players down under the bridge behind those concrete pylons, and they will get 1 player knocked, though the other player does make it, so that should be an easy res, unless Meng tries to ruin it.
I'm surprised. I guess Golden Eagles don't have any smokes, but surely you would smoke that up or something. That's an interesting one. So there's smokes, but where were the smokes coming down to the bridge? Okay, anyway, moving on. I think that's odd, but we got Finial here. Interesting strat coming through here. They're trying to do, I don't know if they're trying to just do like a third party or an off angle or something, but now not gonna really work here. And now you just got a solo out. He's gonna go out immediately there. Down he goes, down just to 2 now for Finial on the other side of the bridge. Now this is a good position here, Max.
This is not too bad a position. Thing is, actually, Golden Eagles, everyone's fighting to the west. They're not really involved. But yeah, Equinox, that car, I don't think they're aware. The team is going to be right behind them, and that is really just going to throw a bit of an issue for them in the ending of this game. Finial, actually, another team that's just behind them, going to be actually getting those 2 players instantly knocked, and they're in the water. No way, Jose, they're getting res, but the team is there to counteract their plan, and that's going to be Mark down for the count. But they're also going slightly out. It seems like right now, everyone's trying to ruin Golden Eagles' game, but the thing is also, because they won this island for so long, they couldn't loot any of these death crates, right? So whatever ammo they have, that's all they had for a majority of this game. You can see here, he has only, what was that, 24 bullets on his 24. AR? That is nothing for this late game scenario when you still have 6 teams alive. And I don't even want to see his teammate Bob, it might be even lower.
I'm sure it is lower, but you know what? This is kind of the game that they signed up for, and honestly, a really decent game it has been. 6 eliminations, top 5 potentially if these fights go on down. Really, their point now is we've got our eliminations. We've been, you know, nosy. We've been all up in other people's business while they're trying to fight. Now we need to just hold on, hold to ourselves. Maybe use some of those meds that we haven't had to use so far, and really just, you know, try and play for placement from now on. I think that would probably be the best bet for them, especially because these other teams, they're really not staying quiet. You can hear the gunshots going off where everybody's trying to pick apart individual solos that they're seeing.
Not a bad airdrop location. That could be used as a decent cover if someone's able to make it that deep in the center of the circle. Circle shifts, and it does go then fully over to the western side on the coast. But double O, not gonna lie, I don't know how to say his name. Is it double O? Is it ooh? I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh no, maybe O. I don't know if he did that on purpose. That could be O. Double O. No 7, just double O.
Double O.
He's the James Bond at home. That's him. Yeah, Golden Eagles, not a bad position to take control of that bridge. Because the thing is, you're looking at Upgrade, you're looking at all those Western teams right now. Sure, they're all going to fight each other for whatever real estate is remaining over to the west. If they time it right, and especially get rid of that competition that's below them and also behind them in the last player of Finial, then they have a clear shot for this chicken dinner. It's going to be all about zoning and timing. The thing is, do they have enough bullets to make it happen? That's going to be the big asterisk in this finishing scenario. Because they're spraying. I think they should stop. Stop spraying! You've got 10 bullets!
You've got 10 bullets! Stop it, sir! Stop. stop it right now. Sorry. It's just stop. Anyway, because see, look, what are you gonna do up against here, who has 274 bullets? Like, come on, be for real, be for real. And the thing is, as well, is this is where I'm kind of like, okay, Golden Eagles, you've done enough. You've done enough now. You don't need to keep smoking. You don't need to keep advancing. Let teams forget you're there. You have a little bit of time. You're currently still in zone. You have time. Let these other teams have to push in. You see them all on the edge there. They're all gonna fight for the same 2 square meters. Just wait. Hold on. And I think they're just getting a little too eager here.
I do fully agree. But yeah, upgrade hits. One of their players is going to be slowly bleeding out. But that's a nice confirm. Make sure you can get that point. Actually going to go into the blank. Yeah, I'm using that blank to reposition. Maybe even create a little bit of cover. Solid position for them to play around. Not too bad, but Zombie Boys are looking to swarm the position. Thing is, they're somewhat sandwiched between upgrade, Golden Eagles' position on the grid, and even Sun over to the western edge. So there's going to be a little bit of a tough position for them to play around, but they do get rid of upgrade. It's going to liberate a bit more pressure off of their shoulders, as they now will be making over to the bridge. And actually, yeah, this is a good angle for the car. That's going to create some decent cover against Golden Eagles. But actually, do you need cover against Golden Eagles, Niptra, when they literally have maybe like 5 bullets left? Maybe you don't need that much.
What are they gonna do? Nothing. Oh, as we say that, crazy goes down to them. So maybe they have enough. Maybe they have enough. But Zombies definitely been playing for placement. They've only got 2 eliminations, and yet here they are, top 4, playing this really, really well now that we're seeing them able to just, you know, well, I will say they don't really have, nobody has a lot of ammo. Look at that, 13 bullets only for Demon over here. So everybody's looking a little bit short. Probably the only team that doesn't have this problem is going to be Equinox, because they've just been chilling in the water for the last half hour. But it's really going to be a fight of whoever's on top, and then Equinox are going to go, oh, there's only like 3 people left, so let's make, it's our time to shine.
There's no way imagine they win off the back of that.
They win off of this.
No one's looking at them. Otherwise, I think they would have got squad wiped ages ago. But so no one's really looking at that crash car in the water. Demon steps up, finds that one, and that means they can now start to swarm this car, and they eliminate the entirety of Zombie Squad. Nicely done indeed. And now it's going to be the full focus of Golden Eagles, and they get the elimination. 10 eliminations to their name. And they actually got some loot. I don't know where. Oh, I guess they got it in one of these death crates, right? So they will get some extra loot. That's going to be a good amount of bullets to get that win. But now, 3 teams remain. Niptra is going to be a 2v2v1 as Russell is going to get pushed out in the blue. And I think this is going to be game over for Sun in this game.
It's got to be, right? And I think he knows it. Or not. Maybe he's just trying to use that hill. I'm worried for Equinox. Do they know? Surely they still know that Golden Eagles are still on this bridge, right? They're not going to go up in the middle and just get sandwiched.
Wait, are we going to get a heal off? We literally could. I mean, no, actually, wait. The scent of the circle's moving away, so it's very unlikely it ends in a heal off. But it's something that could occur depending on what resources these players have. Good nade.
They know.
But,
they absolutely know.
Yeah, they're fully aware. Thing is, they're going to have to push in the same area, but it's going to be between Golden Eagles and Equinox. But Russell, as a solo, sure, yeah, he had the right backpack to tank a bit of that blue zone damage, which is great to have in a late game scenario like that. You can just delay your own movement very slightly, but can have a big influence in these finishing moments. Though Meng, his own nade is cooking up, and that could be a very easy nade to hit. It's a bit overcooked, it seems. He's got a second one. He's got a second opportunity to get the squad wipe. It's looking good. Decent throw angle, and he gets the damage onto Bob. Down to a solo for Golden Eagles. He's even got another nade. He's got so much utility, but he does not hit that third piece of util. And Chinxy's going to be in the molly. Out in the blue. He's going to burn up, and the blue zone damage will get rid of him. That's it for Golden Eagles. Eliminated in the top 3.
My, oh my, goodness me, here we go. So Golden Eagles run cut short by a Molotov, and Equinox, somehow still here, still in it, have played this to a T, and it's a 1v2. Surprise in 1 HP, he's knocked off the time, there we go. Down he goes, the other one goes to, no way, Max.
It's happened. There you go. Sun Esports to claim the first chicken dinner of the evening as a solo in a 1v2v2 scenario thanks to the bridge. The bridge buff, Niptra, is real massively in this situation. And you know what? That's one of the weirdest circles I think I've ever seen in Rondo since it's been brought to the esports scene last year. Oh my goodness. That was great.
That was fantastic. So many twists and turns. You mentioned it before game one that we were going to see some twists involved. We didn't realize the twists were going to happen so early on. The solo of Sun Esports able to take everybody down basically just by waiting and then just being able to clutch up in the final moments. Big GG's going over to them. Massive shout out to Golden Eagles and Equinox though. Both of those teams performed massively in this first game.
Yeah, well, Equinox, you know, staying in the water with the car. You know, I don't know how much I want to rate that kind of play, but you know what? Yeah, the game is all about surviving.
I mean, they got 12 elims before.
Yeah, that, oh no, for sure. But like, they definitely got, you know, a very good setup, and they were lucky that no one saw them diving in the water. Otherwise, I think they would have gone eliminated way sooner. But they made the most out of it. And really, as long as you survive, I don't care if you're camping or whatever. The point of the game is to get as far as possible and get placement points, and hopefully also eliminations. So very good on Equinox, but. What a weird match. Golden Eagles,
Strange.
You know what? If they don't get that death crate on the bridge, Niptra, I think they go out before even top 5. But that crate literally saved this performance for themselves.
It really, really did, and I want to go over this very quickly because they got 11 eliminations. Sun Esports got 11 eliminations, so that's going to be a 21-point game. The thing is, though, is that that's not a runaway game. As big as that sounds compared to other maps, right? The kind of points we get on other maps, this would be a huge game. But for Rondo, and especially compared to the other teams, it's not going to pull them away from the rest of the crowd as much as we might think it will. I mean, we saw that YKG got 7 eliminations. We saw that, who was it? Well, Equinox got 12 or 13, I think, at the end of that. So these teams are going to be pretty close behind them. So this one Rondo is a really good start, but it's not going to put them ahead by any means.
Well, it's only game 1, right? Also,
I mean,
like we're talking about getting ahead on match 1. Maybe that's something we can talk about as you get towards, you know, match 4, 5, 6. But for now, we'll see. 21 points tied up by Team Equinox, as you said. Equinox, right, getting a ton of eliminations, double digits in this case, 15. Really having a good kickoff to their PMNC USA venture. Followed up by then Golden Eagles, also known as the tower defense team in this game, and they were able to really use that position to its full potential, not only to get some decent amount of elims, which in this case was a total of 8, but also get some placement points. It was literally a free golden ticket to get to that late game scenario, Niptura, and in this case, I think they played it really well. Maybe did they overuse their ammo? Yes. But they had a secondary option, which is looting up that death crate on the bridge, and that worked out beautifully towards the end.
No, I really, really am impressed with how they played the island. I think teams at that time were really just too engrossed with what was happening on that hillside, so Golden Eagles were relatively left alone, but at the same time, they really played that very well. They did have a few different challengers come up behind them, and they were able to get rid of them pretty quickly. So really happy with how Golden Eagles played that for sure. Definitely put them on my radar. And Equinox as well. This is not a team I was familiar with, and they have just popped off. Really happy to see how they've played it in terms of just the strategic and the sort of CQC gameplay that we're seeing. You know, how they were taking the eliminations, how they were moving around. You know, it's not all down to going in the water and staying there. That was a huge part of it, but it's how they played before and after that really impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, we moved away from the first page, but I still want to talk about a team that was on the first page of these leaderboards. It was Strangers BD, right? I think it was 5 eliminations, 1 placement point. I wish I saw exactly how they got eliminated, because for me, I mentioned it even very early in that game, they had a great position next to the stone pillars, right? And they were able to hide their cars. I believe they slightly split apart, and because of that, some teams that were going for a late Western rotate kind of swarmed that position and overwhelmed half of their squad. I wish they would have maybe regrouped a bit sooner, because I think they could have easily, maybe not win the game from that position, but at least get around double-digit eliminations and maybe even top 5. So I think this is a missed out opportunity for Strangers BD, but I'm seeing everyone in chat hyping up Strangers BD, so I'm expecting a bit of a comeback, because it's Rondo, it's game 1, and as we said, it's kind of setting the pace for the rest of this national championship. So I'm not going to be too judgmental right now, but though I'm going to be judging Meng in a very positive light. Niptra, he gets 8 eliminations, and those nades from the bridge onto that cover flare from Golden Eagles was a thing of absolute beauty. What a game from this guy.
Absolutely, and don't forget, I think he's the one that got the double elimination with the nades onto Vatic as well earlier on.
Almost triple.
So almost triple, yeah. So huge nade ability coming in from Meng here, and you see 1,300 damage. That is a heck of a lot of damage. You know, there's a lot of utility, a lot of nades being spent there. So really good show from him as well. Very excited to see perhaps what they have in the next game, if not for the rest of the night, the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very exciting to see how things go for our next 5 matches. That was just game 1, guys. There was so much action in that first game. I feel like we already played 3 matches in 1, but no, we still have 5 more matches coming up. And as you said on the pre-show, Niptura, we have another Rondo coming up. So with that said, guys, if you want to check out another piece of Rondo goodness, stick around. We'll be back after this very short break. Well, guys, I hope you got yourself some ice cream for our next game, because that first game was absolute fire, so you got to make sure to calm things down. Match number 2 is going to be underway very shortly here, and Niptura Rondo has already delivered. That circle was absolute craziness. I don't think there's any way for us to beat that in this one, but who knows? What would be, actually, you know what? Before we get back into a serious topic, what would be an even crazier circle than what we just witnessed on Rondo specifically?
Yes, immediately Tinlong Garden.
Really?
Yes, those cliffs. You can get up onto those cliffs, and most, like the entire surrounding area, up on the top of that waterfall, you can get anywhere up there. There's a lot of really cool high ground, and I think going into there, you'd have 3 teams on the inside, you'd have 4 or 5 teams on those hillsides. I think that would be really cool.
Are you a professional landscaper? Like, oh yeah, let's position ourselves on the beautiful little waterfalls and stuff. No, I was going to say...
What a feature, Max.
What a feature! Oh, sorry, yeah, a true professional of of that field. No, I would have loved to see a stadium finish, right? What I would love to see is a stadium circle, and like mid-game, you have 4 players on the roof, all playing bolt action or DMR. Like, imagine you have 4 tops on your team, and they're just all sniping people down with the M1 Garand. Yeah, he does play with the M1 Garand or Mini 14 in this current update, right? So maybe we can see a circle like that in Stadium. Would be very fun. Also, guys, if you haven't already, make sure to follow Esports PUBG Mobile NA over on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Who's using Facebook nowadays? I don't know, but the 3 other socials, definitely go check those out. Otherwise, you can maybe see some posts of my parents over on Facebook. Could be cool. They're not too much in PUBG Mobile Esports right now, I think. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Some good memes also being posted sometimes on the NA side of things. Niptura, which is your favorite social media to check out PUBG Mobile Esports NA? War.
Instagram. That's where I go to get all my PUBG Mobile news. So yeah. Insta's where it's at for me.
Because you watch all my videos, right?
I do. Each and every single one. And I comment on everyone as well.
She's lying. I asked her, oh, did you watch my video? And she's like, no. And I check out all her videos, like literally in the first hour, because I'm a true homie, which Niptura is not. But you know what, Niptura? We'll see who's going to be our true homie of the next game. I don't know, that was a weird transition. Sure. Who's going to be taking home the second chicken dinner on Rondo? Everyone in chat, make sure to tell us who you think is going to be taking home that second win. I'm still waiting for Strangers BD. Well, still waiting. It was only one game, but I'm waiting for Strangers BD win. Hopefully it will be happening today, because after this, right, those extended point gaps that you could create because of Rondo are going to be gone, completely disappearing as you go into 2 Miramars, then 2 Erangels. So now teams maybe want to try and heat things up a bit more and go for those hot drops that you said were lacking a little bit in that previous match.
Yeah, I was really surprised how few of them were either in Danching, which is another thing. Okay, one sentence at a time. Neox is our usual hot drop, right? Nobody was really at Neox. There was like 4 teams there when I'm used to 6 or 7, right? Then teams like Vatic and Golden Eagles and all of those teams, they weren't in that area at all. The other surprising thing is that I'm seeing is Danching is actually a really popular hot drop, right? I would have thought the stadium area or, you know, Neox, which it is, or Test Track, something like that. But Danching to me is a little bit of an odd one. And we're seeing that popular across a bunch of regions. I suppose for its central location, that makes sense. But yeah, it is an interesting one to look at. Oh, as we go into Rondo number 2, we're getting straight into it, Max. And Stadium?
Maybe. Could be. I was going to ask you, was that hot drop in Danching a knockoff effect of the plane path, or was it a planned venture from some of these teams? That was going to be my main question. Because Test Track Neox was available for these teams to drop in, so I think it was intentional from the get-go, but I don't know what your thoughts would be on that.
Well, we saw it last weekend as well. A lot of teams went Danching, particularly on days 2 and 3. Everybody went Neox day 1, but after that, people started going to Danching a lot more. So I think, and we're seeing it in other regions as well. I think even last season we started seeing some teams, 2-3 teams, all end up going there as well. So for me, I'm thinking this is much more intentional. We do have 2 teams, though, speaking of, that are going over to Stadium as we speak, though, Max. 3-4 teams potentially here as well. So looks like we might be getting our Stadium hot drop that we wanted after all. Really interesting to see so many teams just go not our style. YKG being one of those, which is interesting to me because YKG is full of fraggers, right? We've seen them frag out many times in the past. So it's interesting that they're not going for that opportunity here.
I'm sorry, I know I say stuff about Neox all the time, but it feels so wrong having literally no team in Neox. I don't know.
I don't like it.
Weird. Hey, you know what? Rehost. Let's redo. I don't like it. Denied. Restart this game of Rondo.
I have an amendment very quickly. Max, I said Tin Long Garden. I meant you, Lin, for the craziest drop. And look where everybody's going.
Okay, that makes more sense. You know what?
Yeah,
yes. Okay,
right,
Yulin is going to be the... How many teams? Wait, 1, 2,
How
3,
many
4,
teams?
5, 6. I'm seeing 6, possibly 7, but I don't know. I have glasses. I can't see right. But Strangers BD going to be taking one of the early casualties. It's going to be Volt out of the equation in this one, it seems. And so far, they've got a decent building to hold on to, but he got his own teams away. And they also have Cinco that only looted an M24. He's only got bolt action now. He does get an S12K, which that is going to be a little bit stronger in CQC scenarios. And he gets the headshot right onto Coffin. And he's going to make him live up to his name. Hopefully going to try and secure that elimination. And boom. That's a nice extra point. Second elimination, actually, of this game so far going to Cinco. As he jumps over the wall, what was that? He gets eliminated with a mutant. Oh, okay. Cinco, that was an elimination you don't see very often with that weapon.
You know you messed up when you get taken out but with a mutant. You know you messed up because that weapon can't do nothing. I swear. It's crazy. But GG, either which way, Rich Esports now joining the fray here. And it is just pure chaos, except for JN up at the top there that are just having a great day. You know, they're just hearing that classical music go through. The birds are singing. Everybody's good to go. And,
I mean, the birds are singing. You actually are right, because they are on Rondo. That is true.
That is true.
And I never shoot the birds in Rondo just because it's funny. No, I never do that. I respect nature in Rondo.
I'm always yelling at him, chat. Don't worry.
Yeah, I should hear like, no!
No, don't shoot the birds. Stop it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quieted down a lot, actually.
It was like, okay, awesome.
Okay, yeah, well, birds. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, now everybody's moving on in here, and it's gotten very quiet very quickly. Like, it's 3.5 minutes in, and everybody went, okay, we've had enough of that. Everybody took one elimination, and they're like, okay, we're happy, we can just chill out here. Probably the action's going to come up again with the new zone if we have to move. We already do have to move by 400 meters, so these teams do have to get out of dodge pretty soon, but now the zone's going to start moving in, and that is going to cause a whole lot of problems for these teams eventually. A lot of stuff happening in the Elam feed as well. Things are just going all over the place, going kind of crazy. Here we go. Rich Esports going to be grabbing that recall, so his teammate will be back. And I actually saw a lot of solos over on this side of the map, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any clashes coming in from them.
The reason why I said is because you have guards in that location, so like, don't go in, but he's just going for the recall. I think he's going to move away after. Actually, they could loot up the entire area. I believe it is in circles, so they could just take it slow if they want, and be good to go moving forward. Upgrade. Still got their 4 players. Fear did get 1 elimination. But players just moving around, and there's very little movement right now, so it's making it very hard to actually locate where your enemies are. Though that's going to be 1 nade getting cooked up. Be around the money. I believe it got a bit of damage done, but nothing really significant. They're just changing weapons, it seems. That's going to be Havoc OP. Looking to go for the jump shot with the S12K. Beautiful engagement. Peeks over the railing. And now looking to get maybe the 1v2 for himself. Really using this elevation to its full potential. As now you can hear the footsteps. You do have a recall tower over here. But is he going to be able to make it in time to recall his teammate? That one I am not too sure about.
Interesting we're seeing this, this kind of exodus away from Yulin so quickly, right? What was many teams here is now just dwindled down to a couple of teams. In fact, like a 1v2 going on here. But you are seeing those teams start to dwindle as they're trying to push out. Equinox taking up a few of those eliminations as well. And so that's going to be them starting to clash on the outside, giving Extreme Slayers time to get rid of Upgrade Fear. Down he goes. And that's actually going to be Legend here with 4 eliminations. He's gone and basically squad wiped.
Pretty much, right? He's been able to clear all. I mean, he's the only player now left in the main city portion of Yulin. You still have a few teams and players fighting to the southern-western side of Yulin, but he's the only player actually inside of the city. And the thing is, right, he's very split from his teammates. They did go, I believe, for full recall outside of him, so he's going to be able to hopefully regroup with his teammate. Or sometimes, you do see some people do Niptra, they eliminate themselves so they can be recalled to their teammates. So if you don't want to give a free point to anyone, that has happened in big tournaments like PMSLs and stuff. I believe even in PMGCs, I've seen it very rarely, but it does happen occasionally.
It does happen.
So that could be a strat if they want to go for it. So, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do on Rondo if you use all of the mechanics to its full potential.
Yeah, we even saw it last weekend. Some teams were doing that, particularly solos who were out in the elements. So what a shot! Ooh is right, because that's all we're saying when he comes on screen. Those shots are epic, and Shelby's going to be taking out CJ. Unfortunate for CJ, because they went out first in the last game, right? They went up against somebody in a hot drop. Was it YKG? It might have been. So it's looking like it's a struggle. Rondo's a bit of a struggle bus for them at the moment. It's a little rough. They're not really able to keep all their players alive. Equinox, on the other hand, 3 eliminations already on the board, so they are wasting 0 time in making sure they get as many points as possible.
So I'm thinking, right, we got to try and do something with 00 or 00, I don't know, so depending on the capitalization, could be anything. We have this player in European tournaments, the content creator tournaments, it's called Vale, but if he's popping off, we call him Vale. So I think ooh or oh, we kind of have to change the way we pronounce it based on how good or bad a play is. So like if he does a really bad play, it's like oh. If he does a really good play, it's like oh. You know, like
I like that.
I think we need to do it because come on. You just got 2 vowels in your name. What do you want us to do with that? We can't pronounce it.
Yeah, literally.
So I'm going to have a bit of fun with it. And if you have an issue with that, reach out on Instagram. We'll fix it. But otherwise,
but for
I'm
now,
going to meme around a little bit. For now,
focus on the game.
We decide what we're doing with that name.
Ew, Max, no.
You saw the car? Yeah.
The car.
Yes.
Sorry, I just have a visceral reaction every time I see that thing. It's horrific and I want it.
What's funny is a few weeks ago I was doing Pmnc Eastern Europe with Jackie, and I showed him that car skin for the first time on the show, and he was like, "That is disgusting." I kind of like, but I kind of want it. But
yeah, I also want it, but I can't look at it. But I want it, but I can't look at it.
Thing is, if you're driving it, you're seeing it from behind technically, so that's even worse. That's the worst. You don't want to see it. But yeah, maybe it just scares away the enemies. They see it, they just run away. Like I don't want to fight whoever's driving that car. And I would respect that decision. That is a good eye-chilling decision to make, running away from the Attack on Titan's car skin, the Kart Titan. But imagine they make an upgradable version.
Clearly, whoever's driving that is a psychopath, right?
Yeah, he's
they're
crazy.
They're gonna be crazy in game. So
Nyx is going to go for the recall on his teammates. Very nice to do indeed. Let's go to YKG, the Young Kings. We're looking to also get some more presence in this game. The Iron Circle not going to have to move whatsoever. Phase 2 is about to close around these players, so they've got to start to get in position if they are not yet in the zone. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a typical Rondo game, right? We're not near water whatsoever. We should be pretty much back to typical Rondo madness. As, yeah, it's going to be southern side of Neox. And again, no one in Neox. Actually, this would not be a bad time to go Neox because you have a bit of extra elevation on those southern buildings, which you could scout very easily on this very flat, open terrain south of it. So Neox is not a bad position, but I think a lot of teams, by default here, Niptro, would be a bit skeptical to go there because there's always a team in Neox. So you're just going to expect a team, so you're just not going to risk it. But if no one's there and a team scouts it and sees that indeed it is free, it could be really a valuable position to take control of at this point of the game.
Another position that I'm really looking at is actually test track. There's nobody really up on that side, and it's on the edge of zone, so nobody is really realistically going to be coming up behind you. At least you'd be able to see them if they do, right? That could be a really good springboard to either control Neox a little bit, because there is a team there, or just to give yourself a springboard into the next phase. So I'm really hoping somebody goes onto test track, not the city, actual test track, because that's the way you're gonna be able to get a little bit of that elevation and maybe some scouting information as well.
Yeah, some good old cheeky scouting. Let's see how much intel they can get. The trio team if for zombie. Ooh, that's a good spray from 24K. You know what? Still, I've not seen much presence from our boy Kindness on Upgrade, so I'm waiting when we're going to see him in the elimination feed. It will happen eventually. Don't worry. Trust the process when it comes to this guy. Fragger, though, able to find himself Legend. That was the guy that dominated Yulin earlier, right? And he's going to be put to rest. Well, hopefully not for too long. It's still going to be Phase 2 going into Phase 3, so the recall towers are still active. So I think that we will see him later on in this match. But so far, it seems like most compounds have been taken up, so no big fights, as Equinox actually going to be losing Jimmy, one of the late bloomers of that previous game on Rondo, and he's out of the equation. Again, recall towers are still available, maybe not game over for him just yet, but you don't want to get eliminated, because the thing is, the later on you get into the game, sure, the recall towers are still active, right? But they might be occupied by your team, so you don't want to take that risk of getting eliminated, because it might just be game over if none of those recall towers are free for you to take control of.
Wait, where are we here? Because Shadow is down. No, I mean in zone. Where are we on the map? Where are we? Is this Miramar? No, I don't think so. Let me double check this. No, in zone. I mean, where are we in zone? Because we do have to move.
Northeast.
We are east. Okay, because this is oddly quiet compared to everybody else, and for good reason, because we're going down to the hills of South Neox. I love this position, honestly. Max, I love this because this is exactly the type of terrain that I love to play myself, these open hillsides. It's so much fun, and so I'm very excited to see how these teams are actually going to navigate this, because I don't feel like it's really a zone we've seen in esports that much.
But there's one question I'm sure is on the tip of the tongue of all of these teams and players.
Where are we?
Where are... Who are you?
Wait a minute.
It's the Kazoo kid. Oh, we've got a Kazoo circle coming up right now. It's going to be the side of... Oh, actually, they're pushing up. Nice elimination, connecting with the org. ASMR audio with that skin, by the way. A man of absolute culture having that skin.
Yeah. Yep.
As more damage will be coming out. He's got a 6x scope too. Really, really strong. We're still in update 4.3, right? 4.4 update. Maybe you'll see a little bit less of these because ARs are going to get slightly nerfed. at that mid to long range situation, damage drop-off is going to be significant. But Regenerate Gaming, Cloudy looking to zone them off. He's scoped onto their location with a 3x scope. Decent damage actually coming through, but not going to connect a knock just yet. As now we're over to good old Neox. We will have one hot drop happening here, at least Niptra, throughout this game. The Equinox is going to be Meng, the nade master of game 1, though here getting fully cornered outside of this warehouse. But he's got his teammates that have his back in a distance, so Meng, if he gets fully pushed up, they could actually kind of reverse the situation in their favor. They need to be very cautious of how they approach this fight.
Exotic being a little bit too close to those flames for my liking, but Meng is actually going to get third-partied here by Rain, and down he goes. The top fragger of the team goes down first here. That's really, really important, because you see now Equinox just down to a duo without really, I think that's, stage 3. Do we still have a recall? I'm not sure if we do or not.
We still have recall now. You still have recall.
Okay, you still have recall.
It's not going to be active for much longer, but you still recall at this point.
So the recall is right there, so he's going to try and get that smoke going. Okay.
Nice. Okay,
but Rain,
the thing
surely.
Is, one nade and game over. But the thing is, they're not really looking that direction, so... And they should be in nade or Molotov range. But your main focus should be to just gatekeep Equinox. If you are Rain Esports, to just make sure you hold this position. Even if they get the recall, I don't think it's much of an issue, because you should have looted up all of these positions. So whoever they do recall should not get fully looted up. But the blue zone starting to do some heavy damage on all of Equinox. Jimmy might be the next to fall. Actually, he's going to go for the recall on his teammate that literally just died. So Shelby kind of saving the day, possibly.
Yeah, and the nades are still going through. Jimmy does go down, so I think he's got to stay at that recall a little extra longer, but surely they know where he is. Surely they know that's the next move, and now the blue zone's ticking. They don't have time. They do not have time to recall. At least it looks like Meng, you know, because he's going to be jumping out of the plane, right, he is going to be landing a little bit inside zone. He can choose where to go. So he's still going to drop Neox, because that's where the plane puts you, but he can actually, you know, use that to his advantage and get another position on the other side of Rain here. He chooses not really to do that. You can see that. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Why is Y2K here? Y2K? YKG? Why are you here?
They're just seeing dollar signs after this fight. They're like, oh, this could be an easy third party. Eliminating Rain and Equinox. 2 birds, 1 stone situation could be happening for them, but they're not going to get too involved, which I like. They're just scouting, seeing if there's a free opportunity, but they're not going to take the risk. They don't want to lose players for literally no reason, just for a few eliminations. It's not what the point of the game when you still have 13 teams alive. So many meds are going to be used up right now. That's the main issue. You're going to use up so many of your resources just to outlive Equinox. And Shelby now, sole survivor, trying to push up with his utility. Actually going to be losing one of their members. You could do some work here. So nade comes out. Wolf will go for the first aid. Can Equinox pull the clutch of the day? It's not going to be an easy one, but they are spread apart quite nicely, Niptro. There's an opportunity for him to take multiple 1v1s. He's going to push up next to this metallic door with the swap K, and we swap away, and he does get Demon. That's going to be a nice elimination to get Shelby popping off here as he looks to exit outside of Neox Factory.
And just like that, the entirety of Rain are gone.
Oh,
the teeth! No, please. But Rain down to a duo, but somehow just they've decided to leave. Finally, might I add, this fight just went on way too long. Nobody really won out of this at all, but it is what it is. We're gonna be moving on forward now as we look towards Sun in the Elam feed. Remember the winners of last game? They're gonna be taking some casualties in that Elam feed, but for now, just looking at kind of the trio we've got here is these, okay, hang on. These cover flares are coming in. Is it too early to be using your cover flares, Max? I kind of feel like it is.
No, I think it's fine. Reason why you're in the open at this stage, do you prefer using your cover flares or dying? I know what I'm picking. You know, it's not a great position to hold on to, so might as well create a bit of cover, and I'm sure they maybe have just more than just a singular cover flare. So yeah, I think that you should use the cover flares when it makes sense, not based on if you're in the late game or not. Of course, late game might be even more impactful, but in this case, they're just trying to survive. They do lose a player for Strangers BD, down to only Coffin. That was an early casualty early in this match, but he was brought back nicely enough. Circle shifting heavily to the southern eastern edge. Going to favor the side of Vatic, Rich, Sun. Also could be looking for back-to-back possible chicken dinner, right? Last game, it was thanks to Russell as a solo. Now they got the full squad, right? We saw what a solo could do. How many good games can you have if you have a full squad of Sun popping off here on Rondo, Niptra? We'll have to see.
Right? I'm also looking, though, at Region 8. Did you see the 2-2 split they have? Okay, they're grouping up now, which takes my point away entirely. But they had a really big 2-2 split on the south and the north western side there. So that was really good information scouting. They are going to be still doing some scouting and just passing by that solo there. They don't realize he's in there. Could bite them later on in the game, but for now they're going to be just fine as they're just moving around trying to figure out where they can go. ARZ is going to be the next to fall, though. That's Sun picking up more eliminations. You're absolutely right, Max. We could definitely be seeing another win coming in from them.
Yeah, definitely a big opportunity, because the thing is, they have a strong compound. You can say that about literally no one else in this game. Otherwise, you're just like building a house. I don't know what he was doing over there, but yeah, that's Control trying to build a house with those cover flares. Not going to be able to do enough, but that's going to actually create somewhat of a decent transition point. Vatic doing a very similar playstyle here. Cover flares, dropping on down, creating a decent defensive position. Thing is, it's good now. If you have to move away, you used up most of your cover flares. This is a situation that Niptra is like, you want to keep them for the late game, but sometimes you have to use them just to survive. Actually, where they used they used way too many for this position. I think that's 3 to 4 cover flares. Maybe 1 or 2 would have been enough. I think they maybe went a bit too far with that utility usage.
Oh, YKG being absolutely saved by the third party there as Exotic goes down to 1 HP. But he still doesn't mind. He's 1 HP, he's still going to take out Valak. So that's them down to a solo 24k, the last one standing. Taking more of a slow approach to these games than I thought they would initially, right? I thought we were going to be seeing them out-frag everybody else for, you know, at least the first day or something like that, but maybe we'll see them come back a little bit later on. They'll just, you know, keep on tickety-booing, doing as much as they need to stay ahead. But yeah, I'm surprised they're being as quiet as we've seen them be in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for that breaking point of this match where everyone's going to start to go for these big fights to try and claim real estate in the circle, and then they're going to try and maybe capitalize off the back of that. Though Demon, that's a good angle with a nade.
Wow.
He gets the knock, maybe almost a double. I think he gets a little bit of help from another team in a distance, and that is going to be a nice confirm coming away of Sun. Up to 8 eliminations, Niptra looking to go the entire way for the double-digit elimination game, and if they can get the win off the back of that, you talked about creating a lead in game 1. I was like, oh, come on, we're only in the first game or 2. We could literally see that happening after 2 games alone of Rondo. That is how dominant Sun Esports have been so far today.
Zombie Boys as well, though. A back-to-back high placement for them, right? Still not really any eliminations to speak of, but we saw them in the top 3, top 4 in the last game, and they're looking like they might just do it again. And move into circle.
Decent spray. Jelly with the Org 6x scope. Getting some work done. The thing is, you got to find a knock and you got to capitalize on it. You need to push up, but the Sun won't let it happen for free. Again, they're just negating these transitions so well. Look at the spread they have, dude. They're so controlling this circle. How do you want to escape the Rondo Mafia of Sun? You can't. They have absolute control on this lobby, Niptra, and they're going to be the main menace to eliminate if you want to have a chance to go for the win, which right now seems really hard to snatch away from their grasp.
Yeah, they just got such great control. I mean, I suppose that's what happens. Nice spray. I suppose that's what happens when you have some of the only compounds in the zone, right? Everybody else is out on this open hillside territory, and that's just going to mean a lot more of those really. Let me get a sentence out, guys, please. You just have a lot more control because you have that extra cover that a lot of these teams don't have. You see, oh, what a strong line. You're so right. Look at that 1-3 split coming through here. I love this positioning. It means they have an angle on every aspect of the zone. This is fantastic control coming in from Sun. Love to see this. Definitely now a team on my radar. 10 eliminations so far, and Spence hasn't even done anything. They still have 10 eliminations.
Yeah, the thing is they know how to leverage this position to its full potential because it's a flat position, it's a flat terrain finish, and this is the only position that's got somewhat some cover all around the compound, and they just all positioned in those points of interest and just zoning teams away really efficiently. So that requires good communications, good trust in your teammates, and also good individual skill to not get knocked, because one player gets knocked and you just open up the floodgates. Any team can crash on your location and tear down that position. So far, it's been going flawlessly well. This has been an absolutely banger performance from them. I would say an S-tier game even from Sun. This is a perfect game on Rondo from this squad. I don't think I saw a single player get knocked outside of maybe the early game hot drop, which is somewhat expected to happen, right? But yeah, Sun looking like an absolute menace, Niptro, so far. And I think that there's a very high likelihood they're taking home this win, unless we see some crazy push-up from Rich or Vatic in the next minute or so.
I mean, I could definitely see Vatic waiting until Sun and Rich have to fight each other and then taking advantage of that. They certainly have the position to do so. This 2-2 split makes it look like they are preparing for a scenario that's similar. The cover flares coming on in as well. They're really trying to make sure that they have as much cover as possible. It's really going to be down to where this circle goes next, though, Max, because 20 seconds left. They're on the very edge, and honestly, Sun and Rich have a much better position in terms of where they are in the circle.
I do like what Vatic are doing going to the west. I think they're somewhat trying to force a fight between Rich and Sun. That is the situation, because of course in these scenarios, when it's a proper 4v4v4, you want to try and be the team to fight last. If you do so, you have a big opportunity to third party teams that are weakened or wounded significantly based on how that fight devolved. So I think Vatic are playing it very smart. Unfortunately, the circle had a different plan in mind, and it's going to be forcing them down that slight ridge into the very openness of this circle, which is not going to be fun because 2 full squads are going to be looking your way. Now it's all about timing. Will they fight each other before we make it in the zone? That is going to be the question we'll answer very, very soon. As Casper with the orb, trying to get some decent damage onto Rich. But no knock so far. It's still a proper 4v4v4 as he puts down the gas can. Really good strat to make another dip and move even deeper in this zone.
I'm watching. I'm just watching. I'm quiet and I'm watching because what is the next plan here? I think both... It's interesting because look at where both Sun and Rich are looking. They're both looking towards Vatic. They know what their plan is, and they're like, absolutely not. You are not going to ruin this game for us. We know you're on the outside of zone there. You have to move in, and we're both going to look at you. So is this a little bit of a let's get rid of these guys before we have to fight each other sort of situation? Or are they going to be distracted by each other and be a little bit more opportunistic?
I love Vatic's position. There's just like little holes all along the terrain of Rondo here, just moving up. They got so many nades, and genuinely, it's not a bad strat, right? I'm sure they wish they had a pickaxe so they can make these deeper holes to survive into. But right now, they're almost in zone. Literally a few more nades, and you'll be there. But the thing is, it's pushing them downhill, which is going to make them very visible. But he's got an angle. Klaus strikes with the org, and that's going to be Russell now back into a position where he's to get rezzed by his teammate, meaning 2 players can't fight back. And Vatic could be using that opportunity to kind of engage some of these solos that are going to be spread, maybe even get himself some decent damage. That's going to be a good nade into a cover flare. That's a really strong setup. It's a slow process in Iptra. It's working. Vatic are surviving, and they made it up into circle number 7. This is huge.
Oh, no! The cover flare didn't come down in time. Oh, no, it did. It just got onto his... Oh, it knocked him down. Straight onto the noggin for that one, and that has just gone and ruined Vatic's plan here. Down to a duo they go. The zone is not in their favor. It was a really good run, a really good idea from them, but one little mess up and the zone not favoring you, and it is game over. Blaze down to 1 HP. Demon knowing exactly where he is, able to just make sure nothing happens. But Russell, on the other hand, they have to be careful. Sun can't do too much here. They can't overextend. Not now. Rich have too much control over their side of zone. They're still a full squad. They're still healthy. Both of these teams have to tread very lightly because Rich are going to be super opportunistic here.
Look at Casper. He's got 7 nades and also an M79, so he can smoke his way up into those dips. So he might be able to survive up to top 2. Possibly alongside Blaze. So they're going to be able to actually third party because Rich and Sun are now in nade range. And that's when really the big fights tend to break out right now. They're going to be looking to go for the straight up clash. Spence is going to be the first to fall. Big trades, game of tennis with that utility between these 2 squads. But Blaze is going to be now your sole survivor, Vatic. The nades are coming his way, but yes, Sun, you have to put your focus onto Rich because they're going full assault mode. They're going to be looking to engage around this ridge in these dips made by the nades and swarming all of the players of Sun. He's got himself the FAMAS in hand, but it's just not enough. As Rich gets that elimination, Sun just falling like flies. Nothing is going their way. Demon is there, surviving with his last piece of utility. Maybe to redeem it, someone, he gets the nade knock onto Slay. It's a 1v1, no 1v1. The final player, Vatic, got eliminated here. Who can take it home here, Nitro? Is it going to be Sun or Rich to claim the second chicken dinner of the evening?
It's all down to these nades. Both of these teams have been so spot on, and Demon now, the solo that won the last game, it's all down to him. Again, this nade over the top, a little too short. If he can just get a little extra height over it, that is going to be exactly what he needs to do. No, it's the nade! Down to what HP he goes. That's going to be confirming one of those elims as well. But now that's just pushed him back, and I think that is really solidified that it is going to have to be a 1v1 with those nades. Demon, he's unaware that there's a res going on as well, this 1v2. This might just lose in the game, but is it really? These nades are moving forward. They seem so bent on using their utility. I don't know.
We're not going for the res here. We should be going for the res. I'm surprised Demon is letting them go for those reses for free. Of course, he had that final nade earlier, but I think he's giving them too much space to work with. And now he's going for the full res. Yeah, he's going for the full res. He's going to be fully stacked up, hopefully getting back to 100% HP, which could make a difference. But yeah, Jat24K is fully up and ready to go. The 1v2 scenario is coming up. We saw Demon, actually Russell do it earlier, right, for Sun in that chicken dinner on the bridge finish. He has to do it this time. It's going to be Demon. He's got 8 eliminations. Could be looking for 10 elims solo. But that nade could be huge, Niptura. It goes far and wide. Doesn't do anything here to this duo.
Does tickle a little bit of that damage, but it's not enough, like you said, and he's only got 2 Molotovs left. He's going to try and find anything he can, and there's just nothing left. But down, he's going to go around. This is going to be really interesting. Molotov coming up over the top there, just going to stop them from doing anything. Those are the last 2 utilities he has. He's going down to the shotgun. Here we go. He sees it, but 1 HP. Down he goes. He didn't stand a chance. This is going to be Rich Esports through and through, winning the second rondo of day 1.
What a game. I still feel like it could have been a Sun win if they didn't give them too much space and time to go for the res and the full reset and use that ridge to its full potential, but it was just not meant to be. Rich Esports, as you said, Niptura, taking home the second rondo of the evening. What a game. And not an easy match too, right? Vatic, you had Sun, you had Rich trying to somewhat delay the fight to be the one to third party. And actually, Rich is the one of the teams that started fighting first, right, with their utility, and yet they do prevail at the end thanks to that 1v2 scenario in their favor. And that terrain at the end, though, Niptra, I do have to say quickly as a little asterisk, it looked like straight up Swiss cheese. There were so many holes made by those nades, the C4s, also the exploded gas cans. A lot of good hiding spots, which actually did make this game way longer than you would initially expect it to be, and that's because of how Rondo works with that terraforming aspect.
It really, really shaped how that game ended up going. Literally, yeah. Quite literally, yeah. But I think actually that's the first time, maybe the second time, I've seen so far, last weekend included, that we've had 3 teams as full squads in the final zone. It's usually been like 1 full squad and then a couple of duos or something like that. But to have 12 players all vying for the same space in zone like 7 is really, really big. And I loved seeing the strategies that were coming through here. Rich able to just win that 1v2. Like I said, or like we said rather, I do think Sun Demon, he just left it way too long, and he should have pounced when he had the chance, especially after that that nade that did finish that other player, right? So he knew there's quite a bit of damage taken. But it is going to be Rich coming through, a really good push on their end and able to clutch it on out, and that's going to be, what, 5, 9, 10 eliminations total. That is a huge one. Match day, okay, so Sun still go home with 22 points off of this match alone, but Rich coming home with 20 as well. I mean, not far behind.
A pretty decent rondo, you could say. I would say when it comes to rondo for chicken dinner, you want to at least get 10 eliminations right. That's going to be good. So Rich gonna take it to the bank. And so will Sun, right? Getting 22 points on that match. Despite not being your chicken dinner squad here, getting second place, they still are number one in terms of overall points because they were so damn frag oriented. And I'm gonna repeat my point, even though Sun did not win that game, Niptra, I think that was a perfect execution of that very specific location on Rondo, which is very flat terrain. You got those ridges all around your compound. You go for the spread. You don't over peak, but you make sure you make it known that that position is yours and you're zoning teams away. That was executed at like 10 out of 10, in my opinion. That was such a good strategy and well executed by Sun Esports, and I hope we can see that going into the other battlegrounds of Miramar and Erangel.
Absolutely. I really loved watching exactly how they played that. Vatic as well. Really, really good positioning, really good strategy coming in from them as well. The zone just wasn't on their side, and that's what we were talking about right at the beginning of the show, where it's like that unpredictability where you can have the best strategy in the world, but the minute the zone decides to not like you in one game, it is over. And I think that's exactly what happened to Vatic there. As we go over to the second half of the match standings, Team Control struggling in these last two games. Maybe just Rondo isn't their game, which, you know, that's perfectly fine. We've seen many teams not have Miramar as their game, as their map of choice. But for Team Control, I think that's 0 for 0 so far.
Well, actually, I'm going to say that's actually really bad, because Rondo is the map where you can potentially get the most amount of eliminations, and especially for this PMNC format, you have two of them, and you have two Miramars, and you have two Erangels, so you really want to be good on Rondo. You can't afford to suck. So yeah, because top 5 is going to be quite hard if you don't get the points on the battleground that is Rondo, because you do have that inflated potential elimination point coming your way. So yeah, they got to try and step up a little bit more. All the teams that had a bad first two games, we still have 4 Rondos total coming up throughout tomorrow and also on Sunday, and Demon will be your game MVP, which... Are we surprised, Niptura? Not really. No. Meaning 2 games in a row, we have some really strong players of Sun. We had Russell in game 1, securing that solo chicken dinner. And now Demon putting up an absolute showdown on this second match.
They are indeed. I was thinking about, just going back to the map rotations we were just talking about, right? It's really interesting because Rondo coming in, especially with a format like this where we have 2 Rondos, it's like Miramar is now the new Sandhawk. Right? Miramar is now the map that becomes third in the 3 maps. You've got Erangel, then you've got Rondo, and then it's Miramar. Miramar is really taken a step back in importance of how many games you want to be good on, what maps you really want to focus your attention on. Because Sandhawk was always that one game where it was like, okay, you have the one map, but then the focus is on Miramar and Erangel. And I think now we're starting to see that shift just because of how many points you can get on Rondo.
I mean, Miramar is the IGL's map, right? It's just, you're just flexing that, every dip, nook, and cranny on that battleground. That is how it works. But yeah, it really is a big shift of the meta that Rondo is just taking a big focal point for a lot of these squads. And IGLs in particular, they're kind of setting the pace of what they want to do. And the hot drop, sure, we didn't see it really come to fruition right today, Niptra, in these 2 matches. But I do think as we step into day 2 and day 3, maybe we'll see more of those big early game fights happening. Just like we saw today, actually, in Yulin in that second game, right? That was a bit action-packed over there. So exciting anyways. But now going into Miramar, Niptura, we're going to start things slowing down a little bit, and I think that now we're going to start to see some teams starting to show their consistency and become an absolute threat for these games. With that said, guys, if you want to see some good Miramar madness, stick around. We'll be back very soon with the Dusty Dunes. Sun and Rich have been having a banger day one so far for PMNC USA Spring 2026. And we'll see if they can keep it going in our next 4 maps. 2 Erangels and now 2 Miramars coming up. That's what it's going to be on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Niptura, we're back once again. And Miramar, again, the IGL Flex map is coming right up. Well, let's see who's going to be taking the win on that map, right? Because I don't know what to talk about after that one because I'm so focused on Rondo. I want to keep talking about it.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Miramar. So what do you think about Miramar? Very cool, right? Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Love that map. I mean, that's always been my favorite map. As we go over to the leaderboards, let's talk about the leaderboards, Max. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a gap coming through here, right? A back-to-back top 3 position coming in from Sun Esports. So there's a tiny bit of a gap coming through here, but Team Equinox still able to hold on to 2nd place. Rich bouncing up the leaderboards there into 3rd. I'm really liking what we're seeing. It's really shaping up to be a really exciting 3 days.
It really is. It's going to be very intense, right? And as we said, we want to be top 5 at the end of things, right? If we stop right now, which we're not because we're 2 games in, okay? So let's calm down. You want to be in upgrades position or above. So you would have Upgrade, Golden Eagles, Rich Esports, Team Equinox, and Sun Esports. So that is going to be your focal point for the entirety of these 18 matches for these PMNC USA finals. Looking at the bottom of the rankings, though, we'd have a few names, Niptro, that we would like to see maybe step up a little bit. I'm looking especially at 2 teams in particular on the second half of the leaderboards, which is going to be YKG and Strangers BD. Big names here in the NA scene. Slow start on Rondo is not the best setup, but hopefully they can step up on the next 4 battlegrounds.
But it's not even slow start on Rondo. It's slow start on 2 Rondos. Do you
Even
know
worse.
how hard it is to get 12 points on 2 Rondos? The map where you can get 30 points a game, you know? You're picking up what I'm putting down. Vatic as well. I mean, they're in top 6, but 15 points over 2 Rondos to me also is like a really low score. Yes, if you had 2 Miramars or 2 Erangels, that's fine. But for a Rondo, we expect so much more just because of that recall system and the way the map works. It's very, very easy to get a lot of points. And so for me to see that few from 2 top fragger teams is a bit odd for me.
Yeah, I don't want us to be too harsh and critical about some of these squads, right? Because 12 points over the course of 2 games is not a terrible average, but because it is Rondo, already that's a bad enough statement to make in those games in terms of points. But also, you have teams like Rich and Sun already are making a statement that, okay, Rondo, we're going to perform, we're going to bring so many points on board. So it does not bode well for what's to come, especially if it keeps going in day 2 and day 3 of the finals. But here we go. First Miramar of the evening is coming right up. It's going to go from Ruins all over to the Eastern Islands, also known as D plus Kia Island, back from PMGC 2024. And let's see how things go down. Though, no hot drop to be expected, Niptra, as the recall towers are not on Miramar. Keep it in mind. You might forget, but it is exactly how it goes here on Miramar.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a Picado hot drop potentially. I mean, we've seen it from time to time.
No,
surely not.
No.
Sure. Oh wait, Max. Everybody's getting out. Everybody's getting out.
Oh, that's a bit weird. I mean,
oh no.
No, yeah, it's fine. Chill. You got Hacienda, you got San Martin, you got Graveyard, you got Power Grid, you got Picard. You got a lot of locations there, so I think they're just going to spread apart. Maybe I take it back. I'm actually seeing a lot of teams going towards Picard. If I'm not mistaken, 3 teams going to Picard right now. It is big enough to host 2 teams. So you can have a northern squad going into the arena side and then teams taking apartments down south. But I do believe Rich are going to stretch here a bit further to the western side, which is the trash loot locations of Picado. So I think we'll be A-okay, which I'm not sure I can say about Equinox and Erangel that are stretching it towards Cruz del Valle. And that could be a very unfortunate hot drop being split too, which is really not what you want early on in Miramar.
It isn't at all. I can hear the boss music starting to play when they see all those parachutes coming on through there, right? You're just going, oh no. We're in Cruz del Valle. No one comes here. Why have we got somebody here already? But it is what it is, and it looks like they're going to avoid a little bit. We do have a hot drop in our favorite place, the red buildings of Picado. Don't we just love this position, Max? Don't we think that hot drops here are just the most worthwhile endeavor on a Miramar?
I mean, we saw just a few days ago, actually, in Pmnc, I think it was SA or something. We did see, no, actually it was in a Ruthless tournament, sorry. We saw T24OP from 4 Thrives get a 1v3 in this location. So it is a clutch-oriented location because of the staircases, the windows, and the doors, everything that's available in these apartment complexes. But that's like in the best case scenario. That was a piece of util thrown by his teammate, right? I don't know. He's just chucked that util on its head. But yeah, so you can see some clutches here. But except for good entertainment value, yeah, I would agree, Niptro. It's not great. I wouldn't recommend it even to my worst enemy. But it seems like right now they have a different idea in mind, as they will be swarming this. This is going to be the eastern apartment complex. But they're pushing up one by one, which is not the way to push up these buildings. And Shadow left now in a 1v2, unless he slows down and go for the reset, which he will be doing just that. But will they allow that to happen for free?
That is the question as we're looking on board with Shadow. I mean, they're holding their own. I just hope that they wrap this up quickly, right? I need them to figure this out and move on. Too many times when we have a fight here, we see them drag it out forever and ever and ever. And it just goes on way too long into the blue zone, no one wins. So either wrap it up or relocate quickly, I think is really what this team needs to do. However, that is going to be really hard for JN, right? For them to do that because Rain really do seem like they've got this team surrounded.
They are a little bit, yeah. At least they're in circle.
Sides.
Yeah, they are in circle, so there's not like an extra time factor added to this this hot drop. But I still don't like it. Yeah, or be careful. He's going to try and make it in the door. Big pre-fire. Does get one bullet to hit, I believe, on his leg there. It's going to force him to go for slight heal up with the meds. But you can see that Rain are very clearly attempting to retreat. They're trying to leave through the eastern side. You do have some car spawns over there. If you're unlucky, you might not have a car spawn, which that would suck. They would just be locked in place. If they do have a car spawn, luckily, they should be able to make it out just fine. But we do see some eliminations happening on the left side of the screen, right? And Extreme Slayers are already eliminated. So that's going to be one squad out for this game. RIP. I don't know why I said rip. I just felt like adding rip. I was just like, yeah, so, yeah, sucks.
Yeah, you know what? Rip sounds appropriate here. That is a big rip indeed, especially when you only got 7 points on the board, right? You're really wanting to get to the halfway point in this game, in this day, with a few more points than that. But it is what it is. They've got another Miramar to figure that one out at a later date. And so far, oh, there we go. Exotic gonna go on down. Fragger able to clutch that one up. Oh, and he jumps out the window. Wait a second here. Somehow survives that, but I think I understand what they're trying to do, right? They go for the immediate push. They know there's only two. Here we go, over the tops of the cars. They're going to try and do something here to interrupt this knock, the revive, but it's not going to happen. Shadow down to 1 HP. Here we go, over the top and down they go. Jay Nepal able to grab 4 eliminations and a little bit of that toxic box shooting to boot.
I don't know what was happening, but Fragger was increasing my heart rate significantly. I was like, there's no way there's a player looking your way and you're actively jumping out of the window, which you're super vulnerable during that leap animation. So he did get damaged a little bit, but he got lucky he didn't get knocked instantly after that, because then he could have just turned the entirety of this fight on its head. So Fragger, we know you're good. No need to flex. you can take things slow and wait for your teammates to go for the full-on push, which he did end up doing later as he got to that car wreck. So still a good win. And that's going to be them. Jay Nepal getting 4 eliminations, only losing 1 player, which I would say is a decent trade-off. Losing 1 player usually for 4 elims, I don't hate it that much. Losing 2 players for 4 elims, then it really isn't worth it. So good for them, keeping most of their team alive.
Yeah, and they were actually able to, keep this pretty quick as well. They were able to wrap it up, and now they have Picada. They can loot in peace. They can get ready for the next phase of the game, because like we said earlier, right, they're still in the zone. They don't have to move anywhere. They got time. They got lots of time. Zone is kind of centered up on them. Upgrade is in the same boat. They've got a great split right the way across both San Martin and Hacienda. I think they've regrouped a little bit now, but initially that was their split, and that's looking really, really good for them. They're going to have so much loot, they're not going to know what to do with themselves. That should, hopefully, if they can back up all that loot with some strategy, they're going to be in for a really good game here.
Yeah, hopefully. Being able to munch on that loot right now would be the best way to go about it. Though, you know what? we're going to do a quick Q&A session right now, Nitro.
Ooh.
And usually I don't do this, but someone in chat called Nothing New, I'm not sure, but talked about, asked me the question, is the mortar added to esports? And the answer right now is no, it is not. But I want to have your thoughts. Would you like the mortar to come to esports?
I'm 50-50 on this. Because, yes, it would be really cool. And I think it would add to PUBG Mobile strategy really well. I think it would really fit in with what we've got going on currently, right?
Yes.
At the same time, no, because I think it would kill, at the same time, the strategy that we have, because teams then are going to be focusing on way too much with the mortar included. It makes it so unpredictable. You can be anywhere, you can have the best position and just get mortared on immediately, right? Even if you're, pretty far away, you can get mortared like 300 meters away or 200
450 meters away.
450? Okay, even worse. I mean, that's basically out of range.
I'll have to recheck, yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I'm like, okay, it could be really cool, but at the same time, I think it would make teams way too wary of each other and kind of kill what we've got going.
Everyone's going to just become, that William Dafoe gif when he's looking up like, oh.
Yes,
oh.
Exactly.
Everyone's going to be like that. If you don't have a roof over your head, you're like, okay, well, guess I'm dead.
Yep.
So your point is, yes, because it would be cool, but no, too good, which I would agree. I think that, especially the precise aim mode, I forgot the exact name, but there's like a very precise aiming mode, which you can hit insanely accurate shots with a mortar. I'm talking, you can hit a tree or a rock perfectly, like 100% of the time. And you put it in the hands of really good utility players like, let's talk about NA players, right? Coops is usually really good with that utility. That guy could pop off with a mortar, right? You give it to a Doc, you give it to Phallic, you give it to all those good utility players, and man, oh man, they're going to have a great time. Even Sook over in PL, right? We don't talk about him too much in his region, I'm sure, but he would have a field day with a mortar. So if we nerf it a bit, I would like it in its current state. No, thank you. Now moving on to the fight, Nipcho. It's going to be Team Control that is not having too much control in this game, as they are, as we said earlier, right, bottom of the leaderboards with 0 points. They got mortared in the rankings, literally. Oh my god.
Yeah, and they're getting mortared right now because it's Rich, who are nearly at the top of the leaderboard, going all the way down to the bottom and going, actually, you're up next. You're going. This is a really tough position to actually play, though. This little compound with this mountaintop on the side here, very, very difficult to play. Another one of those positions that just gets stalemated so quickly. So I don't envy any of these teams right now, because this is going to be a tough one to get out of no matter who wins this. But it does look like they're going to try and wrap this up pretty quickly here. Upgrade looking for that third-party opportunity. Immediately going to be spraying down onto Falcon. That's a 1 HP going on down. Ooh, and a nade to follow it up with Rich. That's a double nade coming in there from them. Let's see. Are they going to be coming around? It looks like there's nades going to be answered here by Team Control. They're going to try and do something here, but no. Upgrade just ruining all their plans. There we go. That's the nade response that we were looking for. And Team Control might just use this to get the heck out of Dodge.
You got to try and redeem it, right? You got no points so far today. They want to try and get something. That could be actually a really good nade onto Jassy 8. And PK does make it behind. Actually, a really decent amount of cover there. No windows to get some easy nades, so actually he could get the full reset onto some of his teammates. But Togeru, yes, spotted out from a distance. No way, Jose, you survive that one, as Jat24K does get that instant confirm. Up to 3 eliminations for Rich. June's got 2 eliminations to his name, so he's having an absolute field day, it seems. And they also have some extra loot now. Look at all those death crates, Nipchura. It's like a free, it's like a poor man's airdrop. Just fell onto their compound, so they can get all that loot, all that ammo, good for themselves. So they're going to be looking golden this game.
They're looking very, very nice indeed. And Rich with that, actually, sneaking up to just 2 points behind Equinox. So moving up those leaderboards. Really nice spray there, just making sure Upgrade don't get too ahead of themselves. It is going to be, how do you say this name? Havikup? Yes.
It reminds me of Havlikaina. I don't know why, but I would say Havoc OP.
Yeah. Havoc, oh, of course, Havoc OP. I did this last time as well. I said, what was it, Jaloop? And it was like Jalo OP, and I'm like, oh, oops. Anyway, moving on. It is going to be interesting to see if Upgrade can actually move away from this position. I think they probably can. I would definitely tell Havoc to move away now. You've done your third partying base. If you overstay your welcome, it's not going to go well for you because Rich starting to move on out there as we go over to Power Grid. Now this is another fight that's warming up here, and this has a little bit of a time ticking away here, right? They got that, they're just outside of zone, so they got to move into zone pretty quickly here. Looks like YKG gonna understand that, surround them completely, and then move over onto the zone side, try and get any sort of fight that they can. Zingo, ooh, quickly evades that one. That would have been disaster. Wait a second. Hold up. Fate crashing in quite literally. My goodness me. I've never seen that before.
That was a jump scare. Like I was looking at the screen and I just see that car just right onto that dip. And he does get that elimination confirmed onto Cinco, I believe. Also got himself a first aid or maybe even a med kit. So he's looking healthy in that position indeed. Looking at Blaze POV on the roof, actually decent position here, but the thing is, he's not in circles, so sure, it's a good position to shoot from, but long term, you're going to have to start thinking about your next movement in this match, mate. It's Blaze, that's trying to find Fate, but they're going to go into Power Grid Niptra, it seems. That's going to be full-on crash onto YKG, and they're going to be looking to defend Fate first of all on that crash. He's going to be flushed out. Valak, 24k, and Trick will be able to survive and hold down the fort. But can they do it for longer? As the circle is moving in, the blue zone's going to engulf that entire area. They need to get to moving now before the blue zone does too much damage. As Vatic looking to maybe even gatekeep them over that ridge line. XP3, Casper, Klaus, Blaze, all looking to set up this 4v3 scenario in their favor. But the circle is also looking good for them. So I would even say, screw the fight. Let's move in the zone and take the fight onto YKG actually when we are in circle. Because right now you're just taking blue zone damage for no reason.
Yeah, I like what YKG are doing here, right? They're actually moving to the north side. I think too many times we'd see teams just go immediately to the east from that position, and that's exactly where they would get taken out. So, GG's for going to the north side. I like this a lot. And, yeah, you're right. They're going to retake the fight just a little bit safer. But the zone moves away from them again, Max. So maybe they don't want to take this fight at all.
We've seen these circles happen so often in PUBG Mobile Esports.
So
any of these players that somewhat pay attention to the esports scene know where are the good positions to play around. You got especially a really good ridgeline southeast of Sun Esports, which if you do clear your backside is a really good way to be oppressive in this game and just keep teams at a distance, keep teams at bay. We'll see if Sun might even want to take it for themselves. I mean, there's definitely an opportunity for them to do so. As Finial will look into kind of get something to redeem this game. Try and get a decent position maybe. Mark's just going to be crashing his own buggy. Everything's going absolutely terribly for them, and that's going to be the next player to fall. Aspect, Mark down for the count, and now it's going to be, here with a fuming car, making it to the ridge next to Nova Warehouse. Unfortunately, does not know that Golden Eagle is nearby, and he's fully surrounded. I think it's game over for Finial.
I think it might just be, yeah, down he goes. Really nice evasive maneuver to get back over the ridge, right? He just managed to get down there, but it was not going to happen. Golden Eagles, too easy. That prey, easy to spot, easy to pick apart, easy to take down. So that's going to be them. Still a full man squad. All of that. Oh, JNX do go on down. So that's going to be them after that Picado run going on down. Oh, Russell gets picked apart here by R8. I did notice when we looked at the map that R8 had a really good split coming on to the south side here, and you're seeing that in action right now as Region 8 looking to pick up any points they can at this point.
I need to get used to when you say R8, I don't think about the MENA team.
Right?
I'm like, where's Amori? You know, I jumped in like right away to the MENA team, but no, this is a different one. But
Kindness,
YKG, no, oh yeah, no, you're right. It was a win for Kindness to do something. Well,
yeah, well, he got knocked. He did something technically.
I mean, well, I'll take the blame for that one. It's okay. Trick gonna get overwhelmed. Good push over the ridge line. Upgrade, looking to redeem it. Hopefully, can bring Kindness back into this game. They are going to go for a decent rock up on these ridge lines. And Kindness will get indeed brought back to life. So that's good. He can still play a bit more of this Miramar game. As Ridge are in circle, and they don't have to move just yet. But the thing is, they will have to move eventually, right, Neptune? You're looking at, so far, the circle's going to shift. Unless you get an insane Western hard shift that's literally touching the edge of Phase 4, which is not happening. And they're surrounded by 3 teams. Well, technically 2 teams. 24k is a solo right now. this exit is going to be very hard to execute. So Rich, it maybe have to go and dip in the blue. Maybe that's how desperate of a rotation they will have to execute to make it into stage number 5.
Honestly, I just full send it into the south. I mean, Sun are there, but it's
Well, you think
you
so?
either do that or it's north going into upgrade, and I think it's far more open on the north side. So I want to say take your chances on the south, to be honest, because no one's really going to be looking at you. I don't think upgrade are too focused on the inside. It's going to take them a little time to move to the outside of these cliffs. So for me, that would be where I would go as quadruple 6 up here. Gonna be trying to, oh, actually, it's actually 24K who's gonna be running away. Here we go, after evading the nade, they're coming in full send down the side, and they gotta be careful not to overextend here. Rich are very opportunistic when it comes to these eliminations. Don't be biting off more than you can chew here.
Oh, 24K is just getting away with it. He's just able to... He's parkouring his way through the terrain. He's able to survive, actually getting a little bit more elevation. So he's going to maybe even force a fight between Rich and Upgrade, which he could maybe capitalize on that massively. He's a solo. He's got 5 eliminations. Well, 5 eliminations for the team, 2 to his individual name. And he's just making it down.
You can almost hear him go tee-hee as he's moving around the rocks, right? But down he goes eventually there. Vatic gonna be grabbing him and going, absolutely not, stop it. Stop throwing a wrench in our works here. And leave us to do our thing, as we're looking now at 3 big teams. I mean, all 3 of these teams been very present in the last 2 games, right? Upgrade, we saw them very much in that first game especially. Vatic have been popping up left, right, and center in both of the last rondos. So, going to be interesting to see how that's going to go. But look at the circle, the positioning of the circle. Upgrade, I love that they're going north here, because look how much space there is to the north. Nobody's up there.
It's almost a 50-50 road split, right? So it's going to be up in the air. We're going to have a western and eastern finish. Team's going to have to take a little bit of a gamble here as to where they want to try and execute their game plan. Rich, without cars, this rotation, I would not wish it upon my worst enemy. This is not going to be easy, because you're looking at Sun in particular, even Upgrade up north. They're just all locked on your location. They know exactly what you're going to try to do. They do have 1 car, but it's going to be actually on the lower level, so not easy to work around. As Team Equinox, we're finally going to be seeing some eastern fights in Iptera for, we've been mainly focused on the west, right, for a long period of time. Now it's going to be Strangers BD versus Team Equinox, 4v4 fight. Equinox do have some massive angles to work with, but Meng, again, knocked by a nade, just like on Rondo earlier. He's having a real bad time with that enemy utility, but Shelby is there to hopefully bring him back, but the nades are still incoming.
Yeah, these nades are really, really good here from Strangers BD. They know exactly where they are, they know exactly what they're doing, and that's exactly the kind of altercation these other teams want to be hearing, right? That gives them the opportunity to move on in as Vatic just come tumbling down the mountain. And honestly, that's the best idea for them, right? Look at how much cover they're able to have, able to duck and weave behind these ridges, and that's going to be about the only cover they will have for the foreseeable future in this game, because once those cliffs are done, once that falls away into the flatlands, there is no cover left.
Yeah, that's going to be a real issue that they're going to have to keep in the back of their minds. Come on, man. Just the thing is, they're all in 1 dip against them. If they get 1 good piece of util, they can get a limb, maybe even a double knock. That would be huge if they can get it to kind of leverage a man advantage and just kind of sweep the entirety of the eastern edge in their favor. So keep an eye out for them. Golden Eagles. Oh, they got a decent ridge to work with. You got to set up your cars really well. And the issue is, because everyone's going to be able to see your cars, if you're in this position and you lose your car, you're locked here. You can't move anymore, so you've got to make sure you play around with your smokes very well, because they might just be the only thing that will keep you alive later on in this game. Though, they're one of the only 2 teams in Iptera in the circle. You got Golden Eagles and Equinox. And Equinox now, your main focus is to eliminate Strangers BD, even maybe R8, if you want to have that graveyard control.
This is where I'm a bit scared for Meng, right? He's a little bit overextended when you look at R8's position. It's very, very easy for them to pick him off if he over peaks a little bit off the top of the ridge. But Jimmy's going to be taking down Pain, and that's Strangers BD down to a trio now, as the nades are going to come flying over the top, and R8 are all over this. Actually, Equinox are going to be moving back, I think, here, because Cloudy now goes down, and they're just going to let these 2 fight it out, take the CQC hits, and then they just can pick things off as they go. But Upgrade is actually going to take Meng away. There we go. Upgrade going to be stealing that point away. That's going to be them down and out. The big fragger when it comes to those nades for the team. So that's a big loss here. As Equinox, understanding this, they're going to just retreat a little bit, focus their attention back over onto Upgrade. Ooh. And I like the instant reposition we see here onto this warehouse.
Very strong response. I fully agree. Equinox here seeing, we're somewhat getting pincered between Strangers BD and Upgrade. We can't allow that to happen. So we got to kind of pick a fight and fully commit to it. Which right now they are somewhat doing on to Upgrade, but because of that Strangers BD, they see an opportunity, a diamond in the rough that they could turn to their advantage. I really like what Strangers BD are doing here. Really good push up. Actually, decent loadout to M4 Mini 14. Really good in these kind of like rich finishes they're going to have. But Volt is going to be the first to fall. That's going to be down to the hands of Jimmy with a QBZ. Looking to flush it out. Unfortunately, are not connecting. And he doesn't have a nade to chuck over that ridge line. One nade would be so good there onto Stranger's BD. He just does not have the util. He picks up his teammate. But unfortunately, he dies in his loving arms. Oh, that's tough to watch.
Yeah, straight into the fire he goes. That is unfortunate. Pop those wheels, make sure they can't escape. And now it's going to be...
What was that? I didn't see what it was.
It was the C4. C4 nade.
Ooh. Did he get it? I don't think so. No, he didn't.
No, he did not. He did not get it, but it's going to be enough just to scare a few folks. As we did see Golden Eagles going out. Remember, they had control over to that southern side, but they were outside of zones. They were not able to make it in. Rich now goes out. That's a big upset here. Second place team going on out. 6 eliminations is all they can muster here. Well, I say all. That's a lot for a Miramar, but it's still all they can muster. Not going to be going more forward than that in this game. Down to 6 teams, though, Max. And with that road splitting up the zone, it's going to be so difficult now. I almost feel like we're going to be seeing a little bit of a slower pace coming in just because of that road split is just making everybody just wait for the next zone shift.
Does Simple have a nade? Like, it would even be good to see Simple go to the tower just to eliminate those 2 players because they know they're located behind those little, like, thingies. I don't know what they call it.
Thingies, yes.
Yeah, just like little wall formation or whatever they're behind. But yeah, one nade could be it. Even just a Molotov, really. Could be massive. Though, Wolf over to Sun. And again, they're making it so fun in the game. They've shown Sun are just so consistent and absolute threat every single match, right? Not just Rondo, but also on the dusty dunes of Miramar. Really happy with their performance today so far. Having an absolute banger opening in Pmnc USA. But Wolf, he's got that util, trying to survive a bit deep in this game. As you look at the circle, the only team in circle currently is Upgrade. But they do not have a full squad. Kindness is out, but Havoc OP's got 6 elims, so he's on absolute tear. And could be looking to go for the big double-digit solo elimination match.
I really like how Upgrade have played this entire match. They've been so space aware, I guess is the word, right? They've been super split. Just really, really ahead of the game when it comes to those positionings. They know exactly where to put themselves. They know enough of the information as, is that airdrop sliding? I think it's sliding.
No, it stopped. It was for a little bit, but it's not sliding anymore. But
okay,
yeah,
cool.
It's like your only cover is moving away. Like, it would be very unfortunate. It's really good cover, though, actually. Able to get an airdrop on a slight slope like that is very, very strong. So they're able to use it to its full potential. Strangers BD, again, one nade. And there would be no more Strangers BD to push you away from the play zone. And that is going to be the blue getting Jimmy. GG, well played. Equinox out of this match. At least make it to top 5, so not too bad a performance. But yeah, man, this is literally a moment where one nade could have redeemed the entirety of that match for them. Yeah. Moving back into the play zone, though. Big push coming on, and that's going to be Sun. Unfortunately, not able to successfully transition in phase number 7, and they will be out, not making it to that big boy podium position.
The big boys. Yep, not able to make it just yet. Maybe in the next one, as Upgrade has a P90, quadruple 6. Gonna take one down. That's gonna be... Oh, Strangers BD out, and now it's just down to R8 versus Upgrade, a 3v3, but Upgrade have such great control over this zone, as they have from, like, zone, 2? Zone 3, they've had this position locked and loaded, and R8, they still have 3 up, that's true, but they're all tucked against this one ridge in the corner of the zone, which you might be going, how can there be a corner? It's a circle. Believe me, when you're in game, it's a corner. It's definitely a corner, especially the way that Upgrade are playing this, right? This 2-1 split, just able to pincer them and push them up against the zone like that.
It's been a very passive, controlling game. I know it's a bit of a weird way to describe it, but they definitely didn't overstep their welcome in any way, shape, or form. They've been very respectful of the teams against them, but yet punishing any kind of disrespect of their location. So that's why they got 12 eliminations, right, is off the back of these really strong positions and like macro oppressive decisions they've been going for. As Faye going for big off angle over to the west, southern western side of phase 8. And he's just trying to make sure they can't move deeper and oppress his two teammates. So he's really kind of locking it down. Even if he gets eliminated, he's doing his job. Right now, they're trying to go for a big push, trying to eliminate Fear. They know that's going to be the weak point of their setup. And they do make a 1-for-1 trade-off. But Fear's still getting some information in the smoke, so he's feeding intel where Cloudy is positioned. Same for Nika. But it's going to be down to this final 2v2 scenario here, Niptura, as actually, I believe it's now down to a 1v2 Nika to take the 1v2 against Upgrade.
I feel really bad for Jelly. His car got stuck and made him just a sitting duck here, and now it's going to be Nika up 2. It's a versus a P90, though. That's going to be really tough to beat. Nika around the outside. 666 just, oh, with the nade. No, gonna be just, oh, hang on, you're behind. Whoa. Hang on, he gets Havoc. He gets Havoc. It's a 1v1, but the P90 just might miss out here. Havoc does go on down. Nice confirmation of that. Elim, oh, is he gonna get it? No, he's not. That's gonna be Upgrade. Just grabbing that win away with the P90, going on down. An excellent win for this team.
Down to the wire, and yet Upgrade will take the final 1v1 successfully, having to swap away from the P90 to his main AR and still able to out-damage the S12K. What a game from Upgrade, and again, just controlling yet very respectful of their competition. This is one of, I would say, of the most interesting wins I've seen on Miramar in a very long while, because the execution, and I would say in particular the IGLing, whoever's the IGL of Upgrade is, was doing a fantastic job throughout the entirety of this match. So very happy with Upgrade, and always giving me hope that maybe they can do some better performances on the maps to come, because that was a great showcase of how to play around your macro in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Oh yeah, that was textbook macro in my opinion, especially when it comes to that position in as well, right? I think probably the plane path helped because not a lot of teams were on the northern side up by Cruz del Valle, whatever, up to that side, right? So Upgrade had full control of San Martin and Hacienda. They were able to move down to the south over those ridges, over those cliffs. So was it favorable to them from the beginning? Yes, but not really. I mean, they could have been taken out at any time, and they just outmaneuvered everybody else. I mean, 15 eliminations off the back of that. This is why everybody is so macro centered, so strategy centered, right? It's not about the eliminations, it's about the strategy. And then if the strategy works, you get 15 eliminations off the back of that because the strategy works. This is very, very textbook for just good old PUBG Mobile in my book.
Look, the strat was to sacrifice kindness, right? And then your IGL just develops his third eye, and he's like, okay, now we're going to get some top-tier macro gameplay. No. I would like to see kindness step up a little bit. He's definitely not having the best day so far in these 3 matches, but you know what?
Quiet.
A win is a win. Can't complain too much about that. Havoc OP and Quadruple 6 having an absolute field day here on Miramar. I was going to say Rondo. It's kind of Rondo numbers for individual players, right? It's really, really solid performance from those guys. As Upgrade here, looking at the match standings, getting 25 points on board, and actually significantly higher than second place, and especially third place, right, of Strangers BD. So really good that we've seen some different names, right, getting these points, because initially it was Sunder we've seen a lot of presence from before, Rich, but now, no, here, it's time for a comeback Niptura on match number 3.
It is, and I'm looking at, well, Sun Esports, Rich Esports, both of them, okay, decent points, still very decent points, right, 9 and 7, they made it pretty far in this Miramar, but, yeah, it's definitely going to be looking like the leaderboards are going to be just closing up a little bit, just a tiny bit here, just not able to run away with it like they were. Upgrade Region 8 coming in here, Strangers BD as well, Equinox as well. So I think the top 3 teams here having a less dominant game is going to really mean that leaderboard does get pretty close together, which is going to be great going into the next Miramar, right? It's going to be a little bit of a slower game, probably. And so I'm excited to see where that leaderboard is and what kind of pressure that puts on the teams.
We'll see. There are a lot of 0 points, and actually, Niptura, Team Control, this is 3 matches in a row, including 2 rondos. We have yet to see a single point secured by any of their members. So Team Control, we need to see something here, because this has got to be one of the... it's literally the worst start you could have, right? You got 0 points over the course of 3 games. We need to see something if you want to catch up, which is not impossible, right? You're only 3 games in out of 18. It's not impossible to do a comeback, but we haven't seen that spark so far, because... And the thing is, I couldn't even tell you, Niptura, what Team Control has done wrong, because I don't think I've seen them have a single fight so far. So...
Yeah, the only fight we saw them have was in the first rondo up against YKG, when they hot dropped and lost.
That was not a fight. That was that was a stomp.
It was the only thing we've seen from them, unfortunately. But you know what? All you have to do is win 2 rondos and you're back in business. Just like Havoc was dealing damage and taking names and doing all kinds of deals here with 7 eliminations, 6 knockouts, 12, nearly 1,300 damage. And actually, nobody was able to take their revenge on him. 147 health being revived there, right? So the last 2 MVPs we saw were also taking a decent amount of damage, and Havoc over here on that cliffside just wasn't.
Yep, he was having an absolute field day. Again, I know I've been saying having an absolute field day so many times. That's my repetitive sentence of the day. I don't know. I get those sometimes, but he was having a field day today for Havoc OP, and maybe having to rename to Havoc MVP after that one, because he is going to be our top performer here on Miramar. Almost 1.3k damage, which is really high for an individual player to have. Sometimes you see full squads, right, have that amount of damage spread throughout 4 players. So really happy with their performance. But with that said, guys, it is time to head on over to a quick little break, and after that, we'll be checking out the rankings to see how high our top squads currently stand. Upgrade has become our true kings here of Miramar for the Dusty Dunes on match number 3 of today, and we'll see if they can do it maybe back to back. Now, Niptura, we're getting ready to check out our leaderboards and see exactly what kind of situation we have up there, because I think that after the 2 rondos, we had some very clear favorites, but that might not be the case anymore, as indeed Upgrade jump up to 2nd place.
My goodness, and what a jump it is. Booting out Equinox and Rich, right? 10 points separate them now between Sun and, well, between them and Sun. And the gaps are starting to get a little bit wider here. I mean, yes, Region 8 do move into 5th. You've got Strangers BD moving into 7th, but we are seeing a little bit of a gap between, say, you know, 1st and 6th, for instance, right? Because we have to really focus on that top 5 that will be qualifying to the PMGO regional finals. So there is a little bit of a gap starting to form here. What is that, 30 odd points, nearly 30 points? So all to play for still. It's not an insane gap, but it is starting to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's going to start to tick up even more as days go by. Looking on the second half of the leaderboards, YKG, I'm expecting more, genuinely, here, Nipchira, right? From a team that's got 24k, Fate, Trick, Valak. I'm like, so far, a bit of a slow start. Clearly, they don't know what placement point is. They've only got one. Sorry, that was maybe a little bit too savage, but right now,
it's
mainly banking on the eliminations, right? I want to see some more later game finishes from YKG. And the thing is, the reason why I'm being critical is because I think we both know here, Nipchira, right? They can do it. They can take home some big chicken dinners. So right now, it's a slower start, but sometimes you've got to heat up that engine to really get that engine roaring in these next matches. I got excited there. Sorry. I know what they can do, okay? I'm visualizing what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so much fun to see how they evolve going forward, because yeah, I expected far more from them. I thought like a top 6 easy coming in from YKG, right? But you know what, some teams, I mean, we've seen APG in the past, right, do terribly the first 2 days, and then in that last day just come in guns blazing. So maybe it's a similar thing going on here. We can't judge just yet. We just have to listen at this stage. We can judge later. But we are going to be moving into Rondo. Here we go. Match number 4. These games are going so quickly, right, Max? I mean, it doesn't feel like we're on 4 games in already. Just 2 more after this one left to go for this evening. And this is where teams now need to start thinking about tomorrow, right? We've had the first half of the day to get all those points, to get all the kind of jitters out of the way, to get rid of everything, and to really start to focus. Now, in the second half of today, we need these teams to start thinking about tomorrow. What position do they want to be in to come into tomorrow? What mindset do they want to be in? What kind of result do they want to have under their belt, behind them, to launch them into day 2? And that's really what I want to start to see from these teams. I mean, Upgrade, you saw, that was a classic game of we're thinking about tomorrow. We're not just thinking about this game. I need to start seeing the other teams do the exact same thing. Yeah,
we just got to get rid of those jittery jitters. And that
the jittery jitters,
more than enough. But no. I think that what you said about Upgrade is a very important point, which they are clearly playing, looking in the future of this PMNC event, right? They're playing very calm, cool, collected, which is what you want to see from a team. For me, if a team plays a specific strategy like it's effortless, I think that is a team that can go very far in a very specific tournament, maybe even throughout an entire season, right? So that is what we did see, in my opinion, from Upgrade. Though, my favorite location, it's Truck Stop.
It is Truck Stop.
It's going to be team control. They might be getting their first
point.
Here we go. Point number 1. Claimed by Falcon. There is no way, Nipchira. Play of the tournament, clip it, and ship it. Oh my god.
Absolutely. It's going to get 1 million likes on Instagram. There we go. Their first point on the board. Game number 4. All hope is not lost. Now they just need to win the rest of the games today, and they're back in business.
They got the same amount of placement points as, points now as placement points have YKG. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, no way.
Fidel not going to be super happy about that. They're like, we lost a player to the team that had 0 points so far. Rip. But you know what? Truck Stop is one of those that's super open, right? You never know where an angle is going to come from next. So that is fair, and they're going to get their revenge pretty swiftly here. That's going to be a player taken away from control as well. Ooh.
Yeah.
Peck might just see him here, might just realize that there's a player right there. Tagaro's got to be very, very careful.
Look, I like Truck Stop, right? I love memeing about Truck Stop. By the way, Falcon looking for a second elimination there. So he's doing so much work with the, I think that was with the Honey Badger. So actually decent spray onto Mark. The thing is about Truck Stop, as much as I love it, the loot is not good for even just a single squad, not even going as far as to say 2 squads. Like 2 squads is definitely not enough loot. So you can see a lot of players, right? They got no helmets or vests, even sometimes just a tier 1. So actually looking at Togeru, he's looking really well in terms of loot. He's got an AKM, I think it was, with an M4, tier 2 helmet and vest. So he's really comfortable. Same for Falcon, it seems. But I'm not sure we can really say the same about Finial. I think they are severely underlooted. And they even get pushed back with there with QBZ. It's going to be, getting Togeru. That should be an easy res to get. Oh, well, okay.
Or not. Or not. Well,
you got it from under the truck. I didn't see that angle. Okay, well, fair enough. GG's.
Oh, dear.
He's like, what did you say, Maxman? Shut up.
They heard you and said, wanna bet? So, Team Control, they have 2 eliminations, but they're losing 2 at the same time. So, 4 minutes in, this is not a great thing for either of these teams. Is Truck Stop going to be the new Picado Red Buildings? That is my question.
Who knows?
Who knows?
He's looking into the boxes. He maybe find some taco ingredients next to the taco shop. You know what would be cool if you can actually loot some tacos from here and you just eat and it gives you full HP and also energy, right? In your energy bar would be.
Max. It's 3 a.m. and now I want tacos. You know how hard it is to get a taco in France?
The late night munchies. We love them.
Why have you done this to me? Man. Anyway.
Well, yeah, time to look in the fridge and see what snacks we have.
Yep, pretty much. Anyway,
yeah, I am hungry.
I mean, if we're hungry, imagine how hungry these teams are for some points as we get into the new zone. It's going to be centered up over on Los Leones there a little bit. So super easy, super basic zone. These teams have played this a million times before, right? So everybody else it's all quiet on the front of Miramar, except for right here. Ooh, as Peg gets taken on out, or Azpek, sorry, gets taken on out here, just trying to get that knock and gets knocked down himself. That is unfortunate, but that means it is just O. Is it going to be an O or an ooh? Ooh, it's an O so far. Ooh versus Falcon. Oh, is it ooh? It is ooh. It's ooh.
It's ooh, That's his new name.
Oh, it is.
When he's popping off.
There we go.
We shared a brain cell right there. That was
we
that was
really
a moment.
did.
Chat. I wish I could say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
I'm so not sorry.
You knew what you were getting into coming to Pmnc USA, okay? This is what
Literally.
you get. This is the entertainment you were looking for, and we shall deliver. Extreme Slayers, though, looking to deliver a cheeky little third party, potentially. They're just looking around. Truck stop. They got some good vantage points, getting some nice information from a distance about what is that 200 meters away. But here's going to be Legend also regrouping with his mates and not seeing really much worth, which I like it. You know they're there. You don't have an easy shot to get for an easy elimination, so you just might as well go for the wider rotation northeast. I would say dodge it like the plague. It's not worth it whatsoever. If you lose a player, it's not like Rondo, you can go for a recall. You get eliminated, you're done. This is still happening? Really? Okay, I guess so, I guess. Now, Niptura, say it with me. Ego. Fight.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was it. Sorry, you know what? I kind of made it hard on you. How could you not? How could you guess like my 2-word sentence? You know?
That's true. It's true. But you know what? I can guess the results of this ego fight. It's gonna be 0-0 because none of y'all are winning. I swear. If anything needs an update, it's this city. We're done with the red building fight. I'm so over this. Like, pick literally anywhere else to have this. We've been seeing it for years now, Max. Aren't they tired? Aren't they bored of doing this?
You know what? I'm going to say it. If you hot drop Picado, I will not hate on you if you drop in the arena. At least it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
This double apartment complex is just the same repetitive thing. You can see something a little bit different. Good Molotov actually coming out from Fragger. Ryan to Wolf. Actually, that's some good util. And that's it. He's eliminated fully. Flush out of this match. So now Demon's going to get slightly overwhelmed. And, yep, we have 2 Demons in this game, but this one is going to get sent straight back to hell as Eclipse with the AKM going for the big bloom shot. Going to actually barely escape with that elimination. Down to his last clip and a half. And he just flushes it out because might as well confirm those points while you're still alive. And he's just leaping over, looking to buy some time, maybe to regen his teammate. got to be careful. You're low on ammo. He does have also that ASM ammo cannon. He gets pushed up, and that is it. End of the line. As Rain Esports will become your champions of Picado, but only as a solo. So the rest of this game, pretty much, Niptura is dead.
Can you say ego fight? Can you say ego fight? Because now
As he
Rain
shoots the
wins.
crate. Bah, bah,
Oh,
bah.
but guess what, Max? Now, because it's a one win, it's a 1-1 situation, we're gonna see it again tomorrow. Yay, I can't wait. Woo! I'm so done. I'm so done. It's been 6 years of this. Teams, honestly, be more imaginative, I swear.
Genuine question, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be too harsh on these two teams in particular, right? Like, it happens. Maybe you're just not ready for day one yet. You didn't know it was going to happen, so you're just sticking to your guts. To your guns, sorry, not your guts. Well, maybe you stick to your guts if you don't get eliminated in game 2. That would be nice. But it's... Have you ever seen a tournament champion committing to a hot drop every single game on a specific map?
No.
Genuinely? No? Okay.
No. I mean, the closest that might come to that would be APG, because they're stubborn. But you know what? They've got the gun skill to back it up.
Well,
yeah,
Doc is stubborn.
That's
yes.
true. That's true.
But he's the one player where I'll give it to him, kind of.
Kind of, right? I think that's the only team that I could genuinely say have done it more often than other teams. Gold getting eliminated very early here to Team Equinox. That's an interesting turn of events here up onto the north side of Los Leones. But otherwise, no, it seems to be like a mid-leaderboard team strategy, and there's a reason for that, because you don't get ahead in the game if all you're doing is hot dropping Picado. Like, stop it.
Yeah. Oh, that nade. Trying to get some decent damage, but no, for the pre-fire around the corner. That's some good work with the UMP being done. Make sure to flush it out. There you have it. Russell popping off, getting the first elimination for his squad. Now, they do have a slight man advantage in their favor. Sun, actually, that's some decent angle to go for. It's going to go for the first aid. Back up to 75% HP. Jat and Slay, yeah, not even going to be given a chance to go for the full resale on their teammates. So that's going to be it. As Sun looking strong and oppressive as hell. And will be claiming the entirety of this compound in the field for themselves. And also 4 juicy points in the process, Niptura. Off to an amazing start. Sun looking to build even more of a gap. And we're just in the early stages of this second Miramar. Oh my goodness.
I love how dominant they've been so far. You want to see in the first day, all the teams try to be what Sun is being, right? You want to be able to have a decent point gap, a decent amount of points. You want to be top of the leaderboard going into tomorrow, because that sets you up for the best possible chance. This is where you get all your aggression out of the way before you hunker down to some, really well thought out strategy, right? And Sun so far, they have great strategy, don't get me wrong, but they're really committing to those aggressive plays, and that's what's getting them all these points so early on. I mean, we're only in game 4 and we're already up to 56 points. They're halfway to 100 at this point, Max, right? So
yeah,
obviously doing something very, very right here.
Definitely finding some decent success throughout these first 3 games. Hopefully moving forward into game number 4 they can do it once more. But one thing I want to highlight, I didn't have time to talk about it last game, but last game we saw, I think around phase 4-5-ish, all of the teams on the bottom half of the rankings were out. So it was very clear to me that we had some teams that were ready and dominating these games, and some teams that were just completely overwhelmed by this lobby. But right now that seems to be less the case in this game, especially seeing Rain get 4... FNL getting 3, but they do not have a full squad, so actually maybe that is still actually kind of leading in that point I was trying to make. Yeah, we have some favorites that are currently creating a big gap, and some teams that are really struggling on this opening day for Pmnc USA. As Zombie Boys here, they find a knock, and you know what you should do as you get a knock is fully capitalize to the fire, and that's exactly what Zombie Boys are going to do. They go for the crash and looking to clean up shop.
Ooh, crazy though, a little bit too eager there, pushes on his own and he gets punished for it. And that's going to give Equinox just a little bit of an upper hand here. Ooh, especially with that name, Meng. Oh my goodness me. This guy, you do not want to see him go out early, because he is really the MVP of his team. So many times here we've seen him do things again. There he goes again. Now we go. Zombie Boys out, done, dusted in less than 30 seconds. Don't mess with Team Equinox. Don't go 1v1 don't underestimate this team, because oh my goodness.
We have to rename them from Equinox to Phoenix, because I feel like this team is on the brink of death, and then they just come back in some insane, flashy way. So I think that will be a good rename opportunity for them, because, yeah, as you said, Meng has been an absolute star for this team pretty much throughout the entire day, right? So really happy with his performance, and he's putting his name on the map already for me, because a lot of these names, right, I didn't know going into this tournament.
Yes.
And I'm like, Meng, he means business. I could see him make it to possibly PMGO. That would be cool.
That would be awesome. I'd love to see him go up against those teams that are going to be there. I kept making noises because that's going to be team control, up to 5 eliminations.
Oh, wow.
And they took out most of YKG. YKG are gone. It was between them and Upgrade.
Niptura.
Oh, and now they're gone.
They just got eliminated, but you said it very calmly. Like, I didn't feel any hype, because that's 5 points for
5 points for team control? It's only taken them 4 games, but here we go, finally! Seeing them put some points on that board. Get on up there, away from that last place.
It sounds so sarcastic. I love it.
I don't mean the team control. We love you, really.
Yeah. I'm only love and respect.
It's memes,
but you know what?
bro.
We'll have fun with it regardless. Look at that split of Sun, by the way. They have an insanely strong well, you know what? I'm gonna take it back. It's not a strong 2-2 split. It's a setup for the later game, right? This 2-2 split is, you're not going to try and defend your compounds. If a team encroaches on your terrain, chances are you're going to get in your car and regroups. It's not a really strong position because of that. It's strong macro-wise in terms of options that it keeps available for you later on in the game. If they play their cards right, Sun should easily be able to make it to at least top 5 and outlive 5 other squads. So I'm really hopeful that Sun, again, Niptra, are going to be hella consistent and get some points on board. Finial. Ooh.
Upgrade again.
Here, sticking around as Upgrade, moving on by, dipping out in the blue. Will be avoiding that solo playoff in out.
Upgrade again, like moving on the outside, right? Really aware, really just thinking ahead when it comes to the macro, to those rotations. So really enjoying what they're doing there. As we move over to Vatic and Strangers BD, as Rain go on out. Finally, they've been in a bit of an altercation for a while, taking names. 4 points on the board for them, but that's going to be all that they can get in this game, as Strangers down to 3. But Vatic looking to do stuff, but I think if I hear that correctly, there's some distance shots. Oh, great nade from Casper. There we go. Finally seeing that come through. Yeah, I knew there was a third party coming in somewhere. It's Equinox over the back of that, so Klaus has to relocate very, very quickly. But not to worry, because those nades are working. So it looks like Strangers BD might have a really hard time. Great relocation here from Klaus Max. Just trying to really put the nail in the coffin here. What? What I missed?
He just got himself some eliminations as a solo. He's doing it again versus Extreme Slayers. Oh my goodness, the solo players just popping. Look at Finial. Is he getting the squad wipe? There's no way. 600 damage for all right now. He's having an absolute banger performance. He didn't need a team whatsoever here. As a solo, that's all he really needs is himself and his guns. Though, looking at this fight, it's going to be Klaus. Hopefully not going to get squashed. But you know what? There's no cover flares on this map, so he's going to be safe of that piece of utility.
Yeah.
But with the UMP in hand and the Scar, no shotguns to work with. He's going to go for the big jump, looking to save his teammate. He just can't do it, and that's actually a really good transition point. Able to make it over to the rock here. Klaus with a Molotov 2. Maybe trying to also deny a position inside of Longhouse. This is a really good movement tech from Klaus, and he's maybe able to secure this 1v2. Klaus here showing some insane movement prowess. Can he do it here, Niptra? Can he take the entire fight for himself?
I love the movement coming in from Klaus. This is fantastic work. Really, really good stuff. But Shelby over. The rock here might just spell the end here. He's got to be super duper careful. We did see that solo from Finial go on out eventually, but a really good run for him. And that's going to be them taken out in, what, 9th place? So just shy of some placement points here as we enter placement point territory for sure. And Voltex actually able to just stay alive long enough to get those extra points for his team. And I think that's, yeah, that's so, okay, waiting for Klaus there. Maybe Klaus thought that he relocated, that he tried to move out, that he was moving away. But no, not going to happen. He was waiting behind a door, ready to grab him and say, nope, final laugh is mine, bro, as we move over to Upgrade. versus ARZ here. Ooh, do I hear an MG3? Kindness with an MG3? Max, this is your territory.
You got my attention now, Kindness. You got an MG3 in hand. I am expecting great things from him. Oh, it's going to be a defense set up by Erangel. It's going to be Tristan and Storm 77K. Build utility. Longhouse, from that angle, it's quite hard to get some pinpoint accurate grenades. Unless you have access to the windows, which Tristan could have access to the windows. As Storm yet getting knocked, Tristan is even surrounded, right? You got a player of Upgrade just kind of chilling around that ridge. So he's really locked in this building. He's getting pushed up by 3 players. One of them has an MG3. The nade almost could have done some work if it was a little bit earlier, but it's just not meant to be. Upgrade surviving the fight as a full squad and getting 4 points in the process. Looking good. And Kindness, still no eliminations. He has an MG3, Kindness. Come on. I am waiting.
That is hilarious that Kindness has the MG3 and he's the only player without elims.
He's trying to scare them off, you know?
Yeah, you know, using the scare tactic. That's fair, that's fair. I love that car skin, by the way. I might need that. You know what I'm like. But anyway, I have that one. But anyway, Zone moves over. And I tell you what, Upgrade just solidifying their 2nd place position here. Equinox, however, I've just seen the leaderboard. 10 eliminations on the board already. Max, there's still several players left to go. How many more are they going to get in this game?
Many.
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 Great answer.
Many
Chat, what do you think?
Yes.
You think many as well?
I don't know. I think they should play it a little bit slow now because you're going to have this circle kind of focus mainly around this ridge line on the road, right? Which you're going to be seeing happening. It's going to be RA. It's going to be Upgrade. Currently a little bit spread, but Kindness, he's on top of that, of this little metallic formation, so he's going to get a decent vantage point and could just spray people down. As RA, yep, losing Cloudy, losing, if I'm not mistaken, the entirety of their squad. Now down to 4 teams is going to be Upgrade up there, Equinox, Sun still has a full squad, and actually Sun, we did see it a little bit earlier in this game. They had that 2-2 split, right? They regrouped ahead of time, so they're fully set up, fully ready for a crash to come their way. Unless they're the one crashing, right, which they could do. They are looking to be a very big oppressive force this match. As Upgrade will be making it to this dip on the road, and this valley could be a game-winning position depending on where the circle will shift later on.
I like the little split that we've got from Equinox, right? Just making sure they have all the angles covered in case one of them has a passage into zone, right? If they see a path in, then they're going to take it. It's a great position to have for the beginning, and Extreme Slayers are still here just as a duo, but looking up against Upgrade, maybe trying to see if there's anything they can do against them, but not really. I think right now everybody's just going to be holding on to the position they have, moving a little bit, but not really making any decisions until that zone comes on in. We have 4 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Where is it going? Center's on up, probably. Yeah, it is going to center up, so I think most of these teams are not in zone right now. This is going to be a really tough, but dare I say, a pretty quick finish to this game.
Okay, Equinox, you have to take the previous 2-2 split compound of Sun, right? I think they've been able to see from a distance it was free. Oh, actually, wait, 6-6-6-6 is actually going to push up for Upgrade slightly. But yeah, not worth it. Really good push up from Equinox. I think that this is a setup they had planned for maybe 2 circles, right? They saw that compound was free. I think they even saw possibly Sun regroup from that 2-2 back to a full squad on the eastern compound. So yeah, easy transition. Possibly easy ticket to top 3 too, right? Because the other teams, especially looking at Extreme Slayers, are not in zone. They're going to have to go for a push eventually. And if they get eliminated, easy podium for the side of Equinox. So really loving that rotate. But Upgrade is going to be such a big contender here. Unless the circle shifts away from them heavily in stage 7 or 8, they're going to be making it. I'm expecting at least a top 2 off the back of this unless they do not zone team successfully. Russell making it over to the roof. I thought he was going to get knocked right off, but no, he makes it to the roof. He's fine. Was that his teammate looking his way? Or was I mistaken, actually? I was confused for a second. Someone was just scoped onto Russell like, wait.
Yeah, surely. I'm not sure who that was. That was crazy, though. If that was somebody else, I don't know why you would even try and trigger control that. You should just go for it. Oh, demon! Demon, no! Go away, run away. And that is that. Wow, that vehicle really got blown up there. My goodness, losing a wheel and everything, and that's going to be them firmly told to go back where they were. Not allowed to move up into circle. Extreme Slayers, I have no idea what they're going to do. Probably nothing at this point. Is there anything they really can do? Stuck between 2 players here at the backside, out in zone, kind of. And Upgrade now, knowing exactly where they are with those smokes, they're going to just be pummeled, I think, here, Extreme Slayers. Gonna have to work very, very hard for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for these teams, but yeah, Extreme Slayers. How do you work around with this? You got to be careful though. You're going to be spotted from a distance. Quadruple 6 went way too deep, and Meng, always the man willing to punish a mistake, and in this case, he did that beautifully at that kind of range. Really well executed indeed. Got to rethink their priorities. He's going to slowly crawl his way back. Actually, I was maybe looking, maybe we're going to see a full-on push from Equinox off the back of that knock, but they don't have to. They're still in zone. Phase 6, they're safe. No reason to risk it for the biscuit, as Meng does get flushed out with a headshot. And Meng, at any kind of range, short, mid, long range, this guy is an absolute threat that you do not want to cross paths with.
Yeah, we've seen many times now so far that if he goes down early, the team really suffers just because of how good he is with his nades for a start, let alone everything else he's got up his sleeve. So he's really integral part of the team. As we look at Demon now pushing right on up, and actually there's two players here pushing right up onto Slayers. Ooh, Winter going on down, nothing he could do there, straight into the shack. That's going to be him done and dusted, and Frady can't do a darn thing. He's too far away, so there we go. That's going to be the C4 now entering the vicinity. That's going to finish him off there, looks like. Yep, down he goes. There we go, and that's going to be, oh, Extreme Slayers actually eliminated there as Russell gets the second point on the board. So actually, look at Sun's positioning. Look how much space they're able to take up here just through the elimination of Slayers, and Upgrade now on the out and out, having to be pushed in by zone.
Yeah, they're going to get pushed out, so you've got to make a little bit of a quick leapfrog into the zone, which actually Sun have a really good setup here, some decent ridges to work with. I'm looking especially, yeah, to the west. It's going to be Equinox, right, where you're going to have to go for a crash at this point, right? Actually, I'm looking at the map feed. The map feed tends to lie. Are they still in zone? Is their compound available or not? I'm not 100% certain. If it is not, they have to pick a fight. They have to pick where they want to go. Or you go for Upgrade, or you go for Sun. I think that just trying to push into the zone itself is not a good long-term option here, because your cars are going to be really hard to keep safe. And yeah, actually, I'm looking at the POV. Yep, indeed, they're not going to be in zone, so you got to pick your fight. And I would say a southern rotate would be good, because Upgrade are just locked on that northern angle. They don't want to let Equinox push up on their location, so Equinox are going for the best option. But Shelby's just staying behind as a solo, as the team is just getting completely wrecked by the entirety of Sun. I think this is a bit of a misplay to stay split, and indeed, Equinox will lose two players as Shelby is left now as a solo.
That is rough. I see the risk they took. I see why they took it. Right, they wanted to keep Shelby there to stop Upgrade from getting the high ground up behind them. But unfortunately, Sun just have way too good of a position here. And that is going to mean that they get taken out very early. That plan has not gone the way they wanted it to at all. And Kindness now going to be moving on up. Upgrade going to be moving up. Sun as well, actually. Yeah, there we go. Equinox going to be taken on out. But actually, both of these teams moving into position, and Sun taking that southern side might just mean that they have the upper hand here, but Upgrade making a swift dash to the north side, losing one in the process. It's now a 4v2 here. Sun, are they going to take their second win of the day? It's looking more and more likely here, Max.
Sun just an omnipresent entity here. They know everything. They see everything in this game, though. They do get one player knocked out. Instant flush from Havoc, our previous game MVP. And Upgrade could be looking for our back-to-back game, but it's just not meant to be. Sun claiming their second chicken dinner of the evening. One Rondo, one Miramar in their back pocket, and they are looking steady here, Niptra, for day one of Pmnc USA.
They so are, aren't they? I mean, they have 2 wins and a second place now under their belt, ready to go. They saw that those teams were getting a little bit too close for comfort. Upgrade especially getting just a little bit too cozy with that second place, looking a little bit too much at that first place, and they went, no, absolutely not. We're going to win here. Sure, Upgrade get a second place, so maybe the gap isn't as large as we might think it would be. However, the gap is still there. They still keep trucking ahead. They're still just ahead game after game. And now as we go into the 2 Erangels, Max, you know, if Sun are really good on Erangel, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, we could be looking at a little bit of a runaway here in day 1.
Yeah, you're right. We still have 2 games. Sorry, I'm so used to ending on Miramar. I was like, we're done. I was like, no, we still have 2 Erangels coming up, right? Yeah, we're not done yet. We still got a third of the games left to go here on the grassy pastures. 2 Erangels, you said, Niptra. But what a game. There's a lot to break down, and I think we might have to keep it for after the break if we do have one, because I have a lot of things I want to talk about, especially that push from on the western side from Equinox. I think there was a little bit of a misplay there. Definitely a good opportunity they were going for, but maybe a little bit of a weird fumble towards the end of that game. But that's it. Yeah, indeed, Miramar is done and dusted for today. Grassy pastures coming right up, Niptra. Anything you would like to talk about that game? Because I'm waiting for the break. If it's coming up, I don't know when.
Honestly, I don't know. It's
oh no, it's
really...
not now.
Yeah, it's not now. I was thinking the same.
I'm telling you, I'm so weirded out because it's Miramar and I'm end of day vibes right now.
Right.
But no, we still got some graphics to talk about. Production. I am sorry. That's on me. Yeah, looking at the match stats here of Sun, everyone looking really good. But yeah, Russell doing so well this game with 5 elims.
Very well indeed, right? And they still keep those elims coming and coming and coming. That's 12 points on the board now, just in elimination. So again, a 22-point game coming in off of the back of what, a 23-point game on Rondo. So yeah, really, really good stuff coming in here, keeping those numbers well and truly alive. And what's really important here, Max, I think, coming off the back of this, is that they're maybe not running away with it from the top 5 teams, but they're making darn sure with the amount of eliminations that they're getting that the teams 5th and below can't get anywhere near them, making sure that they are, you know, safe in the top 5, which is the really important thing here.
We're clearly going to have a group of squads at the top of the ranking starting to separate themselves between their group and the rest of the teams in this lobby. So we are going to have we're going to have an island of teams up there just popping off, have been popping off, and hopefully will be keeping to pop off for the rest of these matches today. Yeah, looking at the points coming in, Strangers BD, the fact that we go from like 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, and then you go to 15, 16, 22, you got such a big point gap created in this Miramar match, which I'm loving to see. It just goes to show you got some teams very clearly standing as favorites and standing proud in this tournament. And Sun, I'm sorry, but for me, Sun's macro gameplay is a thing of absolute beauty. Short upgrade last game, had a really strong performance on Miramar, but Sun, I feel like, do it consistently, Niptra. And right now, they are my favorite team, because that is stuff you would show me, maybe not a global event, but you would show me that in like a strong regional international qualifier, and I would like, oh yes, this is great.
Honestly, I think you'd see it even in PMGO. I think both them, Sun and Upgrade, those are definitely plays that we've seen before at global level to varying degrees, right? I think Upgrade have more of a textbook obvious rotation when it comes to just watching and picking up on those things as a viewer. Sun are a lot more subtle about their movements. They're not as big, they're not as obvious, they're not as pronounced as Upgrade, so they're a little bit harder to really keep track of, and that's exactly why they're so consistent, right? Because you don't notice them very much. They're still there, they're still strong, they're still pushing teams away, but for some reason they fly under the radar. You don't realize they're there until it's way too late.
Yeah, definitely got a few silent killers in this lobby, as the MVP of the game is going to be Meng. Despite not getting the win, they do get taken out in 3rd place. Meng is going to be your match MVP with almost 700 damage, and actually he gained a decent amount of limbs because of that damage into elimination conversion. So he was very, very strong this game. And yeah, I said it, this guy is a menace. His utility game especially is very strong, and we even saw in this game get some really good long range knocks converted into flushes. So he was able to get those points very nicely. Happy about Meng, and I would say, individually speaking, there's him, there's Russell, there's Demon, there's a few solo players that already stand out to me, Niptra, that I'm hopeful to see them be consistent throughout, not only today, but hopefully the rest of PMNC USC, and who knows, maybe even the PMGO regional finals.
I agree. I'm really excited about Meng. I think he's not a player that I've heard of before. You know, he's new to me, but he's definitely here now, and he's here to stay, and I'll definitely remember him for a long time, right? Just the amount of nades he's able to put up, I mean, it's rivaling some of the best out there, I think, in just the consistency today. We'll see how he performs over the next 2 days. Is that consistency really going to be there? We'll have to see, but so far it's looking very good, Max.
Yeah, it's been looking really good indeed. But with that said, that is going to be it for our Miramar games here, Niptra. It was absolute cinema for those first 4 matches, and hopefully that's what we're going to be having for our next 2 games. So if you guys want to see some good grassy pastures action, stick around. We'll be back very soon. Sun Esports has now officially become our first team here at PMNC USA to secure 2 chicken dinners, but can they make it 3 moving into our next 2 matches on Erangel? That's the question we're going to look to answer here. Maxman and Niptro, we're back once again to break down all of the action here in the USA side of PUBG Mobile Esports. And Niptura, so far, the games have been looking great. Some strong solo plays, some strong squad plays and macro plays from some of our teams. And I'm looking to see that continue in our 2 Grassy Pastures matches. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm so excited. You asked if Sun could win a 3rd. Based off what we've been seeing so far, abso-freaking-lutely. Here we go. Sun Esports gonna be having 74 points total. Nearly 100 points in the first day, Max. The power, first of all, the power of Sun, but also the power of 2 rondos. 2 rondos in a day. I love this new rotation we're seeing coming through here. Love it so much. The gap closing though, upgrade up to 57 points. So I ain't gonna do the math on that, but that's less than 20 as far as I could tell. Team Equinox right behind that as well, but we are starting to see a little bit of a gap. Not very much, but those numbers do start to dwindle pretty quickly as we move down the line here.
But if you're looking really at the point gap that's been created, right, you're looking at Extreme Slayers. Erangel and Team Control is a little bit too far down, so I'm going to count them out for now unless we see a decent comeback in the next coming matches. If you go from Extreme Slayers, right, 14th place, 12 points, and then you go to top 5, which is currently 30 points for Rich Esports, that's a 20, around 20-point game, right? That's an 18-point game, which is doable on an Erangel match if you get a really high elimination chicken dinner. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to see the second page of the leaderboards teams step up significantly. But the thing is, and I don't know if you would agree here, Niptra, or not, we are seeing some teams eclipsing, and I don't use this word lightly usually, but clearly eclipsing the lobby in terms of strategy and oppression in this game with their gun presence, their macro presence, their splits by Sun in that game that are, I think it's going to be very hard to execute a comeback and win day 1, which goes to show how dominant these teams have been.
The only thing I can think of is that there's some sleeper agents over here in some of these teams that are going to come in day 3 and absolutely wreck the lobby and get into those top 5 positions. But the way it's been going, it's getting harder and harder to feel like that's going to be a possibility. The only teams outside the top 5 that really come to mind is Vatic, right? Because they've still been there with the macro, they've still been there with the eliminations, just not to the extent that we've seen some of these other teams. So for me, Vatic seems to be, at the moment at least, the only one who's really going to be a contender outside the top 5, because like you said, they're just so dominant. But having said that, that could still all change, right? We're going into our first Erangel of 2, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. As we always say, these teams know this map inside and out. Is there going to be an upset when it comes to that leaderboard after we're done here?
Could be. We'll have to see if we're going to have any hot drops, because you did have one in Miramar. Have one that happened twice in Miramar, right? In Picado. Yeah. Are we going to see some weird shenanigans happening on Erangel? I'm hoping the answer is going to be no. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we had another weird hot drop in, I don't know, Crate, George Pole, Pachinki, Rozok. So many things could be happening. Though this plane is not great. So actually we could have some, maybe not straight up hot drops, but rotational clashes where teams trying to stretch it to a drop location, they cross another team, they fight, and it just gets it becomes a hot mess. So just got to be a little bit careful, because this plane is, I would say, one of the worst you can get. It's not fun for teams that like to drop very eastern or northern on this particular map.
No, it's not easy at all. It's not nice at all. The other clash we could see is on some of those garages on top of those car spawns as well. So that's going to be something to look out for here. I love this parachute. I have it. That's lovely. Or the glider, rather. You have this one?
I have this one. But I swapped it for the new glider that came out, I think, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Well, actually, today, if you're in USA, which I think most people of you guys in chat are. But yeah, there's a new suit that came out. I think it's a guilt suit. And they have, it's literally a train. You're on a train, like a subway train, and you're dropping down. Talking about dropping down, though, JN is going to drop down in the leaderboards as they tried to get that car from the garage, and they are getting wrecked currently.
I'm sorry. How do you basically just spawned with an M4 3 times. That's like the most goated combo you can have. The unfairness levels that JN are feeling right now as they go immediately out is on another level. I would be smacking all kinds of desks if I were them. That's so unfair.
It's giving a slight vibes of I was given a small loan of $1 million. You know, I was like given.
Yes.
He was given such a big advantage. As you said, the best loadout, 3x scope and M4. What do you want to do?
That's crazy.
Oh,
That's
I dropped
crazy.
on a loot truck that was already exploded. There was an MG3 and I got it minute 1.
Yeah, I got MG3 P90 when I dropped. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Poor JN. But you know what? You know, it's how it do be sometimes. Now they have more time. They can chill. They can relax a little bit before the final game of the day here. As we also see YKG Fate going out early. Again, what is with this team? Have I cursed them? Is it the Neptura curse coming in? Or are they just not performing how anybody expected them to? Because I think, you know, with the names that we saw from them, I would have thought we'd expect a lot more from them.
Not the Neptura curse. Oh,
No!
terrible
I know.
things.
So sorry.
Yeah. Look what happened to Kitsune after supporting him for so long.
Okay. He's got to sneak one in every single time.
Every event. It is the one day.
Chat, don't you dare. I'm watching you. In 15 minutes time.
Oh, okay, you don't cheat. Oh my god. It's 4 AM, Niptrue. You just don't scream at me.
Sorry, I'm
You
so
scared
sorry.
me. I thought you were
so
getting
sorry.
attacked.
No, I'm getting attacked by this play zone right now.
Oh my goodness.
So sorry. It's just we what is that? What is that? What is that?
Oh.
That's crazy.
That was the most screamy scream.
I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Everybody's ears. I can't help it sometimes.
All the chat is just gonna go deaf after that. They're gonna put the stream audio on like 1%. Oh. Oh.
My bad, guys.
Also high pitch too. It's like a mouse. Are you a mouse
Yeah.
in disguise?
What? Hey, you can't say that on stream, man. They'll know.
Damn.
Found out on stream. That's crazy.
It's Ratatoska. Wow. Well, no, Ratatoska technically is a squirrel, right? So actually that doesn't work
Yeah.
in North mythology. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Still,
tried
it's a
that.
reference. I like it.
It's a reference.
A
Oh,
bad one. It works.
Nyx! 2 eliminations.
No way.
It's team control. Up to 7 points. Oh, and Arazil gonna go down to Finial there. Or one of the players of Arazil, excuse me.
Are we going to
Still up as
celebrate
3.
every point for control?
Yes.
Are we yeah? Are we?
Yes.
I think we can drop it now, but like, okay,
Well,
if you want to, that's fine. Your
for
number
today,
one
I think we
supporter,
can.
number one fangirl of the control team.
Yep.
It is Niptura, guys.
I just want them to have points, man. It sucks to have 4 games in and no points. That's really hard.
That's true. Actually, Equinox getting points. They're eliminating Rich, which that is going to be one of the big squads. Currently in 5th place, right? Which is, we mentioned it many times. If you want to make it to the PMGO regional finals of NA, that's where you want to stand. And Rich are taking a bit of damage, taking 1 casualty, actually. So they are going to have to rethink their early game approach. As Finial also looking to leave Novoret and should have some good loot from this position. And they are literally almost center circle, so they're going to be looking golden this game. I want to see who's going to be taking Observatory on top of the mountain. That would be a great position in this circle. And so far it seems like Mark might be going up there to somewhat scout, but there is going to be a team just ahead of them in ours. So unfortunately, I do not think it's going to be open for the taking.
Looks like Sun actually might go for a botation or a glidation. We'll see. Oh, as the hovercraft is being utilized here. Gonna add a little bit of protection as they make their way up the mountain. But wow, okay, I was gonna say Mark is really going for it, but no. They're gonna go, yeah, not worth it. They're already there. Once they're up there, you can try and get them in rotation, but once they're up there, it's no good. There's just no doing anything there. And I think this would be the next best position. It's a little bit more out of the way than they might like, but it gives you so much cover, and seeing it as it's only stage 1, maybe that's the best option.
I know this is a bit random, what I'm going to say, but I think I've never seen a hovercraft that high on Erangel before. Because it spawns literally water level, right? Ocean level.
Yeah.
And it's pushed up on that one of the highest peaks on Erangel. So yeah, again, I said it's kind of random. There you go. It's like,
it is random.
You know when you have these random records in the Guinness World of Records book, you're like, the most amount of watermelons cracked with your head in 5 minutes. Is that kind of, interesting fact is not worth it. Oh, the car's back.
No, the car's back. But no, that is a good fact. That is a good fact, and I think you're probably right. I think the hovercraft is going, I can see so far.
Yeah. They got the loot truck here.
Loot truck! You're not more hype about the loot truck? Hello?
I am hyped about the loot truck.
He says in a very normal. He says calmly.
I'm still scared after that scream on circle 1. So I'm recuperating. I feel like I'm gonna need an entire phase 1 to phase 2 transition to get hyped about a loot truck. But duck boat, yes.
Duck boat.
There you go. I'm excited. I swear sometimes that people must be watching and asking, are these casters like 5? And you know what?
True,
that would be a fair assessment to make. We get excited about the dumbest stuff, and you know what? I wouldn't change it for the world. Nope, I will keep doing it.
We're having fun. I think.
I
Given
am.
the silence. Okay, we are. Okay.
Yeah, you scared me earlier, but I'm still having fun. It's like I'm in like a haunted house casting with Nitro.
Right? Everybody
that's
loves
the
a
vibe.
little jump scare now and then.
It's like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Great.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is bad. Now we can get hyped because that was looking like a textbook game that was going to end on Military Island, but no, it goes back to the mainland. One team that's very lucky is Extreme Slayers. They didn't fully commit to the cross on the Western Bridge, so they can recommit back to the mainland. Not going to have to be too bad. One team that's very lucky also is Vatic, because they're still in Boatyard right now, Niptra. If that was a full island finish, I'm going to say they were going to die to the blue or something along those lines, because that was a very hard transition to execute, so they got hella lucky on that circle shift.
So lucky. Now they can just take up shelter and be super chill about it. Rain, I mean, we haven't seen that much from Rain, but Rain are in a fantastic position to gatekeep the heck out of everybody here. Because the way this zone is moving, because it's now moving in, 1 second left on the clock, right? They've got 2 minutes to move in. There's a lot of teams on this side. Probably a lot of teams are going to go for that western bridge, sure. But I think enough of them are going to go on the eastern side to where Rain could have a real advantage just spraying teams down. It's going to be a little bit of a free-for-all. So I'm excited to see if Rain can pick up some extra points along the way here. There you go. Mark being the first to fall. So we could start to see a lot of points being taken by them.
So, wait, just to make sure, because I didn't see their position. They were on the bridge, right?
On the eastern bridge, 2-2 split.
Eastern bridge.
Garage and bridge.
So, my question for you, my counter, not really a counter, but just my question to you, wouldn't you want to maybe retreat entirely of that position? Because I'm scared there's going to be too much attention thrown in the direction of that eastern bridge. I think there's going to be too much focus there because a lot of teams committed, but as of right now, it's kind of working. And they are going to be looking to wrap up this fight in the shed, pushing up with the DBS, and that is going to be the end of the line for eliminations. But again, I think there's going to be a lot of team crossing. I would be a bit more cautious about this.
I mean, they have already regrouped, right, over to the garage area, and you are seeing a lot of... Okay, now there's a big old gatekeep going on. Oh, beautiful spray! Hello?
What? You... Okay, that was not a good play there. He just peeks for no reason over the ridge, and you are asking to get knocked to that point. Now, the entire setup falls apart. That 2-2 split, you lose half of your members. The high ground position is completely gone and dusted. And now you're splitting up even further. So really, things are not working out for them. Though simple, one nade. Could be looking good onto Bob.
Oh, the nade
Maybe a bit of a back and forth, or it does chase down simple, and it explodes right in his face.
That literally
What a good elimination, but they will get the reset up here. Whew, that was, again, I think that was a big misplay to run across that ridge line, but luckily enough, they do get that reset, but in another world, that's a squad wipe. They're dead now.
That was silly goofy, but I love how that nade literally chased him down. That was so epic to watch. Unfortunately, he's not going to feel very epic about that. He's not going to feel very bonita after the general takes them all down. And, yeah, Equinox falling. Sorry, he's laughing in the distance and I can hear him. It's very funny. Anyway.
Is that a Family Guy reference? Is that a Family I am feeling Bonita right now. Oh, he's not going to feel Bonita. Meng is going to get fully swarmed, surrounded. He does almost get an elimination, but no, it's just not meant to be. Equinox out of this game, eliminated on the bridge. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, only getting 2 points for their trouble. So not feeling Bonita at all, Niptra, this match. Oh, my goodness.
No, they're really not. Thankfully, R8 are a decent way behind them, right? 51 to 36. R8 are gonna have to do a lot to really catch up to that, but still, not the finish that Equinox really were hoping for, especially with Upgrade continuing to climb up that leaderboard. They really want to close that gap as much as possible. It's team control. Come on, no, don't do this to us. Get a few more points at least before you go on out. There we go. Region 8 not going to be able to grab this one, but they're fully sending it. Look at them as a full squad here, just running and gunning into the blue zone. That is crazy work coming in from Region 8.
Oh, they're chasing it down. Look at Nico also in the distance, right? The drums of liberations are resonating throughout the entirety of Erangel as he's looking to regroup with his squad mates. But Potato Hill is still very deep in the blue, right? You're 700 meters away from the blue pretty much. So this is an absolute waste of time. But unfortunately, they're so spread that you're kind of stuck in this fight. And Nika gets the off angle with the Org. That's a nice elimination. Well, at least a knockback, I believe, soon to be elimination as it does get confirmed on Togeru. JK7 should be the next 4, and that is indeed the case. Right now, Region looking strong as he goes for the solo drive-by and even finds another one. Jelly getting point number, that's going to be number 6 right for themselves. R8 dominating this Potato Hill fight.
Max, I know what they're doing. They realize that Equinox went out and this is their opportunity to get the points. That's exactly what happened. They've read this Elim feed and they're going for it. Poor Falcon. Oh my goodness, I hate when this happens to me in Classics, a full team just running and gunning, but in esports you gotta do what you gotta do. And that's gonna be fine. Yeah, down, done, dusted. Unfortunate. 2 points on the board for them. They're gonna have to go out there. R8 gonna fall out of his own vehicle though, what that player is at least. Big update though, Sun down to a solo. I don't know what happened there. But there is only one player still standing, and it looks like maybe the zone's ticking away here at his health. I don't know what's going on, because that health is definitely dwindling. I think he's going to go out now.
Yeah, it could be an issue, unless he's able to clutch up that heal. Looking at next circle. He's going to head, I mean, should be heading north, right? Unless we have an insane bridge finish, which I'm not really expecting. Oh, it does head towards the bridge a little bit more. Okay, but we're still going to have this strong compound of Strangers BD in play, followed up by also the compound of Zombie. Arse, Rain that have not really had to move too much. I was a little bit scared that too much attention would be thrown their way, but so far seems like they've been able to command respect in this lobby and zone teams away successfully, so quite happy with their performance. But YKG and Sun, the solo player you already mentioned here, Russell, what's going to be his next move? Maybe dipping into the bridge to the western bridge could be an option, but his phase 4 is going to be risky, but he does get eliminated here by our duo of YKG. Sun out early for the very first time, if I'm not mistaken, in Iptra this tournament.
Yeah, his next step is into the lobby, unfortunately for him. So that's going to be them done and dusted here. YKG finally putting up, well, I say finally putting up some points. They've had far more than 1 point before, so I'm going to take that right back. But still, you know, we're seeing them towards the mid phase of the game, which I feel is unusual so far tonight. So let's see. Upgrade as well, definitely going to be trying to get as many points as possible, right? Because now with Sun out of the way, only a 15-point gap between them. That's very easily closed up as Shadow goes on down. He got backstabbed. He did not realize that Rich was right behind him. That's going to be Demon getting out of dodge immediately, running away as fast as he can. He does get into the next building over, but is anybody going to chase him down? It looks like, oh, it looks like ZB might be the next ones up here with the Molotov there. Going to close on up that gap, gonna close the door. Ooh, nades onto the outside, just trying to make sure they can get any angle they can. Smoke's gonna be coming on through. That is a Molotov, and that's gonna go straight onto a Demon. Not much longer. Down he goes. And that is gonna be Rain taken on out here.
Oh, really good hovercraft transition from our duo. You're gonna be able to make it to the beach side as Upgrade looking to hold this eastern ridge of the bridge, which this one is going to be very hard to kind of wrestle away from their position. As of right now, they can just play it slow. They don't have to really fight anyone, just survive, get a free ticket to the later stages of this game. That is what Upgrade is going to play around. As of right now, we kind of reached a kind of slow point of this match where teams don't really have to crash anymore. Most compounds are already overtaken, but one crash is indeed going to be happening in the distance. You can see on the top left side of your screen, it's going to be R8 fully crashing onto Arz's compound. And actually, R8 taking one casualty pretty much instantly the moment they encroach on this compound. Well, they still have two. There's Nika and Ten's Jelly. As Ten's Jelly next to fall down to Nika again. Time to go Gear 5 in this match. See if he can prevail as a solo. Maybe even go for the reset on his teammate. But look on the mini-map in Iptra. It's going to be Golden Eagles looking for a cheeky third party. And you know what? The timing is on point.
Nika, once again, a solo for his team. But he might just be able to... Whoa! Hang on, Cinco! Doing some massive damage there before going on down, and that's going to be them gone out of the game. But goodness me, maybe, just maybe, giving R8 time to reset and get this show back on the road against the Golden Eagles, especially now as Extreme Slayers are moving in so quickly as a full team. Love the wraparound coming on through here, as well as the nades are just going to go flying here.
I thought Golden Eagles were going to get fully clutched up by a solo for a second by Cinco.
Right?
I was a little bit scared for their situation. But now, yeah, we did see Nico go for the reset on his teammate, so they're back up as a duo. Vatic going to go for a very similar play as what Golden Eagles did literally just a few seconds ago, and they're going to try and third-party this fight themselves. And also Extreme Slayer, it seems like there's a big focal point around this compound that teams are trying to wrap around and maybe snatch away for themselves. But what a good knock here coming out from Nika with the M4, and now the entirety of Vatic is going to make that crash happen. Klaus is flushed on out, but now it's time to defend it in a 2v3 scenario. Blaze next to full, and that is it. Vatic falls to the hands of Nika, and that is game. Vatic just completely demolished by a solo in Nika. This guy is keeping the hope alive for Region 8 for the longest time, and he's still doing it here, making it to top 7.
He sure is. My goodness me, coming on through easy peasy. But can he hold out against another trio? That is the question as the nades come flying through. Possibly? Surely. Surely he goes out now. Surely. Nope, not yet. Yeah, he's on the balcony. Those nades aren't doing a thing to him. But where does he go from here, even if he wins against these three? I mean, Rich right there have perfect overview of this area. So let's see, they're moving on through, they're clearing out the house room by room, he's looking for those nades. He's got to smoke out this outside, might be helpful.
Yeah, it's a good smoke if he wants to drop down. This is a really good smoke. This is really good usage of utility from Nika. I love it. It's just kind of having a plan B available in case. And actually, he's on a wall now that if he gets pushed up, he can maybe survive. But no, that's going to be, unfortunately, the end of the line. He was spotted out, and you know what? Still a big win, in my opinion, for Nika. He went gum M4 in that game, and it popped off massively this game. GG indeed. As now, 6 teams remaining in the and we keep moving closer and closer to the bridge portion of this game. So Upgrade are being gifted an amazing position. Let's see if they can use it to its full potential.
I mean, Upgrade, time and time again, in the best position possible, right? YKG got to have the garage, right, as a duo, just able to try and third-party where they can, but not getting super involved here. I do like this positioning. It's making sure that they have at least position points, which we know they were lacking last time, so definitely have more than one now, which is great. How much longer it's going to last with the split from Upgrade, not too sure about that. But, you know, it's a decent position to have as Zombie Boys get their first knock here. Just 2 eliminations. You know, it's not been an insane game for them by any means, but the positioning they've been allowed to have has been really, really good for them. But now teams are starting to look their direction as they're trying to thin out these numbers over onto the northern side here. The zone might continue to center up, and so they need to get rid of them ASAP.
Sorry, light bulb moment, Niptura. We could have a loot truck finish right now. This is the perfect setup. You have a loot truck on the road, exploded. This is just like we saw happen just a few weeks ago in BGIS with a player. It was Hunters from Genesis. He won off the back of that. We could see something similar maybe for Upgrade if they do take control of that position. Maybe even a play of Rich if they can make that transition happen. So keep an eye out. If the circle keeps shifting towards it, which it does, you could have a loot truck finish indeed. Here, they're going to be in nade range. It's time to chuck that utility over. Jat 24K. But yes, it does move forward, and teams on the northern edge, Extreme Slayers, Rich, Zombie, Strangers BD, Niptra have to make a push forward. The thing is, there's not enough space for all of these teams to survive, so crashes and fights will have to break out in the very, very near future.
I'm wondering what quadruple 6 is doing for upgrade, right? Because he's under the bridge right now. No one is looking in his direction. He needs to move into zone, up that cliff, and at least just hold on to some rocks there. I'm not sure what he's still doing under the bridge. I'd like to see some movement from him ASAP, just because that zone is starting to move more and more towards the land. He needs to be in a position where if he has to, especially as upgrade are looking more and more like they want to make a push here, he's got to back up his teammates.
If he's going to try and give some support to his allies. There you go. Fraddy. Actually, this is a decent entry point. He's able to use the building as somewhat a decent amount of cover, but he's spotted by YKG. There's a nice knock to have. Maybe not the end of the game just yet, but the Extreme Slayers are going to be pushing completely split, it seems, and yeah, that is a complete fail of an engage. That's going to be it. Top 5 teams now remaining in this game, and it's still going to be looking good for YKG in this gas station. If you're able to just zone teams away, you don't really have to get too involved in the conversation. Just make it known that you're here, and teams will eliminate each other on the edge. This is maybe even looking for an easy top 2 finish, depending on how things wrap up in this game. As Zombie Boys, Crazy does make it in the circle behind that car, is somewhat creating a bit of an anchor point for his teammates, but you need to eliminate Rich right now. Eliminate them behind that hovercraft as that nade is coming in.
Oh!
But we'll make it a little bit too short.
Well, right now they're just really pinching them in, right? They're not letting them, they're not letting them use as much of cover as they've been afforded by the hovercraft. That Molotov just putting them into a corner here. They have to be really careful of Slay, though, because that's a great off angle that they're using. Well, never mind. As soon as I say that, I'm so sorry. Havoc takes him out, and that's going to be Rich down to a solo. Knaves over the top could do well, but they just fall a little bit short here. Hovercraft tanking so much of that.
Come on, one's gonna hit, right?
Sure.
Oh my goodness, they just can't get it. I don't know why they're trying to throw it over. Throw it to the side and you have a higher chance of success, but they're really trying to just get the Kobe dunk on them. The smoke is going to dissipate. I like this off angle here. Shinobi trying to just wait for the smoke to dissipate. Actually pushing up with a buggy too. I'm not sure what the game plan is, but he's going to get caught off guard completely. A bit of a misplay in my opinion. Slither of HP will go for the first aid. He's actually going to be down to still 2 extra first aid, so he's going to be looking quite healthy. The pre-fire does not quite connect, so looking pretty decent, but now he's going to be in that utility range. Just chuck everything in the kitchen sink. Rich should get eliminated eventually, and that's it. First to fall is Jat24K. June should be the next to fall. As in the distance, teams will be looking to reposition upgrade in particular, as that is going to be a nice trade-off. Shinobi is going to be the second casualty for the side of Zombies. Rivera and Crazy looking to push their way deeper in the play zone.
GG. Well, hard fought, but you know what? Zombie Boys up to 5 eliminations. Gonna try and get this revive going. And I tell you what, look at the split that Zombie Boys have, actually. They've got a really good bit of zone that they're trying to control. Upgrade might have the upper hand here. It looks like Upgrade... Are they on the bridge there? I'm not sure if they're up and having a little bit of that high ground area. And there we go. Kindness on the bottom side there. Finally out of the water, onto the cliff. And gonna try and get rid of Strangers as much as they can. Yeah, there is somebody. There is somebody up on top.
In a hovercraft, I think.
On a hovercraft. Okay, so that is
they had one.
Quadruple 6. Okay.
I think. I didn't see his exact pure... No, it's a buggy. Oh, wait. It looked like he was on a water minimap, but he was not. Okay, he was on land.
Yeah, he was on the bridge, yeah.
With that. Oh, the minimap always baiting us, Nibtro. He's always trying to play tricks on us. And it works. The thing is, he gets us every time. You wouldn't think so, but he keeps getting us. Catching us off guard. McKindness, good to see him making it to the later portion of this match with a quadruple 6. They're just slowing things down. And yeah, this is clearly looking like a second place for YKG. They are being gifted an insane circle finish. And you know what? If Upgrade take casualties to the hands of maybe Strangers BD, even Zombies, who knows? Maybe we could be looking at YKG chicken dinner. Strangers BD having to push up on the beach. It's D-Day, but it's not going too good, and that is going to be the end of the line. Strangers BD out in top 4. 3 teams now remain. Upgrade, YKG, and Zombies looking to claim our next chicken dinner on Erangel.
And honestly, it looks like they might just do it, right? Upgrade have been trying their best, but you know, the terrain has not been on their side. The only thing keeping them alive here is Havoc's off angle, right? Just making sure the zombies can't do too much here. Nice nade over the top, a little bit far, but it's still enough to just push them away from that angle. And YKG, in the meantime, they are prone, they're inside a building, and they're like, we are not here, guys. This is our first top 5. We're not going to try and do anything crazy just yet. We're going to be super chill. I swear, if YKG put a smoke out while they're prone in a building and no one knows they're there, I'm going to freak out. Why would you do that? Please put that away. You're making me nervous.
The thing is, they do have a window that could, I think Valek, sorry. I think he's in a nadeable room. Or is he behind the counter? I'm not sure. If he's behind the counter, there's a safer position, so definitely don't use it. If he's in a nadeable room, though, definitely maybe want to pop it. But yeah, I mean, so far, no one's aware they're there, or at least confident their team is there, so they can play it slow. And only use it if you see that teams are starting to put a big emphasis around your gas station.
Right. Exactly.
Havoc's pushing up. Ooh, but no one's going for the loot truck, which makes me a little bit sad, but I'm not going to be too critical.
Right? Okay. They're instead going to go for that added enforcement over here onto the western side on these cliffs. A lot of, I mean, this is probably the safest place, really, because it's really hard to hit nades there because they end up just going into the water. It's really hard to get them high enough to go over the ridge, but close enough to actually do anything to these players. So definitely going to be a little bit of a stalemate here, I think, Max. We're slowing down a little bit. We still have a minute on that zone to go, so everybody's pretty much in zone. I think one player of Zombie Boys isn't, but other than that, we're really good to go here. So I think we got a little bit of time. We can breathe, we can eat some popcorn, we can chill a little bit before we get into the thick of things.
Oh, you say that. I think we're going to see one knock come out, and then just all hell is going to break loose out of nowhere. And we are phase 8. We're about to go into phase 9. It's going to center up, and I believe it's going to center up on the gas station itself, or maybe just slightly southwest of the gas station of YKG. So teams are going to have to play around these walls in particular, right? The L formation of the walls are going to be very important to work around. But if you do simple math, I think that Upgrade and Zombie Boys have realized there's not just one squad up against us, right? There's going to be also possibly a straggler in that building, in the gas station. So you've got to be putting your focus on that. That sure, you might have to fight Upgrade or Zombie Boys straight up, head to head. But then you got to instantly pivot your attention onto the gas station because you just don't know where those solos, those duos are going to be standing. So it's all about timing for these teams. As now, phase number 9 is coming up. We have 2 minutes 30 until the circle's wrapped up, Niptura, as the spray's coming on through, but doesn't quite get the knock.
How did he even see him? Oh my goodness me. I thought he was prone there. I'm not sure how he got spotted, but spotted he did. Now's the time to put that smoke in and start chucking some nades, right, before they can get too close. That is really where you have to go. Now we get the knock onto Havoc as well. Crazy's going to be really just looking at YKG. Where are those nades now? Where are those smokes? Come on. Snap into action. You can't let them walk all over you like this as Havoc goes on down. So now, Upgrade just down to 2. There we go. That's the response that they needed. Rivera going on down now instead. That's a nice trade and walks straight into... What? Valek takes out the last one.
The back-to-back double nades here from Quadruple Six were absolutely mental. Now his teammate's going to go for the recess kindness onto Havoc, but they're going to get swarmed by YKG. The duo is looking to impress, is looking to take home the win, but they're pushing it solo for no reason whatsoever. And Quadruple Six is looking to get himself his 3rd elimination in this finishing fight. This guy is on an absolute tear this game and looking to maybe get his 4th onto 24K. He's looking to retreat, he's looking to reposition, but he's surrounded by Upgrade players. The nade is right on the money, and Upgrade make it happen, securing also their 2nd chicken dinner of the day, Niptura, and this time around, it's on Erangel.
Goodness me, kings of every game so far, in strategy to me, and now in points, in numbers, according to the game. Some really, really good stuff coming in from Upgrade. Love to see it. And with Sun going out early, that might just be them taking the #1 spot, Max.
Could be happening. Again, we're seeing these very big squads at the top just currently eclipsing the rest of the lobby and setting up a precedent for themselves that they are looking like clear favorites to make it right to the PMGO regional finals and maybe even to the PMGO main event itself over in Jakarta. So what a game indeed. I'm very sad though, Niptra, we didn't see an actual use case of the loot truck in that circle. I was hoping that was going to be the case, but it was just not meant to be. But otherwise, strong game and upgrade, using that bridge position to its full potential in that match.
They really did. You can see that potential being utilized in these eliminations as we see a 10-point game or a 20-point game coming in here. And Kindness getting some eliminations. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm just saying he's been a great support, but not really a fragger for the team, so it's nice to see him get some eliminations here. Yeah, just really, really good work. Again, the angles are on point. The teamwork is on point. Nobody is really without a backup angle, right? No one is really separated from the team in any sort of way, so they're really listening to each other and working with each other very, very well, which I love to see, of course. Some really good stuff there indeed. 20 points, of course. Region 8 actually taking more points just because of the 12 eliminations, even though we did not see them anywhere near that top 3. Rich Esports with 11, YKG with 10, Zombie with 10, even though they came in 3rd place. You know, it's really down to those eliminations that the previous or the top 5 teams were able to grab, or the top 4 teams were able to grab. It just means that there's not as many for the rest of them.
I do want to give a positive point to YKG. I did say they had a slow start. I was expecting more here. They definitely stepped up in terms of the points they gained in Niptra, but it's still not the kind of... It's not the strong performance I'm looking for. For me, this was clearly gifted to them because of a lucky circle, a very lucky circumstance that they were able to leverage to make it very far in this game, which in this case you can see, right, they do make it to top 2 and get those 6 placement points. But it's not enough. I want to see a more oppressive YKG. I want to see teams that's just dominating, bullying teams in the lobby, which as of right now is not what we have witnessed throughout these first 5 matches of today. Maybe we'll see in the last one, but YKG I still think has a lot more to offer here on these matches.
Oh, we've seen them outperform this time and time again in previous seasons, so no doubt there's a little bit more that we can see from them, or a lot more that we can see from them. I'm going to be interested to see how they play the next game, if they're just going to do just enough to be in the running, you know, top 8, top 7, something like that, and then we're going to see them come out tomorrow. That's going to be interesting for me. Maybe they're just letting teams have their fun, and then they're going to go ahead and dominate, but honestly, that's not really the way to play a 3-day event like this. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to really play this as we look at Nika from R8. Gonna be our MVP. 6 eliminations. Goodness me. And I think that's the highest amount of damage we've seen an MVP take so far.
Oh, yes. He's part of the 4 Emperors right now. Nico, Gomu no MVP in this game. Really happy about his performance. And, man, these clutches he was doing on that northern compound, Niptra, despite having third party after third party after third party just flooding into that compound. This guy was just made of steel in that moment, and he was able to steal himself. So really, indeed, happy of those plays. Hopefully you can see a little bit more of this guy in the next matches today, and even maybe in the next few days of gameplay this weekend as we check out the match recap so far today. And yeah, we've had some really strong games, but here for match number 5, looking at the, in particular, distance traveled, right? We're looking at Zombie Boys, Niptra. They've been on an absolute marathon this game, moving all over bloody Erangel.
Well, I think they were one of the teams that were over by South George, North George, something like that. So way on the other side of the map, if I'm not mistaken. The other thing that's interesting to point out is Region 8 and Rain on the top of this leaderboard, despite not surviving. I mean, surviving way less, right? 19 minutes and 16 minutes versus 30, 24, 29. So you're seeing a lot of stuff being done here, a lot of using their time very effectively, very wisely, very productively for the short amount of time, relatively speaking, that they were alive.
Yep, indeed, but that is going to be it then for our 5th match of the day. First Erangel is done and dusted, put it in a box, but we still have one more game to come on Erangel. And it's going to be exciting to see, are we going to be seeing maybe Niptra, a team in maybe Upgrade, maybe Sun, get a 3rd chicken dinner? If you want the answer to that question, stick around, because game number 6 is coming up very soon. Please, loot truck finish. Come on, would be so cool. Welcome back, guys. We're getting ready for match number 6 here to wrap up day 1 of PMNC USA Spring 2026. And what a day it's been indeed, Niptra. So many strong plays, especially I would say strong individual performances from a lot of really good players. And I want to see that continue in our next coming up match. Is that a sentence?
So
I don't
do
think it was.
Wait.
Oh, wow. First place.
Yeah, they get first place with that win. Up they go. But only by 2 points are they leading. Only by 2. That is plenty for Sun to go. Absolutely not. Put the kibosh on that. Thank you very much. Love to see from YKG as well, right? Stepping up into that 7th place. That's what I said earlier, that they, you know, maybe this game, maybe the next game, that's what they're looking for. Get into that top 8, top 7. First half of that leaderboard, that's going to set them up really nicely for tomorrow's games. What I want to see from them is just a little bit more, maybe just push them into that 40-point mark, you know, and then that's going to get them close enough to actually be able to do something and hold a top 5 position coming into tomorrow.
But man, oh man, you got a 45-point difference, Neptura, between 2nd place in Sunny Sports and Strangers BD in 6th place. Our top 2 teams of Sunny Sports and Upgrade are looking so comfortable. They're on a king-size mattress right now. Not even that queen size. Queen size is bigger, right, than king? Is it?
No, it's the other way around.
It's king? Okay. Well,
I think.
Then, yes, looking so comfortable on a king-size mattress. Haha, very funny. But no, they're looking fantastic, eclipsing the lobby once again significantly. And it's going to get to a point where we're going to see a gap created that if this continues going into day 2 in particular, it's going to be very, very hard to come back. And teams are going to be so happy we don't have the smash ruling, because if there was... we might just have literally 2 games on the last day, because these guys are destroying everyone and it's not even close.
Absolutely, and I think as well that I want to say, I'm going to make a prediction here, and I want to know if you're going to think the same, Max. We could get 100 points by the end of day 1. 77. We're at 77.
No, I was thinking 70, but yeah, you're right, 77. Yeah, it could happen, yeah.
22 points. I mean, we've seen more. We've seen a bigger game than that on not a rondo, so... To me, it's definitely possible. We could get 100 points for sure. Yeah,
it would be an achievement, right, to reach 100 points going into it. But it's not as impressive because double rondo, right? So, like, if it was before with triple Erangel, 1 rondo, 2 Miramars, we're like, wow, that's super cool. Double rondo is inflating those points a little bit. But it's still cool, you know?
But, Max?
Yeah?
Control also had a double rondo. I'm just saying.
You got me. Okay.
I'm just
You're using
saying.
the complete opposite in terms of team on the rankings to leverage that. But yeah, you know what? Sure, you're right. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. But still, you get what I mean, right? Because they get 2 good rondos. It's not like, oh, wow. But it's still cool to have, and it's still over there. Actually, because now we have rondo, double rondo, what would be a strong point average, like 15? Because we usually say, right, in esports, a 10-point average is a really good average
it's
to
really
have,
good
right?
Average, yeah.
I would say because of double rondo, I'm going to say 12 to 13 points is a really good average you want to try and have, right? Because it does increase the points you should theoretically be able to get on those 2 first battlegrounds. What do you think?
I think that is fair. It doesn't make it insane or anything, but it does keep it in keeping, I think, with... Yeah, I agree. I agree. You gotta up that average a little bit just because of those rondos. They are gonna do that. We've seen... I mean, last weekend we saw teams consistently get on a double rondo easily between 18 and 24 points per rondo. Easily last weekend. Yeah. Those are the top teams, obviously, but it was... I mean, 5 teams... Oh... Max, you know what I said at the beginning of the show, or even before the show. I said the zones love to do this. They did this last weekend. They're doing it now. The Erangels, they're like, yeah, everybody knows what an Erangel is. We need to spice things up. We need to make it fun, a little bit crazy. And the zone has said, okay, Severny, but mostly water.
Can you say again in the way you just said it? A little bit crazy. Can you say it?
A little
with
bit
intonation?
crazy.
Yeah. Like your bonita, a little bit bonita.
A little bit spicy. Hey, can you tell I've been on TikTok today?
Yes, I can tell.
Yes,
You've been brain rotting all day.
I have been brain rotting for a good portion of today, not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know what? I go on TikTok. I have Star Captain clips, so I know what I'm getting better at PUBG Mobile right now.
Wow.
Actually, you know what? Would be cool to see Star Captain in an actual tournament. I think he would do well.
I think he would do well.
With a good IGL, I think he would do pretty decent.
I mean, him and Snowix popped off.
Yeah.
You know?
Star Captain PMGC 2026 confirmed?
Like, genuinely, like, we've been watching esports a very long time. Genuinely, Star Captain would fit right in, I think.
I think so. If he stopped trying to just hit, like, good fights for clips on YouTube, then maybe maybe he would
Once
be even
a content
more
creator,
consistent.
always a content
He's
creator.
like, oh, jump shot, 360 no scope in the head while I'm blindfolded, and I'm also in a pool. I don't know. He's just like trying to get a list of achievements on those shots. But now we're going to be looking at Vatic that will be looking to push up, and that's going to be Klaus. Again, this guy, he loves it when there's no cover flares around, and he's able to get that elimination confirmed on PK. JPK. Because now, yeah, just they're fully sending it. They're going to try and leverage the man advantage. It's still a bit risky. I would say to commit to a fight like this on phase 1, Niptura. Sure, it's a... I don't know. It's a little bit... Wait, actually...
Oh?
I know he's a solo, right? He doesn't have his teammates. I just looked at the map, so yeah, he's done. Actually, that's a good push-up. Did they know he was a solo? I guess they did, right?
No, wait. They did...
Where's the rest of the team?
They went with the... They knocked him out with fists. He went full punch mode while the rest of his teammates had knife. Yeah, he really... That's crazy. That's a crazy flex. But anyway, Control gonna lose 2 players
they're in
very
George.
early.
They're in George, okay.
Yeah. They're on that one compound that we always like to go to.
That was a bit weird. Like, clearly I was not paying attention to the fight. I was talking about other stuff, and then I locked in. I was like, wait, this is kind of a weird setup.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do a 2-2 split there, and Vatic just saw right through it, unfortunately for them. So that's going to be them done and dusted. And now Vatic might just find Control again as we're going to go flying through the air over onto North George. I think Control actually might go for Zarky. That would be a really good play from them, especially as a duo, right? No one's going to go up there. They're going to be able to just loot in peace. There's a large amount of zone up there that's free. Yeah, I really like that play from them.
Yeah, it's safe. It is safe. And also you got a very northern phase 1 circle, so it's a very easy transition point. You follow the road from Zarky all over to Saverny, and you're pretty much in play zone, so they should be good to go.
Excellent.
Yeah, Vatic, again, got himself 2 eliminations, 1 for Klaus, 1 for Blaze. They're going to be happy-chappy about that trade-off. Otherwise, outside of that, those are the only 2 eliminations we've got this game. So as we move further and further along this tournament, Niptra, it seems like we do have these drops being way more secured for these teams. No big clashes on the early rotations either. So I gotta say, there's a level of macro homework that has been executed very well throughout the entirety of today, and I feel like teams are being more respectful as time goes by, which is great. So double thumbs up from me. Yes, keep it up, guys.
There you go, guys. You got them double Maxman thumbs.
Just the thumb, not up, just like that.
Thumbs up, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Got my 2 thumbs, guys. Do what you will with it. If you want to transplant it on your own hands, go for it. Maybe 6 fingers. You know, that's how you do it.
I mean, that is a setup, right? That is the layout. Sometimes 6-finger layout. Go for it.
Actually, wait. Do we have a PUBG Mobile Pro player that has 6 fingers? Because some people are born with 6 fingers, and normally they're very good pianists. Would you be? Would you be a better? Oh, would you be a better PUBG Mobile esports player if you had 6 fingers?
No, because it's more fingers to get in the way of seeing what you're doing on a screen. You know? I think it actually just get in the way because a mobile screen is quite small.
Wrong, because I said so. I think it would be better.
Okay.
More
Sorry,
equal, better and
you're
stronger.
Right, Maxman.
wait, sorry. Okay, the Dino car's just mid-air, just trying to do a little bit of a side flip. I don't know, chat. You know what? I'm going to get chat involved. Tell us, do you think having 6 fingers on both hands, well, not 3 and 3, like 6 on the right and 6 on the left, do you think that would make you a better PUBG Mobile player? Tell us what we think. But now, looking at the teams and how they rotate, Strangers BD going to have the Hill Warehouse position, which is very strong to hold on to. So I wonder if they're going to go for a 2-2 split, which seems like that's what they're going for. And one team is going to be in Severny, which is going to be RA. I do wonder if they did loot up that loot truck, because one does pass right through Severny. So they might have gotten that free loot early on.
Also, Zombie Boy's moving on through the center here, so we're going to maybe see some action coming in as they move past Rain. Will be interesting to see what goes down there, but YKG going to be making a very, well, I was going to say safe rotation. Not so safe for Trick, but otherwise a safe rotation over straight to the north side, and you can guarantee nobody is up here, right? That's the beauty of these hard shifts. If you're one of the first to get a long rotation underway, you can pretty much guarantee that you're going to be the only ones in that sector of the zone, and that gives you at least a little bit of time. What? Okay. What is with all the cars flipping on this map to, like, in this game? That's like the 6th one, and we're, what, 8 minutes into the game?
I didn't know Erangel was on the moon, you know. There's way less gravity over here, it feels like. All the cars just lifting off way faster. Oh, that's YKG. They're chasing down the solo. Come on, you should be able to get that one. Yep, that's a nice one. Connects on the Scarf of Fate, and Pain will be sent back to the Shadow Realm from which he came.
Yep.
Zone number 2 about to pop. Where's it going to be shifting? We'll have to see. Hopefully not onto the beach side, because that would be horrendous for these teams. And you know what? Seeing what the circles we've had so far today, Niptra, I wouldn't be too surprised.
I wouldn't either, honestly. Well, Severny's still in zone. Let's see where it has popped up. Great positioning for Strangers here. Unfortunate that they have to lose a player. But this is a great spot. We love this warehouse. It's a fantastic place to just, I wouldn't say hide, but it's a great place to just sit for the majority of the game. No one's going to come near you. You can actually take a lot of third-party opportunities from it, and it gives you a really strong foundation to do exactly this, basically, for the rest of the game.
By the way, sorry to pivot onto another topic, but I do believe in chat I have seen a certain HH24, which, if you guys do not know, is the official coach for Team USA for the Esports Nations Cup, which gets me very excited. So, hello, HH24, and best of luck putting up a great team. I'm excited for what USA will do in that tournament. It's really cool, by the way. You've got so many great coaches all around the world, right, that have been picked up. You've got Defian for also the side of Indonesia and stuff. You've got Mimorin also from Reject. He's taking care of the Japanese team. So ENC is going to be absolutely fantastic. And actually, wait, they could get Coops in Team USA, right? So that could be looking good for USA.
That could be very good indeed. But Rich not looking so good as these nades come flying on through. Zombie Boys seem to have woken up really quickly here in the last 2 games. You see them doing some really good stuff there, and that is Rich out. Max, Rich, who were top 2 coming into the Miramars, now dropping down to 5th place, and Strangers only 11 points behind them. Could they fall into 6th by the end of this game?
Oh, the Rich going to get poorer in this game, unfortunately. Yeah, this is going to be a great opportunity for Strangers, BD, YKG, Vatic also. So many teams could be looking to strike while the iron is hot and take it for themselves. Circle did shift up northeast slightly, so this is going to be great for those teams already set up in good positions in the center. Not the case for Equinox or even the side of over to the east is going to be ours. They still have to make their rotation away. I don't actually know where they got a 3-1 split. There's one player just really far away from his team, it seems, next to Stolber Mountain. So not sure what's going on over there, but he's going to hopefully regroup to his squad mates. Zombie Boys already an absolute menace this game. 3 eliminations, 2 for Sentry, 1 for Shinobi. And they've got also a good position around this road trifecta. So really, as long as you're able to zone teams away, they should be good to go for a major portion of this game.
Another team I feel like needs to have a really good game in this last game, right, is going to be the Golden Eagles. They've got a great position. But after a really good first couple of games, right, those rondos were going really well for them. Even the Miramar, I believe, one of them, the first Miramar, went quite well for them. We've seen them really slow down. They're sitting in 10th place right now, only 25 points on the table as the zone shifts over directly to them. They got a 2-2 split going on right now. I feel like if they center up there, got an immediate regroup coming on through here, they're set to have a pretty good game on their hands if they play this well.
I realized casting with Uniptura for as long as I have now, every time we have a circle shift, it could be the most boring circle ever. Your tone just goes like, whoa. You're like on a roller coaster, a little bit. Every circle is just like an extra little hill you're going over.
I got clocked, chat. I got clocked.
Yeah. So,
You're right.
it reminds me of casting with Imperium. He was the same. He's like the worst circle ever, and he was like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "What?"
A lot of my formative months casting was with Imperium, so you know what? That checks out. That checks out. Yeah.
Imperium lives on through Niptura, guys. Don't worry.
Apparently.
The torch has been passed. As we look at J Nepal here, going for their wide rotation. I don't know what it is about Nepal and like NA events. You got straight out of Nepal. You got J Nepal.
Yeah.
Nepal is just maybe it's part of the US. Maybe I don't know my geography well. Maybe it is somewhere around there.
We had a Nepalese team in wildcard as well. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I wonder why. I don't know. I just find it an interesting trend. It's been a thing for years now, where you have Nepali
couple of years.
themed teams around here. So yeah, I just find it quite interesting. As Team Control are going to hope to find an interesting way into the circle, which right now is not going to be easy. They're getting sprayed and peppered by teams all around them. But they have yet to appear in the elimination feed, which is a good sign so far.
It is indeed. Vatic on the prowl now up against Control. The final duo of Control here down into the bunkers. That makes a lot of sense for them. They're playing it super safe. They want to survive as long as possible. Just don't peek, because XP3 gonna be looking straight at you. Klaus going in for the close range. Really nice Molotov just to stop it, but a great smoke as well, just to make sure that nobody really goes through, and they're going to just move away from the entrance. They know what's coming next. Those nades, those Molotovs, gonna definitely be there, but it looks like Vatic actually really want this. I suppose it makes sense, right? They don't want the position necessarily, but they want to clear their back, because there is nobody near them. If they can clear Control, then that means that they can actually take control of this western side, or at least the northwestern side.
It's just going to be a pain. They're in the lower portion of that position in shooting range, right? They're underground. It's like trying to get rid of moles on your, very clean, pristine grass. It's just really annoying to execute. Though we're going to be shifting over to the northern eastern edge, and it is going to be Upgrade. Here, still 0 eliminations to their name, but the nades are going to be raining upon their location. But it is going to be fair to connect it, and their utility from Upgrade is looking so good. We saw it last game, right, from quadruple six, which I was told just now apparently is FS. It was on N-Hyper back in the day, so I did not know that. Thank you, chat. This is FS, and you know what?
Quadruple
it makes
six?
sense. Yes, this is FS.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
All clicks right into place.
It really does. It really does. Wow, okay, that makes so much more sense.
I wish I knew ahead of time. We're really bad detectives, Niptura. That's all I'll say. Upgrade, though, making a push. They created a man advantage for themselves, and now they're looking to make sure they get all of those juicy eliminations. Cinco is eliminated, and you did see for a split second there, Niptura, you had an MG3. If they loot it up, oh my goodness, that's going to be a big buff to the side of Upgrade.
Isn't it just? What? We're looking at YKG here. Ooh! Trying to run away with it. Down he goes. FS not able to do anything there, and it might just be Upgrade to just go limping away as the zone moves on in. YKG stepping up, just getting a little louder, a little bolder. It's not translating over to points just yet, but this is more of the YKG we wanted to see, Max. This more controlling, more of, shifting teams away from their position, more of that playing with other teams, like going forward, going back, playing with them a little bit. This is much more the team that I wanted to see at the beginning of the day.
And you see how they pivoted to the east, right? It was like a beautiful migration of birds all together in a patch. I love that kind of rotation. That was some strong synergy. Yeah, beautiful. It was more like a square. They were like all in different. But yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I just realized that was a bird because they go.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! It is almost 5 a.m. Niptura. That is my excuse.
That's fair. That is fair.
That is fair. Yeah, took me a second. Here you go, good Nate. My man just tanked that. Point blank, he's like, I can take it. And he did. He did take that grenade straight up. I guess he had some really good helmet and vest, right? Ready to tank that damage incoming. Though, maybe a follow-up nade, and he might not be that lucky. Yeah, he had a tier 3 vest. Making it a little bit easier. Apex.
Classic.
Yeah, classic tier 3 vest trick. As RA, again, looking to display absolute control up north. And so far, it's looking good as FNL get eliminated. 3 eliminations, though, for R8. And now we're down to the top 10 teams. Still no placement points have yet to be secured, Niptra. 2 teams need to be eliminated for some squads to get those placements.
VTC actually have a really big split going on here. A 1-1-1-1, or a 1-2-1 split looks like there over the shooting range area. And I actually really like Casper's position. Ooh, Cloudy continuing to be a pain in everybody's side here. Up again. Oh, wait. Whoa, hold on. YKG just okay, it's fate. It's fate again.
What is this?
What is this? Okay, so they thought they could, you know, just turn it on its head and go, actually, we're gonna push you. No, you're not. No, you're not. And also, it's always fate leading the charge on these crazy solo pushes. Fate, stop it. Stop.
YKG, I take back everything nice I said this game. That was atrocious. I don't know what the plan was. Was there even a plan? Maybe not. That felt like
maybe not.
A Captain Jack Sparrow level push. Nothing was planned. They were just hoping for absolute luck to be on their side. So yeah, unfortunate. Doesn't quite work out. And Zombie Boys are being gifted an insane circle right now. And why I would even go to recommend Niptra is currently they have a strong 2-2 split, which is good for zoning teams away. They're going to get to a point where teams are going to get very desperate. They are going to be attempting a crash, a Hail Mary send right on that position. The moment that happens, I want to see a very quick regroup from the team. If they stay in a 2-2 split, they're really weakening their defense on that position. So that they're going to be tested eventually. And I want to see, do they have what it takes to survive and prevail and maybe claim the chicken dinner in this really tough position if they get breached?
This is going to be super pivotal as well, though. Equinox versus... Who is this? Who we got here? Wait. Oh, yeah. JN, right? This is going to be a big one because that is going to determine who enters in. And after that, Golden Eagles might just be in a bit of trouble because that is a great position to just go sending over into their compound. So this is going to be really important because JN have not had as good of a day as Equinox, right? They don't seem to be as strong as of a CQC team as Equinox, although having said that, Equinox are getting pummeled right now just to a solo Shelby left standing. So it might just be, ooh, Shadow goes down, the clutch from Shelby, look at him go. But he has to go it alone, 1 HP, but he is a solo. That's going to be nothing for Golden Eagles to handle, especially if Vatic have any say in it. Full send down to the south side from this team. Ooh, this is a really heads-up play for them. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you have to push up if you're Vatic, because if you win this fight, you have full control of the high ground position over to the southern western / western side of the circle. So Vatic, the timing's good, but they're not being too overzealous. I like it because they don't have exact information on where Shelby is. They don't know exactly even how many players are alive, right? They just know there was a fight that happened up here. There's some survivors. We don't have their location, so we're not going to overstep. We don't want to take a risk of giving an elimination. Losing a player at this point could be the end of the game for them, because that's going to make that crash later on even harder to execute. Shelby gonna pull off that first aid, and you know what, Vatic, yeah, not worth it. Circle shifted away from us on phase 5. We need to get back into the play zone, and Shelby still has a functioning car, so potentially here he could make it, but Casper is left behind to kind of make sure he can put the nail in the coffin for that solo. Shelby is still alive and kicking, but there you have it. Oh, General, what a spray. That's a headshot and a half with the M4, and that's going to be a nice point going their way.
I would have much preferred if Vatic had full sent onto Golden Eagles here. Yes, you got this long lane that zombies could really look at you from, right, on the pathway down to this building. But if you're fast enough, if you're, you know, if you do it correctly, you have a much better chance of succeeding against the Golden Eagles than doing that where they went along the edge of the ridge line, because doing that is you're opening yourself up to so many teams there. So I would have much preferred them try and do something with Equinox, Golden Eagles. But it is what it is. They're still up as 3, and they have 5 eliminations, so it's looking very good for them. Rain is still here as well. That's nice to see. We've seen them be pretty consistent, if not, you know, massive producers of points. They've still been super consistent. 5 points on the board for them so far, as they now looking to contend, or at least just stay alive. But nope, Wolf cannot stay alive. That nade from Casper is going to hit the mark. Oh, R8 as well. That solo still somehow standing. Might just get taken out, but no, it's Wolf going to go down first. And there we have it. Golden Eagles, Zombie Boys still here as a full squad.
It's down to just Demon. Not Demon from Sun. This time is going to be Demon on the side of Rain. Nice peek over the side of this shelter position.
Hello there.
But yeah, he's going to be a little bit outnumbered. Actually, he's going back into hiding. Back into dirt he goes. Back into the cavern. To the back cave, and he's just going to try and heal it up. And the thing is, he's just delaying Vatic, because Vatic, they know if they leave this position, he can just come out of nowhere and just backstab them. Yep. So they need to eliminate this threat. The thing is, it's taking so long, and if they push down the staircase, you're asking to get clutched up 1v2 at that point, right? 1v3, they still have 3 players alive, so it wouldn't be looking too good. So you got to be very efficient. Thing is, they actually know it would be 1v2 because Blaze is in the circle. So they are going for a 2-1 split plan currently, which is going to be really hard to go and clean up that shelter location. As Nika, Soul Survivor once again for R8. He's going to try and make his way in the zone. He does make it barely, but the blue is just doing too much damage, and that is it. Game over. Making it to top 5, and as R8 gets eliminated, 4 teams now are remaining in this game, Niptra, and hoping to claim that chicken dinner.
Make it 3. Rain goes on down. That leaves Vatic open and available to do their next move. I don't know what that next move could possibly be, to be honest. Golden Eagles are really set. I mean, I suppose that's who you go for. I almost say go for zombies at this point, but that's the wrong angle now. They're going to have to do something. They seem a little bit indecisive. Not sure where to go next. As, yeah, Klaus is going to get taken on down there. And Golden Eagles have been so lucky with this zone. They've been able to hold on to this compound for such a long time. And now it's all coming to fruition. The results are coming on in for Zombie Boys as well. They've done a great job here. 8 eliminations, continuing to just... Oh, that's a fantastic angle. Able to just pick apart this team. Vatic unable to do anything except hunker down and try to survive, but it's not going to happen. Down to Casper they go very, very quickly, especially because they got that off angle now. Shino Boy does go down, though, overextended just a tiny bit. Golden Eagles able to respond over the top of Vatic here.
It really is. Golden Eagles and Zombie Boys are seeing Vatic like a buffet of points. They're just like, we want him.
Yeah.
Just let us get the points, please. They're trying their absolute best, but as of right now, they are maybe able to pull off a full reset. As the nade comes in, that's some good damage from General. Once again, this guy's been great long range with the M4, and now with the nades, he's been doing so much work against Vatic. And even doing some extra damage. There you go. This guy is on fire. Only got 1 nade and 1 Molotov. I would say keep it for your upcoming fight with Zombie Boys, as Vatic do get wrecked in this game, eliminated. And what a lineup of supercars and flexing on us. Oh my god, so much color. Looking great.
So much color, except it's silver, not golden. But we'll forgive him just this once. It's crazy. He's going to step up to the plate, trying to defend this position. A really good counter move, but it is as a solo, which makes me nervous ever so slightly. But let's see, the nade is going to get cooked, nicely placed, but it's not going to get any damage just yet, as Shu Young is going to come up, try to step up to the plate here. Nice nade again, just keeping them off that corner, keeping them away. But he's ready with that S12K. It's not going to go on for very much longer, but through the Molotov he goes, gets baited out. Molotov goes through.
Come on. This is it, Shu Young. This should be an easy one. How is he not down?
How?
Crazy, just barely surviving is just not meant to be. The stars aligned perfectly for him. But now, there you go. Still more damage coming on through. Thing is, they're out of utility. 1 Molotov, and it would be GG's right now, Niptura. But no, he's just meant to survive behind that buggy. There's now a player of Zombie Boys going to go for the wide-off angle. If he makes it to the rock, that could be an instant shutdown to the entire plan of Golden Eagles. But they're looking to swarm this sport. This is, by the way, the spawn point of the loot truck. This is a new building recently added to esports. You wouldn't have this normally, but no. This is having a big impact on this game. Everything's going to revolve around it. What a nade, though, from Sentry. Perfectly cooked onto Shu Young. And now it's time to wrap it up. You can't let them get that reset. You need to make sure to engage it and get those eliminations. Don't let them get back as a full squad, or otherwise the game might just escape from your grasp. Chengsi from that roof is looking to also get involved in the conversation.
Oh, really well played. Golden Eagles gonna go ahead and grab that one. My goodness me, Zombie Boys gave them a run for their money, but they were just able to outmaneuver them just by a little bit and grab the final chicken dinner of the evening. Day 1 wraps up with the Golden Eagles and a little caca coming on through there.
Okay, Hot Jukes, let's calm down right now. But yeah, we do have the Golden Eagles chicken dinner coming up, right? Which could have happened earlier, possibly on that first Rondo game near the island, but it was just a little bit too hectic of a game. So really good start to the day and able to bookend it with a chicken dinner of their own. Golden Eagles stepping up massively here in Pmnc USA in day numero uno. Let's see if they can do it in the next 2 days of action. But what a great day, Niptura, here of gameplay. USA, you know, I think a lot of people normally in the world are saying NA, weakest region in PUBG Mobile Esport. Individually speaking, I'm seeing some great clutch plays that, hey, you know what, could be doing well on a larger scale tournament here for PUBG Mobile Esports.
Absolutely. I think it's such a fun update, I suppose, right? Where we're coming through and seeing some real improvement amongst not just 1 or 2 teams. We're not having 1 or 2 standout teams. There's like 5 or 6. And those aren't even the ones we expected, right? And that's what's so exciting. And then you think about the wild card as well, where there was loads of teams that really played very, very well. So NA is starting to really shape up into a very interesting region. Very excited to see where it goes from here on out, as the Golden Eagles will be taking 2, 4, 6, and 3, 9 eliminations, which really funnily is our lowest elimination win so far.
I'm gonna say PMNC format is possibly the best thing to ever happen to the NA region in a hot minute. Reason why? This is the way you get new blood poured into the scene, and I think that's what NA's been needing for a long time, because outside of like Coops, really, as like one of the best players that can compete internationally, we haven't really had new names being brought to the scene that could actually perform on a very similar level. PMNC is bringing these new players, these new teams into the scene and able to bring them maybe to a higher standard for the NA region. So yeah, this is getting me very excited for the future of the NA region here in PUBG Mobile Esports. And looking at Golden Eagles, 19 points here, Niptura, looking absolutely fantastic. But would you agree with that point that PMNC is good for NA? I want to know what you think about that.
Absolutely, yeah. The format is really, really nice. It's just competitive enough to make sure that these teams are like really playing and giving it their all and doing the best they can with those strategies and everything. We're seeing a lot of strategies come out of this sort of format, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they improve going forward, right? Because then you've got those regional finals coming on through. That's going to be another level in and of itself. So I'm going to be really interested to see how they perform over there. But for now, yeah, definitely loving this format for them. I think it really encourages growth in a really great way.
Exactly, fully agreed. Looking at the first page of these match rankings, here you go. A lot of big names still here. You're going to have Sunny Sports, you're going to have Equinox. Region 8, they really had a really good step up on the second half of today, which I want to see if we can see that continue and bleed into day 2 and day 3 of PMNC USA. And Team Equinox also getting 9 points. So big drop off, right? You go 19, 16, 11, 9, 9, 9, and you go 4, 3. And I'm sure you got a lot of 2, 1, and 0 pointers on the second hand of these leaderboards. Actually, yeah, 4 teams getting 0 points in Iptra. One of those is Rich Esports, which that is going to make them fall possibly out of top 5.
Yeah, I think it actually might. That is really tough for them, but it's all is not lost, right? The points are still pretty close. I think the top 2 have started to pull away, although they also didn't get very many points in this last game. I think 3 or 4 maximum for each of them. So for Rich, it's close enough where they can come back tomorrow, but I worry slightly that this is a little too demoralizing for them, right? After such a strong start to the day. To end the day with 0 points is really hard, and hopefully they can come back and not think about it too much. Yeah,
could be something that they're going through, but it happens, right? You're going to have some highs and lows. Every team must be able to adapt mentally to those kind of mental charges. Though, looking at the MVP of the game is going to be Sentry. Had some great nades, really, at the end of that game around the loot truck spawn point. We need, you know what? We need to find a name for that building, Nipsho, because you already have garages, right? Which you can't really talk about. You can't use that name for that in particular. So, truck spawn. I don't know. Guys, chat. I demand your help. We need to find a name for those buildings so we all know what we're talking about when those situations happen. We'll talk about it in Niptro in private. We'll come up with a name going into day 2, I'm sure.
I agree. Oh, wait. Hang on. Yeah, Vijay in chat just said no 100 bomber because the top 2 teams went out really early with only a few points. So no 100 points at the end of day 1.
Anyways.
The sarcasm. 5 a.m. really brings out the best in us, Max. I swear. This is fantastic. We're having a great time as we look at the MVP ranking here. I mean, did we think it was going to be anybody else? No. Meng coming in clutch here with 18 eliminations just today over 6 games, with 3,500 damage on his own over 6 games. Crazy.
It is actually decently close if you're looking especially at Demon. He's got 1 less elimination, he's got more assists, and he's actually got more damage by about 200. So Demon, I think, is very close. 1 extra elimination, he might be actually up there over Meng, but of course eliminations put a lot more weight in the MVP formula, so you want to try and get more of those eliminations if possible. Russell also doing great work for his team. He got himself that first chicken dinner right for Sun on Rondo as a solo in a 1v2 scenario near the bridge. So this guy was an absolute monster, a devil in this game. And then you have Havoc OP and also Fear from Upgrade. So a lot of the names that we have seen step up massively the entirety of today, Niptra, so I'm not really surprised by this rank in MVP.
I'm not either, and I don't think we're going to see an end to it anytime soon. If you have such a good day as you did today, you've got to have a good game, a good day tomorrow, right? It just makes sense. So, gonna really look forward to the next 6 games we got coming up here, Max. I mean, 2 rondos to start off the day, off the back of what we've seen here. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, it's going to be indeed so much fun. So you know what, guys? You might want to activate notifications here on PUBG Mobile Esports NA YouTube channel to make sure you don't miss out on any of the upcoming USA games coming up over the course of this weekend. Looking over all of the games, we of course had these wins in order. We had Sun, followed by Rich, Upgrade, then another Sun, then another Upgrade, and of course Golden Eagles to wrap up things on day 1 of PMNC USA Spring 2026. So good to see some teams get 2 chicken dinners right, Niptro. Of course, you got some big favorites at the top, and as we look at the leaderboards, no movement whatsoever in the top 4, but we do see Rich Esports slip out of that big top 5 position, which is where you want to be at the end of this PMNC tournament.
It's interesting, right? Because the only difference is 3 points, and those 3 points come directly from position. They got the same amount of eliminations, but Rich, after that win on the second rondo, seemed to kind of slip in terms of positioning. So that's definitely what they want to focus on, because the Golden Eagles, they have this upward trajectory now. So for Rich, I think they just need to focus a little bit more on surviving. Maybe there's a little overextending going on. Maybe there's just 1 or 2 plays that don't work out and they need to tweak something. Just something I think it just needs a little fixing. But nothing big, because like I said, they're very close together. They're only 3 points behind, and in fact only 13 points behind Region 8 in 4th place. So definitely still doing something right with Rich, but yeah, just need to tweak something to get those position points back.
So I'm going to use a very flawed method here, which is I'm going to take the points of Golden Eagles in top 5, and I'm just going to multiply them by 3, right? So you're getting around 130 points, right? So Upgrade is very close, same for Sun Esports. They get a decent day 2 Niptra. They could almost 100% secure their spot for the PMGO regional finals in half the matches required for this PMNC USA. So yeah, Upgrade Sun Esports have been dominating the entirety of this region. We'll see if they can keep it going tomorrow. Though on the second page in Niptura, Strangers BD, I was hoping to see a little bit more. Right now, they've just not been able to do too well as we check out this cool head-to-head between Sun Esports and Upgrade.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, the average placement is going to be the 5th or 4th, right? That's really what you're seeing here. 2 wins on either side. What is going to be interesting, though, for me is the difference between the lobbies here is that generally when you see 2 teams start to pull away like this, it's by enough where tomorrow they don't have to have as good of a day, and it's fine, and they'll still be really safe. That is not the case here, because while these 2 teams are starting to pull away, that is true, they're only 13, 15 points ahead of the 3rd place and down, right? If that. So even though they're continuing to have a really good day, a really good tournament, they can't sit easy just yet. They can't rest. That tomorrow they have to have another day like this if they want to have an easy day on the 3rd day. And that's really how consistent all of these teams in the top 6, top 8 have really been, just being able to, you know, keep up with these teams even though they've had 2 wins each. Maybe
you just secure your spot for PMGO regional finals in day 2, and then you can hot drop teams you don't like.
Oh.
Hey.
Caught red buildings. No.
Yeah.
Please.
No, please. Okay, that one I will not allow. Okay, no more hot drops in Picado. That one was terrible. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I say this every time, and I'm gonna repeat myself, Niptra. If you go for an ego fight, I don't want to see you move on to the next stage. There you go. I said
I was gonna say the same thing,
but I don't care. It's deserved.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I was like, if you hot drop Picado, you don't get your top 4 place. Top 5 place.
Yeah.
You don't do it.
We wrap it up there.
Out.
But no, it's been a very exciting day of PUBG Mobile esports action here for Pmnc USA Spring 2026. I mean, we had so many strong players, of course, stepping up, and I'm hoping we're going to see that continue bleed into day 2 and day 3 here of these finals. Of course, guys, make sure to follow esports PUBG Mobile NA over on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, on also good old TikTok. We're going to try and get all that brain rot, but PUBG Mobile esports is definitely not that kind of brain rot. It's amazing content you don't want to miss out on. Niptra, thank you so much for joining us today for the show. Thank you very much to everyone at home checking out day 1 here for Pmnc USA, but join us again tomorrow, same time, same place, for day 2 of action coming your way. See you guys next time.